Chapter 2661. The South Sky Emperor was also mentally prepared for this. Hearing what he said, the South Sky Emperor disagreed. Eighth Highness, having love in your heart is not a reason to break off the engagement. Which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? My Xinyu is not a jealous person. If you marry Xinyu, you can take that woman as a concubine in the future. Isn't it better to have the best of both worlds? Rongyue Tianlan shook his head slightly. Your Majesty, Tianlan only likes her. I don't plan to marry more in this life. He was actually very envious of a love between Di Zun and Ning Xuema. Holding your hand, growing old together, a pair for the rest of their lives. Although he wouldn't grow old, he still yearned for a pair for life. He was sure he could do it. As for having more wives and concubines, he didn't care about it first, but after hanging out with Di Zun for a long time, he was also affected by Di Zun. According to Di Zun, having more wives and concubines was boring and asking for trouble. According to Ning Xuema, it was called a stud horse so much so that when Ning Xuema first met him, she thought that he was a genuine stud horse because he had a romantic appearance that attracted peach blossoms. All the men present didn't agree with Rongyue Tianlan's statement. How boring it was to have one wife every day. Although, as immortals, these wives wouldn't grow old, they would still be aesthetically tired. Women were more interesting when they were new. These people naturally opened their mouths to refute the absurdity of Rongyue Tianlan's words, as if Rongyue Tianlan had said something unbelievable. Rongyue Tianlan let them speak, waving his fan and chuckling without answering. People who walked different paths couldn't make plans together. These people's thinking couldn't be changed by a debate. Those people spoke passionately for a while, but seeing that Rongyue Tianlan still didn't respond, they gradually felt bored and stopped talking. The South Sky Emperor made up his mind and said, "Is your sweetheart unwilling to be a concubine? Then, how about I promise you that you can marry her as a concubine? She will be on the same level as Xinyu." This was already the biggest concession he could make. But Rongyue Tianlan was determined this time. He still shook his head and refused to budge. The South Sky King was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. He blurted out, "Don't tell me you want Xinyu to be your concubine. After all, you were engaged to Xinyu first." Rongyue Tian sternly said, "Nephew definitely doesn't mean that. This nephew's heart already belongs to someone else, so I can only let your daughter down." South Heaven Emperor took a deep breath and said, "Eighth Highness, did you hear some rumors about Xinyu? You also know that rumors are extremely unreliable. In reality, Xinyu is still extremely outstanding. You'll know when you see her. Come back in a few days and meet with her, then we could discuss this matter again. Okay?" Since he couldn't persuade him directly, the South Heaven Emperor decided to use a delaying strategy. Rongyue Tianlan didn't allow him to delay. He closed his fan in his palm and said, "Your Majesty, this time, Tianlan wants to break off the engagement. It's because of Tianlan's own reasons. It's not because your daughter isn't good. Tianlan knows that your daughter is outstanding enough. However, everyone has their own fate. Therefore, it's the same whether we meet or not." After a pause, he continued, "No matter what, it's Tianlan's fault this time. Tianlan has let your daughter down. Tianlan will try to make it up to her. I ask your Majesty not to force me." He really wanted to make it up to his rumored fiancée. For example, he heard that she was ugly. He could use the face-changing technique to turn her into a great beauty. Chapter 2662. He really wanted to make up for his rumored fiancée. For example, he heard that she was ugly, so he could use the face-changing technique to turn her into a great beauty. For example, he could introduce a few young talents to her. These were all things he could do. At this point, there seemed to be no room for negotiation. The South Sky Emperor was furious, but he couldn't do anything. If a cow didn't drink water, he couldn't cut off its head and drink it directly, right? At this banquet, not only were the civil and military officials of the Nantian clan present, but there were also people from other clans. These people had heard that Rongyue Tianlan had arrived and killed the evil dragon, so they rushed over to congratulate her. Now that things had come to this point, they didn't know how to persuade her. Of course, these people who came to congratulate might not be sincere. After all, The marriage between the Nantion clan and the East Sky clan might not be a good thing for other clans. Now, they couldn't wait for this marriage to fail. At this moment, Ronyu Tianlan wanted to cancel the marriage, which fulfilled their wish. They were more than happy to watch this show. A few people began to speak up for Ronyu Tianlan. Your Majesty, since this 8th prince is really unwilling, why must you force him? As the saying goes, a forcibly picked melon is not sweet. That's right, Your Majesty. 8th prince is a dragon among men. He is not a match for an ordinary woman. Princess Shenyu, on the other hand, I'll be fair. Everyone knows how Princess Shenyu is, so there's no need to say more. Perhaps it's possible for her to be matched with a child from an ordinary family, but it's indeed too difficult for her to be matched with 8th prince. Your Majesty, don't force her. That's right, Your Majesty. 8th prince has indeed let the Nantion clan down by canceling the marriage, but he has also made up for it, hasn't he? He killed the evil dragon and removed a big problem for the Nantion clan. It's enough to use this merit to make up for the cancellation of the marriage. That's right, Your Majesty. It's important to know one's own limitations. Princess Shenyu has no talent, no virtue, no looks, and no ability. Even if she was matched with a child from a noble family, I'm afraid they wouldn't be happy. If she was the daughter of an ordinary family, it would be a problem whether she could get married or not. Now, she is forcing 8th prince to marry her. This is too. How can a pheasant be matched with a phoenix? This is a mistake. 8th prince came down to cancel the marriage. These people harbored ulterior motives and spoke one after another, openly and covertly belittling Ji Shunyu as if she was worthless. The South Heaven Emperor was so angry that his face turned ashen. Ronyu Tian also frowned slightly. Annulling the marriage was his business. He didn't want to hear these people talking about a lady so unbearably. The Nantion clan's minister was furious. How can you say that? His Majesty only valued this marriage, so he wanted His Highness the 8th prince to be cautious. Moreover, the princess is not in the palace. Even if we want to cancel the engagement, we have to wait for her return before we can make a decision. The princess is not as unbearable as you say. She is also not without talent. I heard that her beauty can topple cities. Although she does not know how to cook, her martial arts are not bad. She is also one of the top figures in the Purple Cloud sect. Someone laughed. Looks that could topple cities? Was there something wrong with the eyes of those who said she was a beauty? If she was born beautiful, then why did she never attend the garden parties of the noble ladies? That's because the princess isn't often in the palace. Naturally, I won't participate in these garden parties. Excuses? Was it too ugly to be seen in public? That's why he came up with such a lame excuse. Nonsense. In the future, the princess will come out. Everyone will know whether the princess is beautiful or ugly at a glance. Chapter 2663. Nonsense. In the future, the princess will come out, and everyone will know whether the princess is beautiful or ugly. Besides, our 3rd princess is not a common woman who disdains to learn the martial arts of ordinary women. Her martial arts are very powerful. A minister who knew Princess Ji Shunyu better defended her with a red face. How powerful can a woman's martial arts be? It was nothing more than some flowery martial arts. Moreover, when a woman practiced martial arts, not only would she not be able to achieve anything, but she would also make her white and tender skin rough. Could it be that this princess practiced martial arts because she was ugly? That way, she can find an excuse for her ugliness. Maybe she is a big and rough tomboy. What kind of martial arts can a woman practice? Saying that she is one of the top in the Purple Cloud sect, I'm afraid that her senior and junior brothers see that she is a woman, so they let her have her way. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and really thinks that she has some good martial arts. If she really walks the Jianghu, she will be raped at any moment. Oh no, she is so ugly, naturally she won't be raped. Maybe with her appearance, she will scare the thieves away. Ha! A man in a blue robe said in a mocking tone. Then he raised his head and laughed. His tone was disdainful and his attitude was arrogant. This man's appearance could be considered handsome, but his slightly drooping eyebrows added a bit of a sinister and harsh aura to him. His name was Changbu Bai, and he was a famous cultivator in the Sanning continent. It was said that his attainments in martial arts had reached the peak. Everything else was fine, but his mouth was extremely mean and he had offended many people. However, due to his profound martial arts, there were very few people who could really punish him. Most people were angry but didn't dare to say anything. This also made him more and more arrogant and condescending. He came with a friend, and at this time, he couldn't help but show off his mean divine ability. The South Sky Emperor heard that their words were getting more and more ridiculous, and his face turned ashen. He slammed his hand on the table, and a bang sounded. It made everyone's heart tremble, and they finally stopped shouting. "What are you trying to do by slandering Shinyu in front of me?" The South Sky Emperor was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, his face darkened, and his power was shocking. Those gossipers were frightened by him. They looked at each other and finally shut their mouths. Changbu Bai was used to being arrogant. He raised his head and laughed. "We are only speaking the truth. Is your majesty not allowing us to speak the truth? How about this? Didn't you say that the princess's martial arts are good? Then ask her to come out and compete with my little attendant. If she can win, I will admire her kung fu." "The princess is not in the palace," someone retorted. "Hee, where can a princess go? Does she not dare to come out? Then this young master will raise the stakes. If she could defeat my little helper, not only will I admire her, I will also kowtow to her 3 times. Changbu Bai was even more pleased with himself. Hee. Suddenly, a soft laugh came from the sky. The laughter was ethereal and clear, like a jade bell swaying in the wind. Everyone was startled and looked towards the source of the voice, but they did not see anyone. In this hall, there were only a few maids serving wine, and there were no other women. However, the faint laughter just now came from a young girl, and a young girl at that. "Who is it?" Someone shouted. This princess only heard that women sometimes love to gossip. Now it seems that men also like to gossip out of nothing. Chapter 2664. This princess has only heard that women sometimes love to gossip. Now it seems that men also like to gossip out of nothing. That voice continued to sound with a hint of mockery. Everyone was startled. Even the fan in Rongyue Tianlan's hand paused slightly. South Sky Emperor's expression changed. Shinyu. He originally did not want his daughter to come back, but now that he heard her voice, he felt a bit complicated. These people said that his daughter was too unpleasant. This was the first time he had heard this kind of rumor, so he was naturally very angry. However, his daughter was not in front of him, so he could not find any strong evidence to refute it. He did not dare to say anything else, but he was very confident in his daughter's appearance. To say that his daughter was ugly, they were really blind. When the men in the hall heard this voice, their hearts skipped a beat. This voice sounded so beautiful. They did not know how she looked, but this voice was really too pleasant to listen to. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like a gurgling mountain spring. Changbu Bai was also startled. He sneered. The princess is indeed here. However, hiding like this, is it shameful? This princess is upright, and her actions are upright. What is there to be shameful about? Only those with dirty thoughts would think of others as dirty. That voice continued to chuckle. Since there is nothing shameful, then come out. What kind of skill is hiding in the dark? Changbu Bai shouted. Come out and fight 300 rounds with my servant. If you win against him. He was about to make a wish when he was coldly interrupted by that voice. You can do it yourself. What? Everyone was startled. Changbu Bai was stunned for a moment before he laughed loudly. If this young master makes a move, I'm afraid you won't need to make a move in the future. This young master disdains to win against a woman. That voice was soft and indifferent. You don't even dare to accept a woman's challenge. So what are you bragging about? Who says this young master doesn't dare to accept? This young master only feels that winning against a woman is not honorable. I'm also afraid that I will break you and make you cry in front of this young master. Changbu Bai said proudly. So you're saying that you accept? Then what will you do if you lose? That voice asked. If this young master loses, I will kowtow to you 8 times and bark 8 times like a dog. Changbu Bai was full of confidence. Good. That's what you said. Everyone here can bear witness to it. That voice chuckled. Of course, they all bear witness. What's the point of blabbering? Come out. Don't hide outside the palace and use telepathy. This is something I've been playing with for a long time. Changbu Bai snorted coldly. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed that everyone was looking behind him. Startled, he turned around abruptly and his body stiffened. Not far behind him stood a young girl. She wore a rainbow-colored palace dress specially made for the princess of the Nantian clan. Her body was as slender as a willow, and her black hair was draped over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her face was covered with a thin veil, revealing only a pair of clear eyes and a full forehead. Mist shrouds cold water, and moon shrouds sand. Although most of her face was covered by a veil, she had a kind of temperament, a kind of light and refined temperament. Especially that pair of eyes. They were so clear that they seemed to contain water, and so bright that they seemed to contain stars. At this moment, that pair of eyes coldly stared at Changbu Bai, causing Changbu Bai's heart to tremble. You are Princess Shenyu? Genuine. The young girl spat out these words. Changbu Bai. Chapter 2665. Everyone, how is this girl as ugly as the rumors said? She was clearly a femme fatale, all right. Rong Yue, Tianlan's fan, also froze in his hand. He naturally recognized her, the mysterious girl who could compete with the evil dragon. He never thought that his rumored fiancée would be her. She was completely different from the rumored princess, Shenyu. He never thought that he, Rong Yue Tianlan, would make a mistake. If he had known that she was his fiancée, then the girl in pink's figure flashed through his mind, and a familiar pain flashed through his heart. He lowered his eyes slightly. Even if he knew it was her, he would still break off the engagement, right? After all, he already had someone else in his heart. While he was in a daze, Changbu Bai spoke again. Little girl, do you really want to fight with me? Fists and legs have no eyes if I hurt you. Such a beautiful girl. He felt that if he really wanted to fight with her, he wouldn't be able to do it. Since it's a martial arts competition, then it doesn't matter if you're injured or dead. This girl looked delicate, but her words were very straightforward. These two sentences were also very heroic, causing everyone to be stunned again. Changbu Bai had a bad habit. Although he was a harsh person, he had a tender heart for the fairer sex. He would always give in to beautiful girls. He looked Shenyu up and down. You really are the princess? I heard that the princess is very ugly. Shenyu's eyelashes curved. What you hear counts. Changbu Bai coughed. Since the princess is in the palace, why haven't you appeared yet? You're like this. It's hard to avoid misunderstandings. Shenyu raised her slender eyebrows. What does other people's misunderstandings have to do with me? It's fine as long as I have a clear conscience. This princess has indeed just returned, and they're not making excuses when they say, I'm not in the palace. The South Sky Emperor gently asked his daughter, Shenyu, where did you go? Father has been sending people to look for you. You've also turned off the sound transmission talisman. Shenyu said, in a few days, it will be Imperial Mother's birthday. This son wants to prepare a special gift for Imperial Mother. Coincidentally, the Jasper Snow Lotus on the Snowfall Peak is blooming these 2 days, so this son went to pick it as a congratulatory gift from Imperial Mother. As she spoke, a faint light flashed on her fingertips, and a sparkling and translucent snow lotus appeared in her palm. A faint blue light danced in her palm, and a faint immortal luster lingered. Everyone present could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable, but at this moment, more than half of them were dumbfounded. These people were naturally knowledgeable. They recognized the fine snow lotus and knew how difficult it was to pick this flower. Among the people present, there were many capable people. Many of them were famous experts in the Fanning continent, but not many of them dared to pick this flower from a mountain peak. But now, the flower was in the hands of this princess. Did she really pick it herself? Impossible. How could a little girl like her have such capabilities? Perhaps one of her senior brothers had given it to her to boost her reputation. That was what everyone thought at the same time. Rong Yu Tianlan sat there, fanning himself without saying a word. He was probably the only one in the entire hall who knew that what Ji Shinyu said was true. Ever since Ji Shinyu appeared, she didn't even look at him, as if she didn't see him, or was she deliberately ignoring him? Did she already guess his identity at the immortal Cloud Mountain? Chapter 2666. She was actually able to keep her composure and didn't reveal any clues at all. Rongyu at Tianlan didn't make many mistakes. His fiancée was actually an anomaly. Rongyu at Tianlan's eyes flashed with interest. He tapped the handle of his fan against his palm. Originally, he had planned to leave after explaining everything clearly. He wasn't afraid that the South Heaven Emperor would hold him back. Since he came back, he naturally had a way to force him to cancel the engagement, but now he didn't want to leave for the time being. He wanted to see how Princess Ji Shinyu would deal with this situation. Everyone was questioning the origin of this flower. No one believed that Ji Shinyu picked this flower herself. Even the South Heaven Emperor didn't believe it. In his eyes, his daughter definitely didn't have this ability. Among them, Changbu Bai was the one who questioned the loudest. He was just short of pointing at Ji Shinyu's nose and accusing her of lying. Ji Shinyu listened without saying a word. Only when the questioning voices gradually stopped did she turn to look at Changbu Bai. She didn't try to explain the origin of the flower. Instead, she said directly, "Let's put this flower aside for now. We still have a bet to complete. Let's fight first." "Changbu Bai, are you sure you want to fight me?" Ji Shinyu casually rolled up her sleeves and replied, "Nonsense." As she spoke, she slowly tied one of her arms to her waist. Changbu Bai was confused. "What are you doing?" Ji Shinyu glanced at him. Changbu Bai, a spell master in the Sanskrit continent, ranked 36th, specializes in earth element attacks. Leaf Fire Hook. This time, not only was Changbu Bai stunned, everyone else present was also stunned. Because what Ji Shinyu recited was Changbu Bai's resume. It could be said that it was exactly the same. How could a delicate princess know about this? Changbu Bai didn't know what to feel. So the princess knows me so well. Then you. Since she knew his reputation, she still dared to fight him? There were many experts in the Sanskrit continent. To be able to rank 36th was definitely an expert among experts. He was an awesome person who could tear down a palace with a wave of his hand. Ji Shanyu said indifferently, "Seeing that you are ranked 36th, you can barely fight me. However, you are not worth my 2 hands. 1 hand is enough." In the hall, there was the sound of a wine glass falling to the ground. Some people who were mentally weak were shocked by her big words. Changbu Bai's face was green and white. Ji Shinyu's words were like slaps to his face, insulting his character as an expert. He was so angry that he laughed. "Princess, are you tired of living? Or do you think that this young master has a tender heart for the fairer sex and can't bear to hit you?" Ji Shinyu raised an eyebrow. "Do you not understand human language? What's the point of talking so much? Whether it works or not, we'll see." This princess was really not a normal, kind of straightforward. His words were direct and spicy enough. Compared to her incomparably beautiful appearance, they were 2 extremes. Rong Yuetian couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand, and a gambling table appeared in front of him. There were all kinds of chips on it. Everyone looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he was going to do. However, he flicked his sleeves. It's rare to encounter such a grand event. "Everyone, let's make a bet and see whose vision is more accurate." After he finished speaking, he placed his landscape fan and a blood coral jade pendant on his waist on the table. "I bet that the princess will win. Who wants to bet with me?" Chapter 2667. Everyone couldn't understand what was going on in the 8th prince's head. This dispute had started because he had canceled the engagement. Now that he had duped them into fighting, he was just a spectator, and he was still in the mood to gamble. The South Heaven Arch also looked at Rongyu Tianlan with a complicated expression. He probably didn't expect him to do this and even bet on his own daughter. What was the 8th Highness thinking? Could it be that he regretted seeing Shinyu's beauty? So he was using this to appease Shinyu? The South Heaven Arch couldn't guess what the 8th prince was thinking, and the others couldn't either. However, everyone was still very interested in this bet and placed their bets. Of course, everyone still favored Changbu Bai. After all, he was very famous in the Sanian continent and could do whatever he wanted. As for Ji Shunyu, she didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and was just boasting. The eighth prince might be thinking of compensating the beauty, but the others didn't think so. Most of them placed their bets on Changbu Bai. Only a few people were willing to take a gamble and bet on Ji Shunyu. Of course, in order to avoid losing everything, they placed a very small bet. Thus, on the gambling table, the bets on Ji Shunyu's side were very small, while the bets on Changbu Bai's side were piled up into a small mountain. The South Heaven Arch felt that this was too unsightly, so he took out a few precious jewels and placed them on his daughter's side. Even though he didn't favor his daughter, he couldn't lose in front of others at this point. Changbu Bai had no choice but to make a move. He said with a cold expression, "If I win, I also want a prize. Speak." Ji Shunyu was already a bit impatient. Changbu Bai stared at her face. "If I win in 10 moves, you have to take off your veil." He had been curious about her appearance for a long time. This woman's eyes, skin, and figure were all very good. What if her nose and mouth were all crooked? Ji Shunyu didn't care and smiled. "Then you'll be at a disadvantage. How about this? I'll be more generous. If I can't win in 10 moves with one hand, I'll admit defeat. I'll accept any punishment." Changbu Bai. This princess's boasting was simply going to break the heavens. Even the current #1 expert of the Fanian continent wouldn't dare to say that. However, his reputation was extremely resounding. His large blade swept through the world and was unrivaled. 10 years ago, Changbu Bai had suffered defeat at his hands. However, at that time, he had also endured more than 50 moves before being defeated. Changbu Bai coldly smiled and no longer spoke nonsense. He already wanted to teach this princess a lesson in blood. He wanted her to know that even if she was bragging, she still had to pay the price. After all, they were all cultivators. The banquet in the hall was quickly moved away, clearing out a large area. Everyone automatically stood outside the circle, waiting to watch the show. Changbu Bai still had the strength of a martial artist. He cupped his hands towards Ji Shunyu and said, "Please make the first move." Ji Shunyu stood there lazily, not intending to make the first move. "No need. You can do whatever you want." This kind of blatant disdain made Changbu Bai's heart burn with anger. Placing his palms together, he immediately made his move. Chapter 2668. The historical records of the Nantian clan later recorded this as follows. Changbu Bai, one of the 36 masters of the Brahma continent, fought with Princess Ji Shunyu at Langda Hall in the 18,000th year of the Brahma calendar. Ji Shunyu faced the enemy with one hand and defeated Changbu Bai in 5 moves. Changbu Bai lost one hand and one leg. The hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Changbu Bai stood there with one leg, his head covered in sweat and his face pale. He looked at Ji Shunyu in disbelief. Everyone else was also stunned, looking at Ji Shunyu as if she was a monster. Rong Tianlan was not surprised at all. He had seen Ji Shunyu's martial arts, and he could understand Changbu Bai's martial arts with just a glance. In the silence, he calmly put away his fan and jade pendant, then calmly distributed the things he had just won according to the amount of the bet. He slowly said, "I won." He then pulled out a large pile of spoils for the Nantian Arch. "Your Majesty, keep them well." Nantian Arch. The other people who had won felt like they were in a dream. They had been afraid that they had bet too much, but now they were regretting that they had bet too little. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that this princess had won. It turned out that this princess was not only as beautiful as a flower, but also had such profound martial arts. She was stronger than all the men present. Many people were so shocked that their mouths formed a circle. They rubbed their eyes again and again, almost unable to believe their eyes. Impossible. How could she have such profound martial arts? She must be cultivating some sorcery. I have never seen the moves she used just now. They are also not the martial arts of the Purple Cloud sect. Someone finally could not help but cry out, "It's not sorcery." Changbu Bai finally spoke slowly. He had fought with Ji Shunyu directly. Although he had never seen the martial arts she used, they did not have the slightest bit of sorcery. The bones in one of his hands and one of his legs were broken and twisted at strange angles. The pain of the broken bones penetrated his marrow. Changbu Bai's face was covered in cold sweat. Although his words were harsh, he was a man of his words. I am willing to accept my loss. Princess is the true expert. I admire you. He might have been a little lenient when he made his first move, but after suffering a great loss, he began to go all out. Even after going all out, the result was still the same. What else could he say? With a plop, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ji Xinyue 8 times. This was the bet, and he had to fulfill it. The stronger a person's martial arts was, the more they worshipped the strong, and Changbu Bai was no exception. He was now wholeheartedly convinced of Ji Xinyu's martial arts, and his kowtowing was not exaggerated at all. But to bark like a dog, he paused for a moment, his face turning red. Just as he was about to imitate her, Ji Xinyu waved her hand. Killing someone is just a matter of nodding your head to the ground. A hero can be killed, but not humiliated. Seeing that you're a man, forget about imitating a dog. Changbu Bai's eyes lit up, his eyes filled with gratitude as he bowed deeply towards Ji Xinyu. Many thanks, Princess. His attitude was respectful, and he no longer treated Ji Xinyue as a woman, but as a martial arts master, completely different from before. Ji Xinyu said indifferently, "No need to be so polite. In the future, don't look down on women, and don't follow what others say. To avoid being used as a tool by people with ulterior motives." Changbu Bai choked, and then bowed again. "I have learned from your teachings. I know my mistake. Princess's breadth of mind is no less than a man's. I admire you. In the future, if your highness has any errands, please tell me. This Chang will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire." Chapter 26:69. Ji Xinyu nodded slightly and ignored him. She swept her gaze across the crowd and said, "Now, is there anyone else who doubts the origin of this flower? Who would doubt her now that she had shown this?" It was obvious that the flower had just been picked. It was clear that Princess Ji Xinyue had indeed just rushed back. She wasn't hiding in the palace in order to not break off the engagement like everyone had guessed. Such an outstanding appearance, such profound and exquisite martial arts. This woman was simply a legend. She had broken everyone's common understanding of women. Such an outstanding girl was actually rumored to be so unbearable. Indeed, rumors were the most untrustworthy. Those who had said all sorts of bad things about Ji Xinyu and looked down on her lowered their heads, not daring to say anything else. As for those unmarried young men, their gazes towards Ji Xinyu became complicated. Some admired, some adored, some envied, and some were eager to try. And the South Heaven Emperor was simply elated. This daughter had given him too much of a surprise and made him proud. He did not expect his daughter's martial arts to be so powerful. Even if she was not the #1 expert on the continent, she was at least #2, definitely first class. He thought that his daughter only liked to play with swords and sticks. Even if she was strong, it would only be a little better than flowery martial arts, so he did not take it to heart. He remembered that when his daughter had just returned from her studies, she was eager to get his approval and jumped in front of him, excitedly wanting to show him his swordsmanship. At that time, he happened to be annoyed by those rumors, so he scolded her right in her face. Then his daughter's bright eyes dimmed, and she slowly retreated. From then on, she did not mention anything about her martial arts. She left home for the first time in 500 years and only stayed for 3 days before leaving. After all, she was once a princess who was doted on by her parents, so she still loved her family. In the few years after she finished her studies, she would still return home for a few days every year. But the South Heaven Emperor was also strange. After his daughter left home, he regretted it. But when he saw her, he was angry and could not help but scold her and give her the cold shoulder. Every time he saw her, he did not have a good expression. Empress Lucienne followed her husband's footsteps. Although she did not scold her, she often advised her to act like a lady from a noble family and practice more needlework. As a result, the frequency of his daughter coming home became less and less. From 2 or 3 times a year to once a year, once every 5 years, once every 10 years. Especially after Ji Tianyue was born, the South Heaven Emperor doted on her even more than he did her in the past. Gradually, she only returned home once every 100 years. He actually knew very little about this daughter that he once loved the most. Naturally, he didn't know what level his daughter's martial arts had reached. It turned out that his daughter was so outstanding. His heart was filled with regret, but of course, he was overjoyed and proud at the moment. He swept away his previous gloominess and said with a face full of smiles, "Good daughter, it's rare for you to have such filial piety. Later, you can personally deliver it to your mother." His gaze turned to Rongyue Tianlan, who was standing at the side. This time, he was much more confident. "Tianlan, this is Shunyu. You've seen her strength, haven't you? Then this marriage, No matter how outstanding Ji Shunyu was, the South Heavenly Emperor still wanted this marriage to go through. Chapter 2670. After all, this was a matter that involved the two clans. In some matters, the Southern Sky Clan still had to rely on the Eastern Sky Clan support. It could be said that their marriage was not just a matter between two children, but also involved their country and the world. Therefore, even if the Southern Sky Emperor was humble, he did not want to cancel this marriage. Moreover, Rongyue Tianlan was so outstanding. Such a son-in-law could not be found even with a string of night pearls, let alone with a lantern. The Southern Sky Emperor naturally did not want to give up. Originally, he felt that his daughter had a lot of problems and was not good enough to force Rongyue Tianlan to marry her. He also felt that he had let him down. Now, he felt that his back was firm, full of confidence. His daughter was so outstanding. She was worthy of this 8th Highness, right? Could it be that he wanted to cancel the marriage after seeing such an outstanding fiancée? Rongyue Tianlan's folding fan paused slightly. Before he could speak, Ji Shunyu spoke first. "Let's forget about this marriage. I'll cancel it." Her voice was clear and crisp, like a pearl falling on a jade plate. It clearly rang throughout the hall, causing the hall that had just regained its liveliness to instantly quiet down. All eyes fell on Ji Shunyu. Shock, surprise, disbelief, suspicion, all kinds of gazes intersected. The Southern Sky Emperor was holding a cup of wine in his hand. At this moment, the wine cup fell to the ground. Rongyue Tianlan did not have much of a reaction. He held the folding fan and looked at her, casually tapping the fan handle in his palm. The smile on his lips did not change, but instead widened a little. He slowly said, "Princess Shunyu also wants to cancel the marriage?" Ji Shunyu's gaze finally turned to him. Her eyes were as clear as a lake, but she still looked at him as if she was looking at a cloud. "This marriage is not consensual. Your Excellency and I are not the same kind of people, so there is no meaning in forcing ourselves to be tied together. When this marriage was first arranged, this princess was still young and could not resist. Although your Excellency was already an adult at that time, you did not have much responsibility. Instead, you did not fight for it, and instead fled, causing this marriage to be delayed until now. Now it is time to cancel this wrong marriage." Her words were sharp enough and straightforward enough, sonorous and powerful. It was transmitted to the ears of everyone present. Her voice was not loud, but it shook everyone's emotions. No one would have thought that this Princess Shunyu would actually say such words in front of Rongyue Tianlan. It was simply the most beautiful counterattack to his action of breaking off the engagement just now. Chang Bubai couldn't help but clap and give Ji Shunyu a thumbs up. Well said. While everyone cheered for Ji Shunyu in their hearts, they all looked towards Rongyue Tianlan. He wanted to see how this proud son of heaven would react. Would he fly into a rage out of embarrassment? Rongyue Tianlan looked at her with a pair of sparkling eyes. Not only did she not fly into a rage out of humiliation, the corners of her beautiful lips even curled up as she said generously, "Princess is right." Previously, it was indeed Tianlan's fault. Tianlan apologizes to Princess here. She rolled up her sleeves and bowed to Ji Shunyu. Under his usually warm appearance, he was actually a sloppy, lazy, and casual person. However, his current appearance revealed a true seriousness. and the pair of eyes that looked at Ji Shun Yu revealed a true apology and guilt. It was very obvious that his apology was very sincere and was not just putting on an act. Ji Shun Yu's personality was to be amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. If Rongyue Atonlan used her status to suppress her at this time, or argued with her harshly, she would not be afraid. Chapter 2671. Ji Shun Yu was amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. If Rongyue Atonlan were to use his status to suppress her or argue with her, she would not be afraid. At most, she would have a big fight with him. No matter who won or lost, it was not worth it. She had even prepared a lot of excuses to refute him in her heart. But he was sincerely apologizing, which made the anger that she had been suppressing dissipate by quite a bit. Since the other party was sincerely apologizing, she did not need to be unreasonable. So she coughed lightly and said, "No need to be so polite. Maybe you had your difficulties back then. Forget it. Let's not bother about the past." The past was the past. Even if she pursued it, she could not get the past back. If it was 5 years ago, if she encountered today's incident, she might not have let it go so easily. She would definitely make Rongyue Tianlan give her an explanation. But ever since she was saved by that mysterious person, it was as if she had an epiphany. Her thinking had risen by several levels. For example, right now, she was actually able to let go of things that would have been unforgivable in the past. The other party just bowed, and she forgave him. She did not bother about it. Rongyue Tianlan breathed a sigh of relief. Princess is indeed righteous. Tianlan admires you. Well said, well said. Ji Shun Yu waved her hand. Rongyue Tianlan looked at her and smiled again. Actually, Princess and I feel like old friends at first sight. What's even rarer is that we are of the same mind. Ji Shun Yu raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Of the same mind? Rongyue Tianlan smiled like a spring breeze. Yes, I have the intention to cancel the engagement. Princess also has the intention to cancel the engagement. Aren't we of the same mind? Originally, everyone looked at them as if they were smiling at each other and sympathized with each other. They thought that they regretted not knowing each other earlier and that they would not mention the matter of breaking off the engagement again. However, they did not expect Rongyue Tianlan to bring it up again. It seemed that even the outstanding Ji Shun Yu could not really move the heart of the 8th prince. This engagement was definitely canceled. Everyone's bright eyes looked at Ji Shun Yu again. Some people who had many thoughts and liked to make guesses about people even thought that Ji Shun Yu was just playing hard to get, but now that trick had failed, Ji Shun Yu smiled as well. Her smile was bright, and her eyelashes curved like crescent moons. Like a brother, she patted Rongyue Tianlan's shoulder and said, "Not bad. In this regard, we are of the same mind. Let's have a toast." After all, she was used to disguising herself as a man in the pugilistic world, and she had also made some friends in the pugilistic world. Some of her actions had become deep-rooted habits. Now that she had gotten rid of this big trouble, she was actually quite happy in her heart. She had accidentally revealed her usual behavior. After this slap, she saw Rongyue Tianlan's slightly playful eyes and everyone's shocked expression as if they had been struck by lightning. Only then did she realize what she had done. She coughed and retracted her hand, regaining her princess-like demeanor. "Right, since we've all agreed to cancel the engagement, let's act as soon as possible. Tomorrow, we'll head to the Sanskrit totem marriage pillar to settle this matter." Rongyue Tian was speechless. She didn't expect her to be more impatient than herself. Could it be that she already had someone she liked? Was it really what she wanted when she came to cancel the engagement? This way, the guilt in his heart would be much less. Rongyue Tianlan felt that she should be relieved. Chapter 2672. Rongyue Tianlan felt that he should heave a sigh of relief, but seeing how anxious Ji Shun Yu was, he suddenly felt a little upset. Of course, this uncomfortable feeling only flashed past his heart. Even he did not notice it. He raised his head and was about to answer her when he suddenly saw her face. He took a step forward and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Ji Shun Yu did not know when, but her face was as beautiful as a flower that had just bloomed. Logically speaking, she should have felt her cheeks burning, but she did not feel anything at all. When Rong Yuishinlin took a step forward, she took a step back and said, "What do you mean?" Before she could finish her sentence, her vision suddenly turned black, and she fell forward involuntarily. Rong Yuishinlin was already prepared and raised his arms to catch her. There was a faint fragrance of cold plum on his body. Ji Shanyue fell into his arms. She was originally dizzy and could not find her way, but when she suddenly smelled the fragrance on his body, her body stiffened slightly. She suddenly felt an inexplicable repulsion in her heart. She forced herself to raise her hand to push him away and said, "Let go of me. Men and women should not touch each other." She did not have much strength in her hands now, so pushing him was no different from pushing a kitten. Rong Yuishinlin simply carried her up and said indifferently, "Although you and I want to break off the engagement, it is not done yet. Since it is not done, I am now your fiancé, so what's wrong with hugging? The rule of men and women not touching each other does not apply to you and me." Ji Shanyue had never been hugged like this since she became an adult. In other words, other than when she was a child, she had never been hugged by anyone else. At this moment, lying in Rong Yuishinlin's arms, she was very uncomfortable. She wanted to push him away, but her vision turned black and her hands and feet were weak, unable to exert any strength. She was shocked and asked, "What did you do to me?" Rong Yuishinlin looked down at her and asked, "What can I do to you?" "Then why did you were poisoned?" Rong Yuishinlin's voice was cold. "The fire dragon's poison should have been caused when you were picking herbs." Ji Shanyue was still half convinced. I was only scratched by its claws a few times. Shouldn't the fire dragon's poison be in its mouth?" She heard that one would only be poisoned after being bitten by the fire dragon. So when she was fighting with the fire dragon, she had been guarding its mouth. Rong Yuishinlin, he didn't say anything else as he carried her out in large strides. At the same time, he asked the dumbfounded South Heaven Emperor, "Report the location of her palace." The South Heaven Arch did not react for a moment. Her bedchamber? She's not in the palace all year round, so we didn't prepare anything for her. Rong Yuedian abruptly turned her head. Nantian Palace is so big, yet it doesn't even have a place for her. It was rare to see such a stern expression on his face, but it actually made everyone's heart quiver. Rong Yuetianlan only had one purpose in coming to the Fanian continent, and that was to break off the engagement. Therefore, he had always kept a low profile and restrained his sharpness. He had always appeared gentle and elegant, like a harmless, noble young master. At this moment, he was enraged, and he no longer suppressed his aura as an exalted immortal. The immortal cultivation world had always been like this. High-level cultivators had a natural kind of pressure. Even if they didn't speak, they could still make low-level cultivators tremble in fear. What's more, Rong Yuetian had the aura of an absolute superior. Even if he didn't flare up, no one would dare to act rashly in front of him. Chapter 2673. At this moment, in his anger, his aura was fully released, causing the temperature of the entire hall to drop by 10 degrees. The South Sky Emperor was also in a high position for a long time, but under the pressure of his aura, he couldn't even raise his head. Being questioned by him, he panicked. Every time she comes back, she sleeps with the Empress. Before Ji Shinyue was 500 years old, she had her own palace. Later on, she was sent away to learn martial arts, and after 500 years, Ji Shinluo took a fancy to her palace. He cried and acted spoiled, insisting on staying in that palace. The South Sky Emperor's heart softened, and he agreed, letting Ji Shinluo happily move in. According to the South Sky Emperor's thoughts, when Ji Shunyu finished her studies, he would return it to her. But he didn't expect that after 500 years, although Ji Shunyu became more cheerful, her temperament became more eccentric. When she saw that her palace was occupied by someone else, she was angry. She immediately forced Ji Shinluo to move out. At that time, Ji Shinluo didn't want to move out, crying and saying that he had grown attached to the palace. He begged father to arrange another palace for Ji Shinyu. The South Sky Emperor had a headache from his eldest daughter's quarrel, so he ordered another palace for Ji Shinyu. Unexpectedly, After Ji Shinyu heard his order, she looked at him in disbelief for a long time. The South Sky Emperor's hair stood on end. Before he could say anything, Ji Shinyu sneered and left. After a few years, when she came back, she would live in the Emperor's palace. Usually, she would stay for 2 or 3 days, and she didn't need the South Sky Emperor to prepare another palace for her. After Ji Shinluo got married, the palace was empty again. When Ji Shinyu came back, the South Sky Emperor told her that she could live in her own palace. But he didn't expect Ji Shinyu to just spit out 2 words, "It's dirty." She refused to step into the palace again. The South Sky Emperor felt that this daughter was too difficult to serve and was a bit angry, so he didn't care about her anymore. So, it was delayed until now. Now, Ji Shinyu didn't even have her own palace. In the entire Brahma continent, there was no princess who didn't have her own palace. Even if it was a small vassal state, the princess's rooms would still be magnificent and incomparably noble. Rong Yuishinlin looked at the woman in her arms, and her heart sank slightly. How did she, the princess of a country, end up like this? Rong Yuishinlin thought of the rumors about her that were circulating in various countries, and her heart felt like it was weighed down by a weight. This marriage had brought her more disaster than he had imagined. The South Sky Emperor also realized that this was too unreasonable and hurriedly said, "She actually has a palace, but because she isn't in the palace often, her little sister is living there now. You can let her little sister move out first." Rong Yuetian glanced at him. That gaze was as cold as ice, causing the South Heaven Emperor's heart to tremble again. Rong Yuishinlin's cold voice sounded, "No need. Let's prepare a quiet room first. The poison in her body must be removed immediately." He carried her and strode out. The people in the hall looked at each other. Everyone was confused. They didn't know what was going on. His Highness the 8th Prince had clearly come to cancel the engagement, but his concern for this girl was not ordinary. The efficiency of the South Sky Emperor's subordinates was quite high, and they quickly prepared a quiet room. Those maids and attendants were preparing to clean up, and Rong Yuishinlin walked in with the princess in his arms. His aura was too strong, and he was too handsome. At this moment, he was carrying their princess. This made those maids stare at him, and they were so nervous that they didn't know where to put their hands and feet. Chapter 2674. Get out. Rong Yue Tianlan's voice was cold. The South Sky Emperor, who followed behind, quickly said, "This quiet room hasn't been cleaned for a few days. Let them clean it up. Don't worry, they are quick, very soon." He shut his mouth before he could finish his words, because this 8th Highness just waved his sleeves, and after a faint blue light flashed, the entire room seemed to have been cleaned by water. Not a speck of dust was left. Rong Yue Tianlan didn't stop walking and put her on the bed in the quiet room. Usually, when a girl was poisoned, her body was weak, and she was carried by a man. Under normal circumstances, she would faint, and when she woke up, she would find that the wounds on her body had been treated. That would be more dramatic and not too embarrassing. However, Ji Shinyu's nerves had always been very strong. She was clearly very dizzy, her vision was very blurry, and her body was very weak, but her mind couldn't be any clearer. She clearly felt that Rong Yue Tianlan had been carrying her, and even if she didn't want to, she couldn't break free. His embrace was very warm, and the faintly discernible fragrance on his body had been dense at the tip of her nose, making her irritable for no reason. She even suspected that the fragrance on his body actually had a refreshing effect. She had been disguised as a man for many years. Although she was open-minded and often drank and ate meat with men, and went on adventures to fight monsters, she understood that she was a girl, and she still paid attention to the distance between her and those people, trying to minimize physical contact as much as possible. At most, she would pat on the shoulder or the back. But now, she was being carried in a man's arms. This feeling of her body floating in the air and completely handing her weight to another person was very uncomfortable, and she felt very insecure. It made her body stiff from the beginning to the end. Until Rong Yue Tianlan put her on the bed, she secretly sighed in relief. Her body moved, and she wanted to sit up subconsciously. A hand was placed on her shoulder, and Rong Yuetalon leaned over to look at her. Don't move. Ji Shun Yu looked at him warily, her eyes wide open. Rong Yuetalon looked at her appearance, and his mind was slightly shaken. He vaguely felt that he had seen her like this before, but he couldn't remember where. She looked like a little girl now. Rong Yuetalon softened his voice. Don't be afraid. I will cure you. Only then did the South Sky Emperor interrupt. I have already called the Imperial Doctor. He will be here in a cup of tea's time. No need. The fire dragon poison cannot be treated by ordinary Imperial physicians. You go out and send someone to guard this place. Before I leave, don't let anyone enter this place. Rong Yuetalon ordered. The South Heaven the Arch was stunned. Eighth Highness is proficient in medicine. I remember that you didn't understand this 3,000 years ago. Just because I didn't understand it 3,000 years ago doesn't mean I won't understand it 3,000 years later. If you continue to nag and delay the treatment of her, I'm afraid that her skills will be completely crippled before she can serve you. Rong Juishin's voice turned cold. At this point, the South Sky Emperor couldn't say anything else. He looked at the two people lying on the bed and suddenly had an idea. All right, then I'll have to trouble your Highness 8th Prince to take care of my daughter. I'll go arrange it now. He turned around and strode out. Only the two of them were left in the large quiet room. Ji Shin Yu's hair stood on end. It wasn't that she had never been alone with a man before, but that was only when her skills were extremely high and she could protect herself. Now, although her mind was clear now, she was still conscious. Chapter 2675. Although she was conscious now, her body was extremely weak. All her skills seemed to have disappeared, and her hands and feet were as limp as mud. Rong Yuetalon was sitting right beside her, which made her extremely nervous. Rong Yuetalon looked down at her, who was like a little hedgehog, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Afraid of me? Ji Shun Yu pursed her lips, her eyes full of caution. Rong Yuetalon sighed. Your vigilance is unreasonable. I came here this time to break off the engagement with you. If I wanted to do anything to you, why would I break off the engagement? He touched her forehead with one hand and said seriously, So, don't think too much. I just want to treat your illness. These words were obviously comforting, but it was also a little hurtful. Ji Shun Yu did not buy it. I can actually treat this injury myself. You don't have to worry about it. Huh? Rong Yuetalon raised his eyebrows and withdrew his hand. Really? Of course. I often treat my own injuries. I'm very skilled. Ji Shin Yu replied proudly. Rong Yuetalon looked at her proud little face and nodded. If that's the case, very good. Then get up and try to treat the scratch on your calf. He stepped back and looked at her with his arms crossed, as if he was going to watch from the sidelines. She could treat it herself. She was an expert at it. Because Ji Shun Yu often practiced martial arts, it was inevitable that she would often get injured. She was the only female disciple in her sect, so when she got injured, she learned to treat it herself and would not ask others to do it. After completing her apprenticeship, she walked the Jianghu and suffered countless injuries. Naturally, it was not convenient for her to ask others to treat it for her, so she did it herself. Over time, she had become an expert at bandaging wounds. She could even bend her arm and treat the wounds on her back herself. Her independence was not ordinary. Now, she only suffered a claw wound on her calf, thigh, stomach, and collarbone. The wound was only scratched by the tip of the claw. It was not more than half an inch deep. She also sealed her acupoints in time to stop the bleeding, so this injury was nothing to her. As for the weakness in her body, it was probably because she used too much energy fighting the fire dragon and used the blink technique to rush. She would be fine as long as she had a good rest. She was well aware of her own injuries. They were not as serious as what Rong Yuetalon had said. She took a light breath and slowly sat up by the side of the bed. Her body was too weak. Just this movement made her sweat profusely, and the wounds on her body that were no longer painful began to burn. She endured the pain and leaned her back against the railing of the bed. Her fingers touched her trousers, and she looked at Rong Yuetalon, who was not far away. He was looking at her with bright eyes. Can you go out? She had some injuries on her body that were not suitable for men to see. No, Rong Yuetalon answered straightforwardly. Ji Shin Yue. Why? I'm afraid that after I go out, you'll faint from fright and I won't be able to save you in time. Rangyuishenlin simply found a chair and sat down. With a swoosh, she opened her folding fan and shook it twice. Ji Shanyue, faint from fright? Did he think that she was a delicate young mistress? What kind of wounds had she not seen in her life? She had even seen disemboweled people. Ji Shanyue was too lazy to argue with him. She raised her hand and pulled up her trousers. She decided to treat the wound on her calf first and let him see that she could handle it well on her own. She pulled up the loose trousers neatly, and then she stared. Chapter 2676. Her calf was hit by the fire dragon's claw, leaving a half-foot long and half-inch deep wound. But now, the wound had disappeared and was replaced by a layer of red scales that covered the surface of her wound. She instantly had goosebumps all over her body. Although she was brave, she had trypophobia. At this moment, when she saw the dense scales, her scalp exploded, and her originally morbidly bright red face turned snow white in an instant. She was already very weak, and she forced herself to sit there, but after being frightened, her vision turned black, and she leaned back. Behind her was the hard headboard, and if she leaned back like this, the back of her head would definitely make a sound, and she might even faint. The moment she leaned back, she was mentally prepared for the pain at the back of her head, but she didn't expect that she didn't feel any pain even when she was lying on the ground. The ground was not hard, and it was very soft, with a faint plum fragrance. A faint voice sounded in her ear. Fortunately, I have foresight. Ji Shanyue raised her head stiffly and met Rangyuishenlin's sparkling eyes. This person was still sitting on the chair just now, but in the blink of an eye, he teleported to the front of her bed and caught her with one arm, and she was lying the crook of his arm at the moment. Ji Shanyue didn't even see his afterimage when he teleported. This skill, Rangyuishenlin placed her safely on the pillow and asked her slowly, "Are you frightened?" More than frightened, she was almost scared to death. Although Ji Shanyue was always calm, her voice trembled at this moment. How'd I grow scales? On the other wounds. She tried to feel it, but she only felt an itch, exactly the same as the feeling on her leg. If her whole body was covered with such disgusting scales, Ji Shanyue's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Rangyuishenlin looked at her and didn't have the heart to hurt her, but he still told her the truth. The wounds are the same. The scales on the other wounds are only more, not less. This time, not only was there cold sweat on Ji Shanyue's forehead, her whole body was sweating, and her face was even paler. How did I get these scales? Rangyuishenlin said indifferently. That fire dragon's teeth are indeed the most poisonous, but its claws also have a kind of poison. When you're scratched by it, if you applied the antidote in time and meditated for an hour, you would be able to get rid of the poison completely. But you wanted to be brave and immediately used the 1,000 miles in a breath technique after being injured. So the poison went directly into your skin and the scales grew. This person was very experienced and knowledgeable. He actually saw that she used the 1,000 miles in a breath technique. It seemed that not only was his martial arts abnormal, but also his eyesight was also abnormal. How do you treat this wound? Can the scales be removed? Ji Shanyue stared at him anxiously. From his tone, he should be able to the wound. He should be able. The scales should also be removed, right? Rangyuishenlin sighed. It's a little difficult. Ji Shanyue's heart sank. She raised her eyes to look at him. What do you mean? You mean you can't treat it either? Then what you said to my father just now. It's easy to save your life and even preserve your martial arts, but it's quite difficult to completely remove these scales. Rangyuishenlin interrupted her to explain. She had to carry these scales for the rest of her life. Perhaps it was because of that special environment, but Ji Shanyue had actually given up on herself deep down and didn't care much about her body. Chapter 2677. When she was injured, she only needed to bandage it so that it wouldn't bleed or fester. As long as it healed, it would be over. Therefore, there were many scars on her body, which were not as smooth and delicate as her little face. Now, adding a few scales to those scars was nothing. At most, people would gossip about her being a monster, which was not worth much. The only thing that she couldn't stand was the numbness in her scalp when she looked at these scales. Maybe it would be fine after she got used to it. Anyway, it was hidden in her clothes, and only she could see it in the future. She would just look at it less. Therefore, when she heard Rongyue Tianlan's words, she heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that I can keep my martial arts. With martial arts, she could protect herself. Rongyue Tianlan choked. He looked at her and asked, "You don't care about these scales? Didn't all girls like to be beautiful? If there was a cut on her body, it would be like the sky was falling. Why did she?" Ji Xinyue was calm and collected. "I care, but it can't be helped if it's not easy to remove, right? Leaving these scales, it's just a little ugly. Anyway, no one will see it. I won't look at these places in the future." Rongyue Tianlan was speechless. He chuckled. "How can no one see it? In the future, won't your husband be able to?" He paused. If he continued, it would seem frivolous. Moreover, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Ji Xinyue closed her eyes. "Worry about it tomorrow. That husband might still be in my mother's belly. What's the point of being so calculative now?" She had already made up her mind. After breaking off this engagement, she would be truly free. In the future, she would walk freely into Jianghu without any intention of marrying. Anyway, she wouldn't go home easily. Her parents couldn't force her to marry, even if they wanted to. Living alone was actually quite good. She could eat her fill, and the whole family wouldn't be hungry. She didn't have to worry about this and that. She felt that this idea was quite good and intended to carry it out to the end. However, she didn't intend to share this idea with Rongyue Tianlan. Otherwise, he might think that she didn't want to marry in the future because she was hurt by him. She wanted to be a chaste woman for him for the rest of her life. Therefore, she casually said this. Her tone was unusually free and easy. Rongyue Tianlan looked at her in different look and did not know why there was anger in his heart. He did not say anything, but suddenly raised his hand and rolled up half of her trousers. His movements were so fast that Ji Shanyu felt a chill on her leg and jumped in fright. She subconsciously retracted her leg. "What are you doing?" Rongyue Tian's gaze fell on half of her leg, and the smile on her lips turned cold. Her skin was actually very good, white and tender. Her legs were also very good-looking, straight and slender. However, on this leg, there were countless scars of various sizes. There were scratch marks, tear marks, sword marks, and even bite marks from wild beasts. Some of these scars were deep, some were shallow, some were deep, some were old, some were newly added. Layer upon layer, the large scars crushed the small scars. It was a ghastly sight. Rongyue Tianlan had treated at least 8,000 patients in her life, if not 10,000. But this was the first time she saw a girl with so many scars on her body. And this girl was his fiancée. "What happened to these scars on your body?" As he spoke, he rolled up the other leg of her trousers and even rolled up her sleeves. Ji Xinyue wanted to resist, but she didn't have the strength. She could only watch as her limbs were exposed. Chapter 2678. There were many scars on her limbs. It was not beautiful at all. It could even be called ugly. However, these ugliness were all exposed in front of Rongyue Tianlan's eyes. She felt a little embarrassed and forced a smile. Scars are scars. What else could it be? It's ugly, right? Actually, the rumor that I'm ugly is not groundless. It's just that my face is still acceptable. Why didn't you treat your injuries properly? Rongyue Tianlan's voice was cold, angry that she did not know how to cherish her body. Ji Xinyue was stunned for a moment. "I cherish my life very much. I did treat it properly. But sometimes the conditions don't allow it." When she was injured, she could only treat it herself. After all, the conditions were limited, and most of the time, she did not have time to treat her wounds properly. She could only bandage them briefly before going back into battle. By the time she had time and medicine, she had already missed the best treatment period, leaving behind scars of all sizes. As the saying goes, when there are too many lice, don't bite. When there are too many debts, don't worry. When there were more scars on her body, she did not care so much when she was injured again. Anyway, dozens of scars on her body were similar to 100 scars. They were all equally ugly. She was too lazy to torment herself when she was injured again. Now that her limbs were all exposed, Ji Xinyue saw the scales on her legs. Her calves were long, Although half of her thighs were covered by her pants, a large part was still exposed. Her gaze tightened, and she quickly looked away. People with trypophobia could not afford to be hurt. Rongyue Tanlan was silent for a moment. Why is a princess like you working so hard? Can't you just stay in the palace? Ji Xinyue's expression was indifferent. I can't stay in the palace. There's no longer me in the palace. She paused. There's no place for you? Rongyue Tianlan continued for her. Ji Xinhua lowered her eyes and did not speak again. Rongyue Tianlan looked at her for a moment, raised his hand, and took out 2 green pills from nowhere and put them near her lips. Eat them. Ji Xinhua knew that he would not harm her at this time, so she opened her mouth and swallowed the pills. A trace of coldness entered her throat and slid down her stomach. Rongyue Tianlan's palm pressed against her stomach. She was shocked and looked up at him, almost raising her hand to chop off his wolf claws. A girl's stomach was not for any man to touch. I'm just helping you circulate the medicinal energy. I don't have any other intentions. You said it yourself that your body is ugly. You still expect me to take advantage of you when you're so ugly? Even if you're willing, I'm not. Rongyue Tianlan's words were somewhat poisonous, causing Ji Xinyue to choke on her words. He looked like a straightforward doctor, so Ji Shun you couldn't say anything else. His palms were warm, and a warm current flowed out from his palms. It flowed into a certain acupuncture point on her abdomen and circulated over and over again. Under the urging of his palm, the medicine gradually dissolved. Wisps of coolness flowed through her limbs and bones, gradually gathering at the wounds on her body, causing her wounds to heat up and swell. What are you doing? This was the first time Ji Shanyu had been treated like this, so she was very curious. To heal you. Rong Yuishinlin's words were concise and comprehensive. Ji Shanyu heaved a sigh of relief. After chatting for so long, he finally began to treat her injuries. So this was his healing method. It was indeed unique. She was still worried. Is my power all right? Can it still be the same as before? Of course. Rongyue Tianlan reassured her. Chapter 2679. Of course. Rongyue Tianlan reassured her, then looked at her again. You really don't care about the scales on your body? Rongyue Tianlan was a perfectionist. He felt that if such scales grew on his body, he would even have thoughts of suicide. He would rather treat the scales first and then treat other injuries. Ji Xinhua paused. I care, but didn't you say it's quite difficult? I said it's difficult, but it doesn't mean there's no hope at all. Rongyue Tianlan was speechless. She was retreating too quickly. How difficult is it? Ji Shanyu was finally interested. You need me to treat you continuously for 318 days. It will also consume a lot of my spiritual medicine. Ji Shanyu was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, So long. I still want to recuperate and go to the marriage pillar with you the day after tomorrow to cancel the engagement. Then if I only recover my martial arts, will it take less time? Rongyue Tianlan was speechless. He said sinisterly, So you're in such a hurry. Don't worry, I'm also very anxious about this matter. But after all, I'm the one who wronged you first. Now that I'm treating you, just treat it as me returning the favor. Ji Shenhua felt that this Eighth Highness was indeed quite skilled in the field of medicine. 2 days ago, she was still lying on the bed listlessly, and when she got up, she would break out in a cold sweat. After this Eighth Highness treatment, she was actually able to jump around energetically in 2 days. And he was right. Her martial arts had returned to her body with the recovery of her strength. If Rongyue Tanlan hadn't forbidden her to use her martial arts these few days, she almost wanted to do a round of boxing every morning as usual. Perhaps Rongyue Tianlan's words that day were effective, or perhaps the South Heaven Emperor finally realized that this daughter was actually quite useful. He actually had someone build a magnificent courtyard for her in 2 days. It was bigger and more comfortable than any other princess courtyard. What was even rarer was that this courtyard was built beside a clear stream. As long as she walked out of the palace gate, she would be able to see the stream winding around her courtyard. There was a curved ancient bridge above the stream, and there were lively fishes swimming in the stream. Every flower, every blade of grass, every rock, and every pavilion in the courtyard was so ingenious. When Ji Shunyu was able to come out for a stroll, she walked around the courtyard inside and out. She deeply felt that her imperial father was also a person with a broad mind. No matter how she looked at it, everything here was like a landscape painting. Glazed roof tiles, green jade walls, coral trees, and all kinds of flowers and plants adorned the interior. Amidst the magnificence, there was a spiritual energy that made one feel refreshed. Ji Shunyu was actually someone who couldn't sit still. When she could move around freely, she wanted to go out for a stroll. Rong Yuetian didn't restrict her. She only told her that she couldn't use her skills or leave the palace in these 5 days. The rest was up to her. There were many halls in the imperial palace, especially in the imperial harem. Pavilions, terraces, and towers were all connected to each other. The South Heaven Emperor was a playboy and had many concubines. Almost every palace had a concubine. Ji Shunyu hadn't returned for too long and hadn't stayed in the imperial palace for too long. She didn't recognize any of these concubines. Previously, when she occasionally met these concubines, they either pretended not to see her or greeted her in a strange manner. Their relationship with Ji Shunyu was very ordinary. But this time, they seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. Chapter 2680. But this time, it was as if they had taken the wrong medicine. When they saw her, they frequently expressed their goodwill. Not only did they often send people to her palace to deliver things, they also warmly invited her to their palace as a guest. Ji Shunyu didn't like these social gatherings. When she was strolling around the imperial palace, she ran into a few concubines. After experiencing their enthusiasm, she didn't want to wander around the imperial palace, as she found it very boring. So after that, she only walked around her mother's place every day, paid her respects, and then went back. Because Rongyu Tianlan had to heal her every day, he also lived in the palace. Moreover, the place he lived was very close to her palace, only separated by a wall. Every time she went out, she had to pass by the entrance of his palace. Occasionally, she would take a look inside and often see him doing some miscellaneous things inside. It was really some miscellaneous things. For example, he cultivated a piece of land to plant flowers and plants. For example, he fanned himself in front of a red clay stove to carefully brew tea. For example, he casually cut a piece of purple bamboo to make a bamboo flute and leisurely test the sound. For example, he set up a table to play chess. Speaking of chess, Ji Shunyu heard an illusion. It said that His Highness the 8th Prince's chess skills were not bad. He once excitedly found a chess master in the palace to play a few rounds. In the end, the chess master lost so badly that his pants almost fell off. In terms of chess skills, His Highness the 8th Prince was lonely because he could not find an opponent. In the end, he played with himself and found himself enjoying himself. After watching a few times, Ji Shunyu deeply felt that His Highness the 8th Prince was really not the same kind of person as her. His Highness the 8th Prince was a truly refined and cultured noble young master. He was a master in the 4 arts, planting flowers and brewing tea. He was a master in all of them. Wherever he sat, it would be an ink painting of mountains and rivers. Wherever he went, countless maids and concubines would stare at him with their eyes wide open. Their hearts would thump and ripple. Over the past few days, there would be maids and concubines passing by his palace from time to time for various reasons. Every time they pretended to pass by, they would sincerely look inside. If they saw him, they would blush. If they didn't see him, they would be disappointed. Ji Shunyu was even a little worried that those concubines would not be able to control themselves and go in to seduce His Highness the 8th Prince, making her father a cuckold. Honestly, she didn't care if her father was a cuckold or not. What she was worried about was if her imperial father found out about these things, would he go on a killing spree and kill her amorous stepmothers in a fit of rage? Fortunately, Rongyu Tianlan probably knew that he shouldn't touch the grass near his nest, so he acted as if he didn't see those concubines' expressions of goodwill. He completely ignored them, allowing Ji Shunyu to heave a sigh of relief. Compared to Rongyu Tianlan's excellence in all aspects, Ji Shunyu deeply felt that she was scum. Other than wielding swords and sticks, she didn't seem to know anything else. She didn't know anything about zither, chess, calligraphy, or painting, and her needlework was a complete mess. Although it was barely enough to grill a fish, it was barely edible. It couldn't be considered delicious. If it wasn't for that marriage contract, the two of them wouldn't be together at all. Therefore, annulling the engagement was the right thing to do. It was for the good of both of them. However, probably because Rongyuetonlan had been soaking in her courtyard for the past few days to treat her injuries, there were some faint rumors spreading in the palace. Of course, this gossip was secretly spread. If it wasn't for Ji Xinyue's sharp ears as a martial arts practitioner, she wouldn't have known that this gossip could be so groundless. Chapter 2681. Of course, this gossip was secretly spread. If it wasn't for the fact that Ji Xinyue was a martial artist with sharp ears and accidentally overheard a few times, she really wouldn't have known that gossip could be so groundless and made up so well. Ji Xinyue was very impressed with the level of the person who made up the gossip and could directly write an opera book. The gossip went like this. At that time, Ji Xinyue was strolling in the back garden and saw a butterfly flying very long and handsome, so she wanted to catch it and play with it. Unexpectedly, the butterfly was very slippery and actually flew up and down like a wheel of fire. She couldn't use her martial arts, so after a few tries, she still couldn't catch it. This aroused her competitive nature, and she followed the butterfly all the way to the outskirts of a small courtyard. With a beautiful grab, she finally caught the butterfly. Just as he was about to walk back in triumphantly, he heard a conversation coming from Xiao Xie's closed window. Do you think the third princess is pretending to be sick? It should be. She must be pretending to be sick to gain the sympathy of the eighth prince. This woman is very scheming. I thought so too. I heard that His Highness the eighth prince originally came to break off the engagement, but in the end, this woman deliberately fainted in front of him. His Highness the eighth prince is incomparably benevolent and righteous. He couldn't bear to see a girl fainting in front of so many people. So he brought her back. I don't know what this woman did, but she actually made His Highness the eighth prince stand up for her. She made His Majesty build the best palace for her overnight. I heard that the things inside are the best and the most expensive. Any random chair is worth a lot of money. Do you guys think that His Highness the eighth prince was charmed by her seductive methods? These days, he spent most of his time in her courtyard. Someone sneered, "What nonsense are you guessing? What kind of person is the eighth prince? How could he be charmed by her?" I heard that before he left, countless women were infatuated with him. Some of the bolder ones even went to him to recommend themselves as his pillow, but he casually threw them out. How could such a person be charmed by the third princess? If he was really infatuated with her, he wouldn't have come to cancel the engagement. But some people say that the eighth prince doesn't mention canceling the engagement anymore, as if he regretted it. He often goes in and out with the third princess. They won't really become a couple again, right? Absolutely not. The eighth prince is just purely treating her illness. The only reason I'm being nice to her now is because I feel guilty. When Ji Xinyue heard this, she deeply agreed. She felt that the little palace maid who spoke at the end was rather wise and far-sighted, revealing the true meaning behind His Highness the eighth prince's rescue. Although the contents of these conversations were quite insulting to Ji Xinyue, it was a good thing that Ji Xinyue was already used to hearing these kinds of insults. She didn't take it to heart at all, automatically filtering out. Just as she was about to leave with the butterfly's wings in her hand, the words that followed caused her to stop in her tracks. You've all guessed wrong. In fact, His Highness the eighth prince has been staying in the palace not for the third princess. The third princess is just an excuse for him to stay. He's actually staying for another person. Who? Who is the eighth prince doing this for? Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. He did it for the second princess. Ji Xinyue's fingers tightened, and one of the butterfly's wings was pulled off by her second princess. How could this be? The second princess is already married. Someone questioned in surprise. Chapter 2682. So what if she's married? They can't stop each other from loving each other. The voice of the little maid who threw down this gossip was full of vicissitudes. You probably don't know, but 3,000 years ago, His Highness the eighth prince and the second princess were childhood sweethearts, a true pair. Unfortunately, the heavens played tricks on people, and the third princess was born. Not only was she born, but there were also a few phoenixes flying around, so everyone thought that the third princess must be extraordinary. Only then did the East Sky Emperor send someone to propose marriage to the third princess, allowing her to pick up a loophole. His Highness the Eighth Prince and the second princess were childhood sweethearts? This is the first time I've heard of this. Tell us in detail. The other maids in Xiao Xie's group all became gossipy. Ji Shunyu also had a rare curiosity, so she also calmed down and listened. The little maid who spread the gossip did not disappoint and vividly described, 3,000 years ago, our second princess was still a young maiden. She went out to participate in a garden party and accidentally fell into a lake. At that time, His Highness the Eighth Prince spared no effort to save her. Our princess was very beautiful, and His Highness the Eighth Prince fell in love with her at first sight. He went out to swim with her, and when they parted, he told our second princess that he would send someone to propose marriage to her in the future. Our second princess also fell in love with him at first sight, and had been waiting for his people to come. Who would have thought that when the Eastern Sky clan finally sent someone to propose marriage, the one he was asking for was the third princess? Our second princess was heartbroken and hated him for being heartless. So in a fit of anger, she married the Northern Sky clan and became a princess. There was actually such a story? Ji Xinyu felt that it was a bit hard to believe because the content was too similar to those melodramatic stories. She had read a lot of stories these years, and among them, there were quite a few that were similar to this. Ji Shunyu had already heard that the little maid who spread the gossip was the second princess, Ji Shinming's, and was quite loyal to the second princess. She had followed the second princess since she was young, so she did know some things about the second princess. Could it be that what she said was true? Not only did this marriage make her, Ji Shunyu, miserable, but it also unintentionally made her a big stick to break up a pair of mandarin ducks. The maid continued. Later on, His Highness the Eighth Prince made a special trip to the Eastern Sky clan to look for the second princess. He told her that he didn't expect things to turn out like this, and that the person proposing marriage must have made a mistake. He told the second princess to wait for him, and that he would give the second princess an explanation. However, at that time, the second princess had already married our second prince consort. What was done could not be undone, and the second princess had no other choice. His Highness the Eighth Prince left. I heard that he drank all night and cried all night. The next day, he left for another place and never came back. This little maid spoke so vividly that Ji Shunyu felt goosebumps all over her body when she heard it. She could barely imagine Rong Yu Tianlan drinking alone, but crying for an entire night. The image of Rong Yu Tianlan hugging a wine gourd and crying her eyes out seemed to flash before Ji Shinyu's eyes. That scene was so beautiful that she couldn't even imagine it. That guy looks so happy every day. Does he even have tear ducts? She began to deeply doubt the veracity of the little handmaiden's words and how much of a discount she needed. Naturally, there were also people who questioned, that can't be right. I heard that His Highness the Eighth Prince left the Fanine continent before he was engaged to the third princess. Why would he look for the second princess after the engagement? I heard that the second princess got married 2 years after the third princess, and His Highness the Eighth Prince were engaged. The timing obviously didn't match. Chapter 2683. The little maid who was spreading the gossip said disdainfully, "What you heard is only the official story. Actually, what I said is the truth. To tell you the truth, this time His Highness the Eighth Prince stayed in the palace and met the second princess several times." She then lowered her voice. Actually, His Highness the Eighth Prince secretly visited our second princess several times. He stayed in the palace completely for our second princess, but he couldn't say it out loud. Sigh, 2 pitiful lovers, torn apart just like that. The little maid's long sigh was filled with emotions about the tragedy of love. Ji Shunyue shuddered. She realized that her imagination was not bad. In her mind, she actually imagined the sad scene of the second princess and Rong Yue Tianlan meeting in secret. Thus, she shuddered again. Somehow, she felt that the scene was not quite right. This time, The second princess stayed in her mother's house for a long time and did not leave. However, she heard from the empress that the second princess had already bid farewell to her. But after hearing that Rendezvous Audiobook had arrived, she did not leave. These few days, the second princess had indeed been wandering around the palace. She even passed by Rendezvous Audiobook's courtyard 2 or 3 times. Once, she even fell into Ji Xinyue's eyes, but Ji Xinyue did not see any sparks between them. Could it be that they had already collided, but both of them were good at acting to cover it up? Ji Xinyue was thinking while pinching the butterfly's wings when she was awakened by a cheerful call. Third sister. The voice was crisp like a tender cucumber with flowers and leaves. Ji Xinyue looked up and saw Ji Tianyue falling from the sky like a pink butterfly. The noise was not small, and it also startled a few little maids who were gossiping in the small pavilion. The window opened and a few pale little faces peeked out. When they saw Ji Xinyue, their little faces became even paler. "Sister, what are you doing here? Have your injuries healed?" Ji Tianyue's big watery eyes were full of concern. "I saw a butterfly, so I chased it here and caught it." "Tianyue, do you think this butterfly is pretty?" Ji Xinyue picked up the butterfly and showed it to Ji Tianyue. Seeing the butterfly, Ji Tianyue cried, "Sister, why is it missing one of its wings?" Ji Xinyue blushed with shame. I accidentally caught it just now. Does that mean it won't survive?" Ji Tianyue held the butterfly in her hands. The butterfly was fluttering in her palms. Without a wing, it could no longer fly. What awaited it was indeed death. Ji Tianyue was a little girl who would shed tears at the sight of a withered flower. Seeing butterfly in such a state, her tears flowed down like raindrops from a pear blossom. Ji Xinyue originally did not take this butterfly to heart, but now that she saw her sister crying like this, she suddenly felt that she had committed a grave sin. She coughed and said, it's fine. I'll help it grow its wings back." She scanned her surroundings and finally found the wing that had fallen off. She then used a small spell technique, and sure enough, the wing grew back on the butterfly's body. Ji Tianyue was immediately overjoyed. Her eyes curved in joy as she hugged Ji Xinyue's arm. "Big sister, you're the best." Ji Xinyue's pretty face was slightly pale, and she felt a turbid chi floating in her body. It seemed like Rendezvous was right. She couldn't use any spells now. She only used such a small spell, and her body started to feel strange again. Chapter 2684. She patted Ji Tianyue's shoulder. "All right, its wings have just grown back. It's still a bit injured. I'll bring it back to rest for a while and feed it some spirit water. It should be fine." Ji Tianyue happily ran off with the butterfly in her hands. At this moment, the few gossipy maids also came out of the small pavilion and greeted Ji Xinyue. Ji Xinyue glanced at them and smiled. "So was you guys talking here?" The maids didn't know how much she had heard and were nervous, only replying vaguely. "We were just gossiping. We made a fool of ourselves," Ji Xinyue leisurely said. "There's nothing to laugh at. I vaguely heard you guys say that my second sister is cheating on me." The maidservants' faces turned pale, especially the second princess maid. Her face was even paler. No, the princess must have heard wrongly. Ji Xinyue took out a talisman from her sleeve and said lightly, "This princess heard wrongly? Then this princess talisman shouldn't have recorded wrongly, right? You probably don't know this, but this is a recording talisman. It has already recorded every word you said. Since you think this princess heard wrongly, then this princess will let His Majesty hear it. It's better to let His Majesty verify it with you." All the maids kneeled on the ground, trembling like quails in the wind and rain, desperately kowtowing, begging Ji Xinyue to be merciful. Seeing her indifference, the maids who were talking excitedly just now began to slap themselves in the face to beg for forgiveness. Ji Xinyue stood there with her arms crossed, watching them slap their faces until they looked like purple eggplants. Only then did she slowly open her mouth. "I'll let you guys off this time. The next time this princess hears any rumors in the palace, this princess will put all the credit on your heads. I'll definitely report it to father and let him deal with it." The maids nodded like they were pounding garlic, repeatedly agreeing. gossiping about the princesses, regardless of whether it was true or false. Once the evidence was conclusive, all of them would be sentenced to death. That's why they were so scared. Seeing that Ji Shan-yu's tone was softening, they naturally accepted the order and thanked her. However, there was someone who was a little slow to react and couldn't help but say, "Third princess, we naturally won't discuss this anymore. But if other people in the palace talk about it and spread it," Ji Shan-yu gave her a rather benevolent smile. "That's your problem. If this princess hears any more gossip, this princess will make an example out of you." After saying this, she turned around and left. She believed that in the next few days, her ears would be much quieter. Gossips like to gather together. These maids should be the most outstanding ones among these gossips. As long as they were restrained for the sake of their own lives, they would try their best to prevent others from spreading the rumors. Ji Shan-yu wasn't someone who was afraid of gossip. As someone who had been in the center of gossip and entertainment, she was already immune to such rumors. She was just a little curious. As the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. Could it be that her second sister and Rongyue Tianlan did have a little relationship back then? Also, saying that she pretended to be sick to gain Rongyue Tianlan's sympathy to achieve the goal of not breaking off the engagement was too infuriating. God knows how much she wanted to break off this unlucky engagement that had pushed her into a whirlpool. She was now able to move normally. Perhaps she wouldn't need to wait 18 days for her injuries to completely heal. Chapter 2685. This Eighth Highness should also want to break off the engagement. Otherwise, he wouldn't be treating her so wholeheartedly and giving her so many spirit herbs to eat every day. Ji Shan-yu recognized many of the spirit herbs. They were all extremely rare in this continent. Some of them were even things that could only be found by chance. But now, she was eating so many of them like they were beans. Ji Shan-yu's heart ached for these spirit herbs for Rongyue Tianlan. At the same time, she admired him. In order to break off this engagement, he really put in a lot of effort. Coming out of the back garden, Ji Shan-yu walked around the Empress Palace, wanting to pay her respects and go back after saying a few words. She happened to meet the South Sky Emperor there. These days, the South Sky Emperor came to the Empress Palace very frequently. Originally, he didn't visit for a few months, but these days, he came to the Empress Palace almost every day to report. He started to dote on his wife again. The estrangement of thousands of years couldn't be eliminated in a few days. Every time Ji Shan-yu saw her father, she felt speechless, and often there was an awkward silence. This time was the same. After saying a few words, she got up and left. But this time, the South Sky Emperor seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. He directly held her hand and said that he wanted to have a good chat with her. His face was full of love, and his words were gentle, like a loving father. But Ji Shan-yu was used to being cold to him. Now that he suddenly acted like this, she was not used to it. The South Sky Emperor's palm was well maintained. There was not a single callus on his palm. It was warm and soft. When Ji Shan-yu was young, she was often held by this hand. But she didn't know when, but this hand never came close to her. At that time, she was also not used to it. When she was young, she would always try to throw herself into his arms and let him hold her. However, he would always glare at her with disgust and freeze her in place, not daring to move forward. When she was young, she always thought that she wasn't outstanding enough. She always thought that she wasn't good enough, so she tried her best to please him. When he asked her to enter the Purple Cloud sect, she entered the Purple Cloud sect. She studied and cultivated with all her might just to show her father that she was actually quite outstanding. She wouldn't embarrass him, but later on, she realized that it wasn't that she wasn't good enough, but that the person who doted on her didn't like her anymore. So no matter what she did, she would always be wrong and be reprimanded by him. After being disappointed for too long, she no longer cared about what she had always wanted. But occasionally, when she saw her father dote on her little sister, she would think of those memories that she had almost forgotten. Now that her father held her hand, she had almost forgotten the temperature of her father's palm. Although her father's, she still knew it. The South Heaven Emperor kindly asked her a lot of questions, such as her injuries, and whether she had enough maids by her side. In the end, he talked about the difficulties of governing the Nantian clan. Among the 4 heavenly clans, the Nantian clan was relatively weaker. They could only stand on equal footing with the other heavenly clans through marriage. For example, when Ji Shinmeng was married to the Baitian clan, although she was married to a prince who was not very favored, she was still considered in-laws with the Baitian clan. That was why the Baitian clan gave the Nantian clan some convenience in dealing with the surrounding affairs. Ru, Tian, Tian, Ru, Ru, Ru. To Ru to the Ru, 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 Ru. He. Are you Rong, Rong, Ru, Ru, Rus. Chapter 2686. He also praised Rong Yu Tianlan's character and appearance, saying that this son-in-law was a good husband that couldn't be found even with a lantern. Then, he asked about her and Rong Yu Tianlan's interactions over the past few days. He asked her hopefully, "Father, he seems to be treating you well, so he probably doesn't want to break off the engagement. You have to seize this opportunity." Ji Xinyu's heart suddenly felt cold. So her father was suddenly so good to her because of Rong Yu Tianlan. He still had great hope for this marriage. She slowly pulled her hand out, looked at her father, and said seriously, "Father, he is only good to me because he feels guilty. There is no other reason. I have already agreed with him that when my injuries are completely healed, I will go to the marriage pillar to break off the engagement." Looking at the South Heaven Emperor's pale face, she bitterly smiled and asked, "Father, if this marriage didn't happen, you wouldn't recognize me as your daughter, right? Is it because of him that you care about me?" The South Sky Emperor was stunned. He looked at his daughter and subconsciously retorted, "No, Shun Yu, don't misunderstand. In my heart, you are always my good daughter. But this marriage, Imperial Father, this marriage is impossible. You don't have to have any more hope. If Royal Father treats Shun Yu well because of this, then Royal Father can continue to treat Shun Yu coldly, since Shun Yu is already used to it. If Royal Father doesn't like Shun Yu because of this, then Shun Yu will naturally leave, so that Royal Father won't have to worry about Shun Yu." Ji Shinyu turned and left. The South Sky Emperor's face changed, and he grabbed her. "Shun Yu, is this how you see your father?" Ji Shinyu broke free from his hand and forced a smile. "Father, I am a little tired. I will take my leave first." She bowed to the South Sky Emperor and turned to leave. The South Sky Emperor was stunned. He never thought that his daughter would look at him like this. It turned out that he had always given his daughter this feeling. When Ji Shinyu returned to her courtyard, it was already sunset. The afterglow of the setting sun gilded everything in the courtyard. Strange flowers and plants, fake mountains and paintings, they were all bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. Ji Shinyu looked at the scenery in the courtyard in a daze. Rongyu Tianlan brought out a table from nowhere. On the table was the 4 treasures of the study. On the table was a large piece of rice paper. He stood in front of the table and was drawing. Beside him stood a little girl. Her pink dress was as tender as a spring flower under the setting sun. Her little face was also as tender as a spring flower. She was focused on Rong Yu Tianlan painting. The little girl was none other than Ji Shinyu, her little sister. The afterglow of the setting sun outlined their faint silhouettes, which looked very harmonious. Seeming to have heard the commotion, Ji Tianyue raised her head and saw Ji Shanyue standing at the door. Her eyes lit up and she ran over. "Third sister." The little girl was unusually enthusiastic and directly threw herself into her arms. Ji Shinyu helped her up and rubbed her head. "Tianyu, why are you here?" Ji Tianyu's big eyes curved into crescent moons. "Third sister, after I brought the butterfly back, it has been listless. I fed it spirit water, but it didn't work. I was afraid that it would die, so I brought it to find you. I found that you weren't here, but Brother Rong Yu was here. Brother Rong Yu is very capable. He only blew a breath of air, and the butterfly was alive and kicking again. He really is capable, right?" Chapter 2687. She looked at Rong Yu Tianlan with eyes full of admiration. Ji Shinyu looked at her, then looked at Rong Yu Tianlan, and finally understood what was going on. However, she was still a little puzzled, so she asked, "Brother, why are you in my courtyard at this time?" Although Rong Yuetanlan could usually stay in her courtyard for half a day, it was only to treat her injuries. Once the treatment was done, he would leave immediately and return to his own courtyard. The treatment would usually be done in the morning. According to Rong Yuetanlan, the morning was the best time for all things to grow, and healing in the morning was the fastest. In the afternoon, they would do their own things, and no one would interfere with each other. Therefore, Ji Xinyue was a little surprised to see him in her courtyard at this time, especially when she saw him take out her desk and use her 4 treasures of the study. Rong Yuetanlan finished the last stroke, but he did not answer Ji Xinyue's question. Instead, he beckoned to Ji Tianyue. "Come here, take a look at the painting." Ji Tianyue ran over, and after looking around for a while, she exclaimed, "Brother Rong Yue, your painting is so beautiful. It's even better than Father's personal painter." She carefully picked up the painting and showed it to Ji Shanyue, as if she was presenting a treasure. "Third sister, look, isn't the painting good? Look at the sunset, the clouds, the continuous palace. The density is appropriate, the distance is good." A bunch of professional comments came out of her little mouth, which made Ji Xinhua look at her in a new light. She had long heard that her younger sister was good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but she did not know much about it. Now it seemed that the rumors were true. At least she was good at judging paintings. Ji Xinhua also looked at the painting. Although she had never learned how to paint, she had wandered around the Jianghu for so many years, so she was still very knowledgeable and knew a little about painting. However, it was just a superficial knowledge. Rong Yue Tianlan's painting looked majestic, and it was indeed a good painting, especially the line of words on the painting, which was written in a flamboyant and elegant style, which matched his temperament very well. "Third sister, Brother Rong, you said he would give this painting to me." Ji Tianyue's big eyes sparkled as she held the painting like it was a treasure. She was short, so when she grabbed the top of the painting with both hands, the bottom almost dragged on the ground. She had to tiptoe to do so. Ji Xinhua glanced at Rong Yue Tianlan again. He was standing there with his arms crossed, looking at her and her sister with a smile. To be more precise, he was looking at Ji Tianyue with a gentle gaze. It seemed like he got along well with little Tianyu. So he liked children? Ji Tianyue stuffed the painting into Ji Shenyu's hands. "Big sister, hold it for me first. I want to dance for big brother Rongyu," I promised him. Ji Shanyue. Ji Tianyue was very talented in dancing. Her pink dress fluttered in the wind, and every move she made was filled with spiritual energy. There was a rumor in the Fanine continent that Princess Ji Tianyue's dance was the dance of a celestial being. This was also the main reason why the South Heaven Emperor doted on her. When the South Heaven clan had distinguished guests, they would usually let Ji Tianyue perform a solo dance to win the guests' praise. She had not yet reached marriageable age, but there were already many young masters and princes who came to ask for her hand in marriage. The South Heaven Emperor wanted to choose the best for his younger daughter. In addition, his daughter was still young, so he had not found a suitable one after picking from those who came to ask for her hand in marriage. Chapter 2688. Although Ji Shanyue did not have many opportunities to return to the palace, she was lucky enough to see her once 100 years ago. She was already dancing very well then, and now she was even better looking at her. Rong Yue Tianlan casually took out a flute and played it for her. The flute's sound was beautiful and ethereal. Her dance was light and graceful like a fairy. Ji Shenyue looked at this and then looked at that, and suddenly felt that she was a little redundant. She casually placed the painting on the table, then turned and walked out. Ji Tianyue was very focused on dancing, and Rong Yue Tianlan was also very focused, so no one noticed that Ji Shenyue had left. The setting sun had completely rolled down the mountain, and dusk gradually rose, slowly enveloping the entire world. The lamps in front of the shops on the street lit up one after another, so the street did not seem dark. The people of Fire Phoenix City lived and worked in peace, and the night market was also very lively. Ji Shanyue mixed in with the crowd, strolled around the shops, looked at the colored lanterns, and guessed the riddles. She was quite happy with herself, and the irritation in her heart lessened a lot. Perhaps it was because of the gossip she had heard today, or perhaps it was because of the conversation she had with her imperial father, or perhaps it was because Rongyu Tianlan had occupied her courtyard without informing her first. Her nerves had been trained over the years, and if it was just one of these things, she would not take it to heart. However, all of these things happened at the same time, which made her want to take a stroll to relieve her boredom. She was a little annoyed dealing with the people and things in the palace, so she naturally did not want to walk around the palace and annoy herself even more, so she walked out. Of course, for convenience, she changed into a man's body. According to Rongyu Tianlan, she could not use spells these few days, but she had already used it once in the afternoon when she was restoring the butterfly wings for her sister. At that time, she felt a little uncomfortable, but not long after, she returned to normal. Since it was not a big deal after using it once, it should not be a big deal if she used it a second time, right? Anyway, this transformation technique did not consume much spiritual power and was even easier than restoring the butterfly wings. Therefore, after she left the palace, she changed her appearance and became an elegant young master. Today was the full moon festival, and there were many people on the streets. Families with children came out to stroll around the streets. Perhaps it was because the moonlight was too beautiful that Ji Shunyu, who had always prided herself on being simple-minded, was a little sentimental tonight. Especially when she saw her family traveling together, she felt even more upset. This was originally a very ordinary happiness, but Ji Shunyu had never tasted this kind of happiness before. Perhaps she had tasted it when she was young, but it had been so long ago that she had almost forgotten what it was like to travel with her parents. She wandered the streets until the sky turned dark and her stomach growled. Only then did she remember that she hadn't eaten anything. She casually walked into a restaurant on the side of the road. There were many people in the restaurant. She searched for a long time before she found a table in a secluded corner. She ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine and slowly ate. Restaurants had always been places where gossip spread. Now that Ji Shunyu had heard some gossip, she realized that she had once again become the main character of the gossip. However, the gossip about her this time was good. Most of it was praising her. The third princess was really as beautiful as a flower. The third princess's divine skills were unparalleled. The third princess's filial piety was bursting. His Highness Rongyu the Eighth Prince regretted breaking off this engagement and was now living in the palace, trying his best to win her back. Chapter 2689. Especially the story of the third princess teaching Changbu by a lesson at the banquet. Some people seem to have seen it with their own eyes as they talked about it like a storyteller, their saliva flying everywhere as they gestured with their chopstick from time to time. Ji Shunyu's ears were filled with this gossip. After being scolded for nearly 3,000 years, she had long gotten used to it. Now that she suddenly heard these praises, she actually felt a little happy. If she had known earlier, perhaps she would have exposed her martial arts and appearance earlier. But if she had been exposed early on, her father would have imprisoned her in the palace and then brought her to attend all kinds of events. He would have thought of ways to let her get to know more nobles so that he could find a few potential husbands for her. How could she have been free for more than 2,000 years? In fact, her bad reputation over the years was not necessarily a bad thing for her. At least she did not have to go back to the palace to see her father's cold face. A little girl at the next table suddenly cried. Ji Shunyu turned her head and saw a family of 4 sitting at the next table. The couple and their 2 daughters. This family was probably not rich, so they only ordered 2 or 3 dishes, all of which were children's favorites. The younger one was more domineering. She pulled all the dishes in front of her and blocked them with one arm, not letting the older child eat. The older sister was also a child, so she naturally did not want to. While the younger sister was not paying attention, she quickly pulled a plate and put it in front of her. Before she could even move her chopsticks, the younger sister cried out. Her crying face was like a pear blossom in the rain, feeling extremely wronged. The parents felt sorry for the younger daughter, and without any explanation, they let the older daughter give the dishes to the younger sister. The older daughter also felt wronged. She held the plate in her small hands and did not want to return it. Father, mother, Sister already has 2 plates. I only have 1. I'm hungry, the mother persuaded. Don't make your sister cry. She can't finish 3 plates. You can eat when she has leftovers. Quickly give it to sister. The older daughter's eyes reddened. Why should I always have leftovers? It's like this at home, it's like this outside. She simply wrapped her arms around the plate and refused to return it. The father was impatient. Why are you so immature? He took a pair of chopsticks and hit his daughter's arm hard twice. The child's arm was very tender, so it immediately swelled up. The older daughter also cried, "You're biased. Too biased. Why do you give everything to sister? I'm also your daughter." The mother frowned. Jing, are you jealous of your sister? Aren't you being too insensible? Yes, I'm jealous of her. You give her everything. You're not giving me anything. Wah. The little girl finally exploded and ran out crying. The couple looked at each other. The mother wanted to chase after her, but the father was still angry. The older she gets, the more immature she becomes. Let her go, don't bother with her. The younger daughter also pulled her mother's sleeve and said, "Mother, peel prawns for Meng Meng. Meng Meng wants to eat big prawns." The mother had no choice but to sit down again, and the family of 4 became 3 and started eating again. The eldest daughter was actually only 100 years old, which was equivalent to a 6 or 7-year-old child in the human world. With such a child running out on her own, the parents were not worried at all. Ji Shunyu inadvertently saw this scene and felt a little suffocated in her heart. She rubbed her eyebrows and suddenly lost her appetite as she looked at the table full of dishes. Back then, she had actually been secretly jealous of her younger sister. She was jealous that she could easily gain the love of her parents. She was jealous that she could live a carefree life. She was jealous that she didn't have to bear so many curses. Chapter 2690. Rather than saying that she was jealous, it was more like she was envious. She wished that she could be like her, and even fantasized that she could be as innocent as her, be loved by her parents like her, and be able to sing and dance like her. This desire became her inner demon, and because of it, she went mad once, and was in a coma for many years, almost losing her life. Of course, after waking up, she thought it through. She was her, not anyone else, and she didn't need to be anyone else. She thought that she was no longer envious of her sister. But after seeing how Rongyue Tanlan and her sister got along, she felt a little envious. She envied her sister for being able to easily get the care and love of others. Her parents were like that, and even her fiancé was like that. Naive and innocent children could always arouse people's pity and love, right? Unfortunately, she couldn't be innocent anymore, nor could she be innocent. Although she looked like a young woman, her heart was full of vicissitudes. She rubbed her eyebrows, feeling that her heart was a little hot tonight, and unknowingly, she drank a few more glasses of wine. The weather was cold, and not many people would sit by the window. So even if Ji Shunyu came late, she could still sit by the window, drinking while casually admiring the scenery outside. Suddenly, her eyes focused and fell on 2 people in the crowd, an adult and a child, a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the girl was innocent with a hint of childishness. It was Rongyue Tianlan and Ji Tianhua. Although the 2 of them had changed into casual clothes, their appearances were outstanding and attracted the attention of countless people walking on the street. Rongyue Tianlan had long been used to such gazes and walked as if nothing happened. After all, Ji Tianhua didn't come out often and suddenly became the focus of everyone. She was still a little nervous. She couldn't help but hide behind Rongyue Tianlan, sticking close to him. She held an exquisite sugar figurine in one hand, and the other hand held onto Rongyue Tianlan's sleeve like a little bird, afraid that he would throw her on the street. "Brother Rongyue, why are they looking at us?" Ji Tianhua asked softly. "That's because they see that Tianhua is beautiful. Don't worry, they don't have any bad intentions. You don't have to be so nervous." Rongyue Tianlan comforted her gently. Ji Tianhua was still a little nervous. "Brother Rongyue, you won't throw me on the street, right?" I'm scared. "No, I won't leave you behind." Rongyue Shenlin raised her hand and rubbed her hair. Ji Tianhua was finally relieved. She was still a child after all, and she had someone she trusted by her side. She quickly forgot her nervousness and jumped around Rongyue Tianlan. Because of the South Heaven Emperor's strict control, she rarely came out. Everything she saw was new. She pulled Rongyue Shenlin to look at this and that. Occasionally, when she saw something new, she would stop and buy a few. Rongyue Tianlan stayed by her side. He was such a person, yet he didn't find it annoying to stay by such a girl's side. It was as if he would grant Ji Tianyue's every request. Not only did he buy a lot of things for her, he even helped her carry them. Of course, he didn't carry it with his hand. Instead, he put it into his storage pouch. Ji Shunyu watched from above and saw him put a bag of fried beans, a few boxes of rouge powder, a few small hairpins, bracelets. They were all bought by Ji Tianyue. The little girl was overjoyed. Someone was willing to pay for her and even carry her bags for her. Naturally, she bought a lot of things, useful and useless. She collected a lot of things. Chapter 2691. Rongyue Tianlan followed beside her with a smile on his face and a doting expression on his face. Occasionally, his gaze would wander around the street as if he was looking for something. Ji Shunyu guessed that he was probably looking for something suitable for Ji Tianyue to buy to make the little girl happier. Originally, Ji Shunyu wanted to bring her sister out to play, but every time she went back, the South Heaven Emperor would guard against her as if she was a thief. He was afraid that she would lead a good sister astray, so he didn't let her have much contact with her sister, let alone bring her out. This Rongyue Tianlan was quite capable. After staying in the palace for a few days, he had gained her father's trust and was willing to let him bring his precious daughter out. The two of them quickly merged into the crowd, and their figures gradually disappeared. Ji Shunyu retracted her gaze and lowered her head to drink a few more cups of wine. Perhaps it was because of her injury, her alcohol tolerance was a little low. After just one pot of wine, she felt a little dizzy. Looking out of the window, the moon was already high in the sky, silver light everywhere. A few strands of white clouds like fine sand twined around the moon, giving it a different kind of charm. Such a beautiful scene, yet she was actually in a restaurant feeling sad about spring and autumn. It was too boring. This full moon festival was a festival for the commoners. The palace didn't care about it. In the past, Ji Shunyu would often call her friends and find a place to admire the moon. Everyone would sit and talk, or they would hunt some monsters that only appeared on the night of the full moon. This year she was injured, so it was impossible to hunt monsters, but finding a quiet place to admire the moon was a good idea. She poured another gourd of wine and left the restaurant, heading towards the west of the city. There was a doofing mountain in the west of the city, and there was a moon-admiring peak in a mountain, which was taller than the surrounding mountains. Because the peak was extremely tall and straight, and there was a barrier on the peak, ordinary people couldn't go up at all, so that place became a place for experts to admire the moon. The full moon festival was just an unknown festival. On this day, ordinary people wandered around the city, admiring the lanterns, eating and drinking. And other immortal experts wouldn't specially come here to admire the moon. So there shouldn't be many people on Moon Admiring Peak today. Ji Shunyu only wanted to find a quiet place to drink a little wine, which was why she came here. She didn't expect to meet an acquaintance at the foot of the mountain. Rongyue Tianheng. Rongyue Tianheng's dressing tonight was a bit flashy. He wore a snow-white brocade robe and a black jade belt on his waist that sparkled under the moonlight. He wasn't alone. In his arms, there was a young girl in light green clothes. When Ji Shunyu saw them, Rongyue Tianheng was coaxing the young girl to climb up the mountain. The young girl was probably afraid of heights. Her legs and stomach kept trembling. "Hero, I'm afraid of heights. This place looks dangerous. Let's not go up. Let's climb that mountain." She pointed at a small hill not far away. The hill was like a grave. It was not high and the slope was gentle. That mountain peak is also not bad. There are flowers on it. The moon is so high up. Isn't it beautiful? Don't you think so, Hero? Hero Rongyue Tianheng was obviously not happy. Xiaonan, only by climbing to the highest peak and admiring the moon can you appreciate the beauty of looking down at the mountains. Don't worry, I'll protect you from the side. I won't let you fall. But I'm still afraid. Don't be afraid. With this young master here, I will definitely not leave out a single strand of your hair. Rong Yue Tianheng coaxed her and pulled her up the mountain. Chapter 2692. Jishin Yu watched from below and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that Rong Yue Tianheng had found a confidant, but this confidant was a bit timid. But this would make him look more manly, right? She didn't want to disturb them, so she simply crossed her arms and watched. After climbing 3 to 4 feet, the woman's legs were already shaking like a peepa. She hugged Rongyu Tianheng's arm tightly. Hero, let's not climb. Let's not climb. I'm scared. She was shaking so hard that her hand unknowingly went in Rongyu Tianheng's armpit. Rongyu Tianheng's itchy flesh was especially developed. Hey, don't hug me here. Haha, no. Don't hug me here. He was laughing so hard that there was nothing under his feet, and the two of them fell directly from above. The woman's scream could tear apart the floating clouds in the sky. Fortunately, Rongyu Tianheng was very manly. Seeing that the situation was not good, he turned his body and turned to the bottom. When he landed, he became the woman's cushion. The woman almost fainted from fright. She was lying on Rongyu Tianheng's body in a daze, unable to regain her senses. Rongyu Tianheng was a thick-skinned person. After being hit by the woman, he only groaned. He panted on the ground and said, "You're so heavy. Get up, get up." The woman finally scrambled to get up, but the woman was so scared that her legs went soft. Just as she stood up, her body swayed, and she screamed and fell towards Rongyu Tianheng again. Thus, Rongyu Tianheng, who had just sat up, was smashed back down again. Damn it. Rongyu Tianheng's face was full of black lines. He cursed and sat up with the woman in his arms. "Aren't you always brave? So you were lying to me. I didn't scare you. I'm usually brave enough to catch snakes and mice with my bare hands, but that doesn't include climbing such a steep mountain." The woman's voice was full of grievance. "I used to climb the small mountain over there to admire the moon. We can go there." "Forget it. I'm not going anywhere. My interest in admiring the moon has been ruined by you. You women are so troublesome." Rongyu Tianheng had a headache. He raised his head and suddenly saw Ji Shanyu standing in the shadows, not far away, as if she was admiring the scenery. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he jumped up from the ground and flew towards her. "Brother Shun." Ji Shanyu didn't think that he would be able to see her in the corner when he was coaxing the beauty. It seemed like he wasn't someone who would lose his humanity when he saw the opposite sex. However, wasn't this kid a little too enthusiastic? Judging from her posture, she wanted to give her a big hug. Ji Shunyu's heel spun slightly, and the grass stick in her hand tapped his shoulder, stopping his passionate lunge. "Young Marquis Tianheng, calm down, calm down." Although she couldn't use her spiritual power now, her internal power was still very good. Especially her acupoint recognition was amazingly accurate. This little bit made half of Rongyu Tianheng's body numb, and he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Only now did he remember that this younger brother Shun you didn't like to have physical contact with others. He scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed. "Brother, I'm so happy to meet you." He sized up Ji Shinyu again, the happiness on his face not diminishing. "Brother Shun is also here to admire the moon? That's great. Let's go together. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find a partner." As he spoke, he grabbed Ji Shunyu's hand again. Chapter 2693. Ji Shinyu felt that this brat seemed to have taken the wrong medicine today. He liked to touch her frequently. Although it was nice to meet an old friend, wasn't his happiness a bit too much? She took a step forward, and Rong Juishin Hung grabbed empty air again. Ji Shanyu looked at the girl who was staring blankly at them. That girl was very beautiful and had a slim figure. If she wasn't so scared and her face was pale, she would be even more beautiful. "Young Marquis, it's better to admire the moon with your close female friends. Don't drag me in." She looked at the girl again. That girl was looking at her eagerly. Her beautiful eyes sparkled under the moonlight, but her body was still trembling. Ji Shun, you couldn't help but feel injustice for the girl. "I'm quite curious. Why didn't you ride a cloud and carry her up? Why did she have to climb up herself? Girls are usually a bit timid. You'll scare her like this." The girl looked at Ji Shenyu with even more watery eyes and nodded repeatedly. Rong Juishin Hung couldn't help but sigh. I suffered a small injury a few days ago. I can't use my spiritual power for the time being. So they were both in the same boat. Ji Shunyu said sympathetically, I see. How did you get injured? To be injured to the point where you can't use your spiritual power for the time being. Under the moonlight, Rong Juishenheng's handsome face was suspiciously red. This, Ji Shunyu said considerately. It's fine if it's not convenient to say. Rong Yue Tianheng hardened his heart. He felt that brothers should treat each other with sincerity, so there was nothing to hide. Speaking of which, I am ashamed. That night, when we met, I was so happy that I drank a few more cups. I drank until I was dizzy and didn't know why I ran to the burial mound and slept for half the night. You also know that I'm afraid of skeletons, but when I woke up, I saw a few skeletons. In a moment of shock, I accidentally rolled down the slope. It was also my bad luck that my Chihai acupoint hit a few vertical ribs, so I let brother Shun see a joke, Ji Shunyu. She coughed guiltily. That day, she had only taught Rong Juishenheng a small lesson. She had taught him a lesson for saying that she was a piece of trash. She didn't expect that it would cause such an effect. She felt a bit guilty, so she asked with concern, Your Chihai point wasn't pierced, right? How many did you pierce in? How deep was it? Are they all grown up now? He then took out 2 packets of top-notch golden sore ointment from his sleeves and eagerly said, Here, this is for you. This golden sore ointment is specially made to treat all kinds of injuries. She then looked at his slightly pale, handsome face. You didn't hurt anything important, did you? Rong Yu Tianheng was overwhelmed by the favor. He had been together with Ji Shunyu for so long, and she had always been cold to him. He never thought that she would care about him so much this time. He originally wanted to express that he was fine in a dignified manner, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was rare for Shunyu to be so gentle towards him. Therefore, his body swayed slightly. My Chihai acupoint was pierced quite badly. Originally, it was already showing signs of recovery. However, after being hit by Shaonan just now, I feel a lot of pain now. He swayed again and took the opportunity to place an arm on her shoulder. Brother Shun, let me lean on you. Ji Shunyu felt guilty in her heart. She couldn't bear to push him away when he leaned over, so she could only help him sit on a large rock. Why are you so weak? Chapter 2694. It was Rong Yusheng's first time being so close to her. He felt that although she was a man, her body was as soft as a woman's. There was also a faint fragrance on her body, which was extremely pleasant. He wanted to smell her again, but he couldn't help but lean on her shoulder. My body hurts a lot, and my head is a little dizzy. Ed, did you drink? He took the opportunity to sniff her neck again. Ji Shunyu casually pushed his head away and held his wrist, wanting to check his pulse. She then said sarcastically, You're just being hit by a woman and you're already acting like this. I remember that you were hit by a huge rock back in the floating mountain range, and you were still fine. I wasn't injured then. I'm a little weak now. Rangi Yushenheng replied, but halfway through, he suddenly sensed something and looked behind Ji Shinyue. 8th cousin brother. Ji Shinyue did not react for a moment. What 8th cousin brother? 9th cousin brother. You have many relatives. As she said this, she seemed to have thought of something. Her body stiffened, and she turned her head. Not far behind them, there were 2 people standing. They were Rong Yuishenlin and Ji Tianyue. They had not seen each other for a while, and Ji Tianyue had changed her clothes. She was wearing a light red dress and a snow-white cloak. Under the contrast of red and white, her small face looked even more tender. As for Rong Yuishenlin, he was wearing a lake blue robe with wide sleeves. He looked extraordinarily elegant and handsome. The 2 of them stood there, and the scene looked very harmonious. Rong Yuishenlin's gaze fell on Ji Shinyue. To be exact, it fell on her hand that was holding Rong Yuishenheng's. She smiled faintly. Both of you, what a coincidence. It was indeed a coincidence. Fire Phoenix City was so big, and she had met them twice in such a short time. It was not an ordinary fate. Ji Shinyue silently complained in her heart. She had come to this place to hide, but she did not expect to meet so many acquaintances. Fortunately, she was dressed as a man and looked like Shunyu, so Rong Yuishenlin and Ji Tianyue would not recognize her. She also did not plan to acknowledge them, so she only nodded at Rong Yuishenlin and Ji Tianyue, then took Rong Yushenheng's pulse. Your pulse is weak, but it doesn't look like you're seriously injured. You seem to be hungry. Didn't you have dinner? Rong Yuishen Hung nodded obediently. Indeed, I didn't eat. I wanted to go to the peak with Xiao Nan to admire the moon while eating, but no wonder. Ji Shenyu nodded and let go of his hand. She took out a piece of cake from her sleeve. I have a few more cakes here. Do you want to eat them first? Rong Yuetianheng's eyes lit up, and he unceremoniously pinched the cake from her hand. Yes. Brother Shun, you're so considerate. You actually prepared pastries. Could it be that you already guessed that I would come here and specially prepare these? Ji Shenyu thought to herself. How would I know you would come here? I prepared the pastries for myself to eat while admiring the moon. However, it would be a waste if she didn't sell this favor, so she smiled and didn't say anything. Rong Yuetianheng swallowed the pastry and smiled. Delicious. Are there any more? Ji Shenyu saw him wolfing down the food and felt that he was really hungry. Hearing his question, she immediately reached into her sleeves again. Before she could take it out, there was a slight breeze in front of her, and Rong Yuetianlan came directly in front of her. Ji Shenyu was pushed back a few steps by him and raised her eyebrows in surprise. In the afternoon or evening. Chapter 2695. Before she could say anything, Rong Yuetianlan placed 2 fingers on Rong Yuetianing's wrist. Are you injured? Let me take your pulse. So they were brothers. Ji Shenyu knew very well how good Rong Yuetianlan's medical skills were. If he was willing to help, it didn't matter how serious Rong Yuetianing's injury was. Ji Shenyu took another step back, distancing herself from the brothers. She only changed her appearance, but did not change her scent. If she was too close to them, she was afraid that Rong Yuetianlan would recognize her. She turned her head and saw Ji Tianyue looking at her curiously, her big eyes sparkling under the moonlight. Big brother, why do I feel that you look a little familiar? Ji Shenyu couldn't help but touch her face. She had only changed her appearance a little, but it was still 50% or 60% similar to her original appearance. She coughed and wanted to gloss over it. Probably, I have a common face. Oh. Ji Tianyue continued to look at her with her head tilted, and suddenly her eyes lit up. You actually look a little like my sister Shunyu. Ji Shenyu laughed. Ha, is that so? She was about to change the topic. Rong Yuetianheng suddenly groaned. Ji Shenyu was shocked and rushed back. What's wrong? Rong Yuetianheng looked at his cousin accusingly, trying to get his wrist back. Pain, pain, pain. But his wrist seemed to be stuck to Rong Yuetianlan's fingers, and he couldn't break free at all. Ji Shenyu didn't know what kind of spell Rong Yuetianlan used to be able to make the other party wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. Looking at the dense cold sweat on Rong Yuetianheng's forehead, it didn't seem to be an act. She couldn't bear it. This. Eighth Highness, please be gentler. Rong Yuetianlan turned to look at her and said lightly, I can't be gentle. He's seriously injured, so I have to use a heavy technique to unblock his meridians. Ji Shenyu didn't know why, but she felt that Rong Yuetianlan's gaze was exceptionally cold, and his tone was unprecedentedly cold, which made her feel a little confused. Well, he wouldn't hurt his own cousin. He was a doctor, so he had the most authority. Ji Shenyu tactfully took a step back and stopped talking. Rong Yuetianlan probably increased the strength of the technique again, and Rong Yuetianheng finally couldn't help but scream again, it hurts. Cousin, I don't want you to treat me. Let go, let go. He desperately wanted to shake off the other party's hand, but he couldn't. Ji Shenyu heard his desperate cries, then looked at his deathly pale face, his dripping sweat, and his tightly clenched lips. This is probably comparable to the pain of a woman giving birth, right? Now that she thought about it, it was all because of her that he had suffered so much. Ji Shenyu felt guilty again. After thinking for a while, she found a thick and hard tree branch and cut it into a short wooden stick. Afraid of cutting Rong Yuetianheng's delicate mouth, she even considerately peeled off the bark and handed it to Rong Yuetianheng. Here, bite it, it will hurt less. Rong Yuetianheng was biting his lips until it hurt. Ji Shenyu's short wooden stick was a timely rein for him. He hurriedly bit it and thanked her. Brother Shun, Thank you. You are indeed loyal. Ah, he probably suffered another heavy blow as he screamed again. Kacha, the short wooden stick in his mouth, was bitten off by him. Ji Shunyu, when Rong Yuetanlan finally withdrew his hand, Rong Yuetianheng was already sweating profusely, and his throat was almost hoarse from all the shouting. There's still more in the afternoon. Looking for monthly votes, moi. Chapter 2696. As soon as Rong Yuetanlan let go, he rolled and crawled away, staying far away from him. Eighth cousin, do you have a grudge against me? It was so painful. He felt as if all the veins in his body had been roughly combed by an iron comb. The pain was unbearable. Rong Yuetanlan slowly clapped his hands. Check your body again. See if your injuries have healed. Rong Yuetianheng looked at him suspiciously, then closed his eyes to check his body. After a while, he opened his eyes in surprise and moved his fists and feet a few times. It's really healed. His spiritual power that had been sealed since he was injured started to flow again. Ji Xinyu also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Rong Yuetianlan was really treating his cousin and did not mean to torture him. It was just that this method was a little scary. Fortunately, he did not use such a perverted method when he treated her. Rong Yuetianheng was also a tough guy. Once he got better, he immediately became energetic. He glanced at Ji Shunyu, then looked at Rong Yuetanlan. Cousin, whose child is this? She looks so fresh. Could it be that you secretly gave birth to her in another continent? Rong Yuetanlan held the fan in his hand and suppressed the urge to send his cousin flying. She is the youngest daughter of the South Heaven Emperor, Princess Ji Shunyu. Rong Yuetianheng was confused. She is the youngest daughter of the South Heaven Emperor? Your fiancé's younger sister? Your sister-in-law. Strange. Why didn't you bring your fiancé to admire the moon, but brought your sister-in-law? Rong Yuetanlan, he suddenly regretted that he did not use more strength when he was healing Rong Yuetianheng and directly seal his mouth. He glanced at Ji Shunyu, but Ji Shunyu did not look at him. She was looking at Rong Yuetianheng's side in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. Rong Yuetanlan suddenly felt a little irritated. He said faintly, my marriage with Ji Shunyu will be annulled. Ji Shunyu is not my sister-in-law. Rong Yuetianheng was stunned. You still want to annul the marriage? Didn't you say that Ji Shunyu is quite beautiful, not ugly, and has good skills? Such a wife is hard to find even with a lantern. Besides, you've delayed him for more than 3,000 years. When he turned his head, he suddenly discovered that Ji Shunyu was like a flying eagle, directly leaping onto the steep cliff. With a tap of her toes, she sped towards the peak as if she was skiing. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Brother Shun, where are you going? Ji Shinyue's voice came from afar, admiring the moon on the peak. Although she didn't use her spiritual energy to fly, this kind of gliding looked even more soul-stirring, and her posture was even more free and easy. Rong Yuetianheng suddenly had a competitive heart. He didn't care about gossiping with Rong Yuetianlan anymore. His figure rose and also swept up the cliff. Brother Shun, wait for me. He chased after him. Little Nan, who had been completely ignored, quickly ran 2 steps forward. Great swordsman Tianheng, I want to go too. You should just go home. Us brothers are having a gathering. A woman like you shouldn't cause any trouble. Rong Yuetianheng decisively left Xiao Nan behind and continued to chase after Ji Shunyu. Rong Yuetian stood below and watched as the two of them glided all the way and gradually disappeared into the clouds. Her eyes flickered slightly. Ji Shunyu looked very envious. Brother Rong Yue, is this the legendary brotherhood? They have such a good relationship. Should we still go up? Rong Yuetianlan gripped the fan in his hand and chuckled. Let's go up. Chapter 2697. He was obviously smiling, but Ji Tianyue felt that his smile was a little strange. Just as she was about to say, it's not good to disturb other people's brothers' gathering, Rong Yuetianlan's body slowly flew up, his clothes fluttering, and he had already disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. Ji Tianyue, fortunately, she also knew how to fly on a sword. She took out a small sword, enlarged it, and stood on it to chase after him. There was a bright moon above her head. The mountain wind whistled on the mountain peak. In this season, it was actually a little cold on such an open mountain peak. Fortunately, the mountain peak was high enough. Ji Shunyue used her inner strength to fly up, and at this moment, she was sweating a little, so she didn't feel cold. Rangi Yushinheng, who was beside her, shivered violently. It's so cold. When he flew up just now, he didn't just use his inner strength, he also used his spiritual power, so he didn't use much strength to climb the mountain peak. In order to look handsome and free, he only wore a thin silk shirt. When a mountain wind blew, he shivered. He looked at Ji Shunyue again. Brother Shun, I know you've always done things properly and like to prepare for a rainy day. Did you bring an extra robe? Ji Shunyue rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. You've been in the Jianghu for so many years. Will you always be so cautious? Ever since she became friends with this guy, she had helped him deal with the aftermath several times. Although Rong Yushinheng was the same age as her, and even a few months older than her, in Ji Shunyue's eyes, he was like a younger brother. She was never stingy with her friends. She lowered her head and began to check the clothes in her storage space. You're taller than me. My clothes won't fit you. I'll find you a bigger one. Rong Yushinheng wasn't picky. It's okay. Actually, I'm just a little taller than you. Just find me a thick one and let me wear it. Just as he said this, a robe covered his head, covering his entire face. Rong Yushinheng pulled the robe off his head in a flurry. I'll wear it myself. Before he finished his sentence, he suddenly choked. He looked at Ji Shunyu, who had just pulled out a robe and had yet to hand it over. He then looked at eighth cousin who was standing not far away. Cousin, you're here too. He then shook the robe in his hands. So you also have a spare robe. He happily put it on. Your robe is just right for me. It's even longer. Rong Yue Tianheng was slightly shorter than Rong Yue Tianluan. His robe was a little too long for him. Rong Yue Tian's voice was cold. You're still young, and you haven't grown up yet. It's not good for you to have some messy thoughts, lest it spoils your cultivation and prevents you from growing taller. Rong Yue Tianheng was confused by his scolding. What kind of weird thoughts did I have? He retorted, I'm not young anymore. I'm already 3,112 years old this year. I'm already an adult. At this age, I can already marry a wife, he then proudly said. It's just that I'm very picky. A person like me must marry a peerless beauty. It's best if her martial arts are better so that I can spar with her. Sigh. It's a pity that such good women are few and far between. I've been drifting on this continent for many years, but I haven't found a suitable one. It seems like I can only be a wild crane for the time being. He seemed to have thought of something. Right, cousin, I heard that Princess Ji Shinyu is beautiful and capable, and her martial arts are high. You should have seen her. Is that true? Chapter 2698. Rong Yuishinlin frowned slightly. Before he could say anything, Ji Tianyue, who had just flown up, said, Of course my sister is the best. Among my sisters, she is the most beautiful and has the best martial arts. She even personally picked the immortal snow lotus for my mother. Rong Yushinheng's eyes lit up. This immortal snow lotus is not easy to pick. There's a fire dragon guarding it. Your sister can actually defeat the fire dragon alone and pick this immortal snow lotus. Amazing. Really amazing. He then looked at Ji Tianyue and gave her a thumbs up. Little princess, you are also quite capable. You flew up such a high mountain by yourself. I thought your cousin would carry you up. By the way, how is your martial arts? Ji Tianyue blushed a little. My martial arts are very shallow. Father doesn't let me practice fighting martial arts. No one taught me. Rangi Yushinheng raised his eyebrows. Your sister is so good at fighting, can't she teach you? Ji Tianyue lowered her eyes sadly. Father, it doesn't let my sister teach me. She can't do anything. She actually wants to teach me. Your foundation is good. It's a pity that you don't practice. Rangi Yushinheng's handsome face showed regret. Ji Tianyue's eyes lit up. You said so too. By the way, Brother Rongyue also said so. He also proposed to Father that he wanted to guide me in my cultivation, and Father agreed. Rangi Yushinheng was surprised and looked at his cousin. You want to accept this little princess as your disciple? Brother Rongyue doesn't accept disciples. He said that he only needs to guide me. Ji Tianyue's voice had some regret. Rong Yushenheng looked at his cousin again and smiled meaningfully. So that's how it is. Although Rong Yushenheng didn't have a chance to get along with his eighth cousin, he still heard some stories about him. He knew that although his eighth cousin had a reputation of being a playboy, and there were women all over the world who admired him, it was only these women who pursued him openly and secretly. He had never heard of any stories about him and any woman. He seemed to be gentle and polite to women, but in fact, he was quite indifferent and didn't like to meddle in other people's business. Even if a woman fell in front of him, he might not be willing to take the initiative to save her. For such a person to make such an exception for a little girl like Ji Tianyue, there must be some inside story. He wanted to impart martial arts to him, but he didn't want to take him in as a disciple. Could it be that eighth elder brother has fallen in love with this little girl? Eighth cousin brother's taste is so heavy. He looked at the two people standing together and suddenly felt indignant for Princess Shenyu, whom he had never met before. He glanced at his cousin. Cousin, your marriage with Princess Shenyu. Are you really going to cancel it? Rong Yuetian nodded slightly. He did not look at Ji Shenyu and only said, she and I are not fated to be together. She also wanted to withdraw, but you've delayed me for so many years. Rong Yuetian was expressionless. It's not that much of a delay. Maybe she already has someone else in her heart. Annulling this marriage is also a kind of blessing. These were his heartfelt words, but after he said them, his heart felt as if it was being squeezed by something. When they were chatting, Ji Shenyu was too lazy to interrupt, but that didn't mean she couldn't hear them. Rong Yuetian's words made her frown. Rong Yuetian was interested in her little sister. She could tell when they were drinking in the restaurant. Chapter 2699. It would be a lie to say that she didn't care at all. After all, this person was still her fiancé in name. Now that he had taken a fancy to her little sister, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. However, there was indeed a kind of love in this world called love at first sight. Perhaps Rongyue Tianlan had really fallen in love with her little sister at first sight. After all, her little sister was so cute and lovable. However, if he liked her little sister, then so be it. She wouldn't say anything. However, if he said that she, Ji Shenyu, had someone else in her heart, wouldn't that be nonsense? Since when did she have someone in her heart? She didn't even know if her so-called sweetheart was out of her mother's womb. She really wanted to refute him, but when she thought of her current identity, she shut her mouth again. When she raised her head, she saw that Rongyue Tianlan's gaze was on her face. Their gazes met, and Ji Shenyu felt that she had met him once with her current identity. He had even helped her slay the dragon and save her once. They weren't strangers, so she smiled faintly at him as a form of greeting. However, her smile in Rongyue Tianlan's eyes seemed to be a tacit acknowledgement of his words. His gaze turned cold. He stared at her for a moment, then looked away. Although Ji Shenyu had always been careless, she could still distinguish whether other people's gazes were malicious or kind. Rongyue Tianlan's gaze towards her was unfriendly, which made her a little confused. Could it be that he was angry that she had turned around and left after slaying the dragon? However, he had also taken all the credit, all right? What else was he dissatisfied with? Ji Shenyu had never been one to stick her warm face on someone's cold buttocks. Since he was cold, she would naturally be cold too. The interaction between the four people at the back was a little subtle. Ji Shenyu deeply felt that among the four people present, she was the most scheming and had the most capital to walk the Jianghu. Because no matter where she went, she liked to bring dry food and wine with her. Of course, the dry food she brought wasn't ordinary dry food, but some freshly preserved snacks and dishes that she had packed from the restaurant. As for wine, that was her favorite. It was the wine from the southernmost Luoshun Xiang clan in the city. The wine from this clan was mellow and sweet, with a strong kick to it. After drinking a mouthful, a cooling spiciness would flow down her throat like a thread of ice, followed by warmth. In such cold weather, this type of wine was the most suitable. She had always liked the wine from this house, so she brought 2 more gourds with her when she came to admire the moon. These 2 gourds of wine were enough for her to drink alone, and she might not even be able to finish them. But now that there were 3 more, she couldn't drink alone, so she could only reluctantly take them out. Of course, she couldn't hide the dishes and wine, so she put them out as well. 4 plates of dishes and 2 plates of desserts were placed on a large rock, looking a little desolate. Jishin, you cast a hopeful gaze at Rong Yue Tianlan. Since you have brought a beauty to admire the moon, you must have brought food as well. Please share with us. Rong Yue Tian simply shook her head. No. Jishin, you was speechless. She felt a little disdainful. When she was at the restaurant, she had seen him buy some snacks. But at this time, she couldn't point it out, so she turned her gaze to Ji Tianyu. Her little sister was innocent and had always been easy to deceive, so she didn't know how to lie. Her voice was gentle. Little sister, do you have any food that you want to contribute? Ji Tianyu nodded obediently. Yes. Then she looked at Rong Yue Tianlan with her big eyes. Brother Rong Yue, can you take out the snacks that I bought? Chapter 2700. Rong Yue Shenlin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He glanced at Ji Shenyu and asked, You really want hers? Ji Shenyu crossed her arms and said with a faint smile, Since we're admiring the moon together, we should share our food. Of course, if you don't want to share, it's not convenient for me to share mine with you. Or the 2 of you can go over there and admire the moon. We'll go our separate ways. Ji Shenyu subconsciously felt nervous sitting with him. If she could take the opportunity to chase him away, it would be good. But she obviously miscalculated. Before she finished speaking, Rong Yue Shenlin began to take things out slowly. A bag of melon seeds, a bag of peanuts, a bag of plums, a sugar doll, 2 sticks of sugar-coated haws, and a huge cotton candy. Ji Shenyu, Rong Yue Shenling's lips twitched. These are all children's snacks. Wouldn't they be laughed at for drinking and eating children's snacks? Rong Yue Shenlin glanced at Ji Shenyu lightly. Can't help it. This brother Shen even wants children's snacks. Tianyu has always been generous. She won't hide anything. Ji Shenyu clenched her fists in her sleeves. He said it as if she was hiding something. She was the only one contributing in this group. The other 3 were all freeloaders. He still had the face to say that, but how to refute his words was a problem. Ji Shenyu wasn't very eloquent. She couldn't think of anything at this moment. Rong Yue Shenlin looked at her tense face and was a little puzzled. Brother Shen, why didn't you ask Tianheng if you only asked the 2 of us? Maybe he brought a lot of things too. Ji Shenyu sneered and said almost without thinking. Him? He wouldn't bring anything. He only brought his mouth. I bet he didn't even bring a bag of melon seeds. This guy never liked to bring things. Every time they fought monsters together, he would come and eat her food and drink her wine. Rong Yue Shenling's eyes sparkled. He put his arm on Ji Shenyu's shoulder. Brother Shen, you know me best. You're indeed my confidant. Come, let's drink a big cup first. He picked up a wine gourd and wanted to pour it directly into his mouth. Ji Shenyu reacted quickly and snatched it away from him, then gave him a wine cup. Use this. Rong Yue Tianheng looked at the wine glass in his hand and then looked at her. He was moved. This is the wine glass I used last time, right? I didn't expect you to keep it for me. Brother Shen, you are so good to me. The wine cup in his hand was an antique treasure that he had unintentionally picked up in a black market. Its value was quite considerable. The last time he drank, he happened to have this on him, so he took it out to drink with Ji Shenyu. However, he had always been a forgetful person, so no matter how good something was in his hands, it was like floating clouds. While he was drinking, he received a letter from home, asking him to go back quickly. He ran away without saying a word. This wine cup had fallen into Ji Shenyu's hands. Ji Shenyu thought that this guy often came to drink wine with her and didn't like to bring his own wine set. He always wanted to snatch the wine cup in her hands to use. She had taught him a few lessons, but none of them worked. So that time, she put his cup away so that this fellow could come and drink more. As it turned out, she had great foresight. Ji Shenyu praised herself in her heart. Of course, she also accepted all of Rong Yue Shenling's words of gratitude. Therefore, she smiled. Chapter 2701. Of course, she also accepted Rong Yue Shenling's words of gratitude. So she smiled and casually replied, It's good that you know I'm good to you. Tonight, I'll leave the task of pouring wine to you. Rong Yue Shenling almost patted his chest. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ji Shun Yu cast a sidelong glance at him. Brother? This kid was getting bolder and bolder. Rong Juishan Hung laughed dryly. It's me, your brother. Little Shun, I'm a few months older than you after all. Actually, it's not a problem for you to call me brother. Ji Shun Yu glanced at him and said casually, when you can beat me, then expect me to call you brother. Rong Juishan Hung lowered his head. This is difficult. He poured a glass of wine and drank it desolately. This wish of his would probably be difficult to fulfill in this lifetime. If I can beat you, will you call me brother? Rong Juishan Lan said with a faint smile. This sentence could almost be called flirting. Ji Shun Yu looked at him strangely. Was this person crazy? This was between her and Rong Juishan Huan. Wasn't his mouth a little too abrupt? Tianheng and I are friends. Friends are just joking. You don't have to interfere anymore. Ji Shun Yu also drank a mouthful of wine. You and I can't even be considered friends? Rong Juishan Lan's smile deepened, but there seemed to be a touch of coldness in his sparkling eyes. Was this person here to bicker with her? Ji Shun Yu frowned. She felt that Rong Juishan Lan was targeting her tonight. Before she opened her mouth, Rong Juishan Hung smiled and said, Cousin, although you've always been more outstanding than me, the relationship between Brother Shun and I, you can't compare to it. After all, this is the first time you've met. It's a little too early to talk about friendship. Rong Juishan Lan looked at Ji Shun Yu again. This is the first time we've met? Ji Shun Yu pondered for a moment, then finally said, It's only the second time. Rong Juishan Heng's eyes widened. So you've met before, when? Brother Shun, I've never heard you mention this. Ji Shun Yu glanced at him. It's just a small matter, and there's no need for me to report my whereabouts to you. Is there? Rong Wutian Huan scratched his head. That's not what I meant. I just thought that my cousin is so outstanding. No matter what, you would mention him to others. Besides, when you two met just now, I couldn't tell that you two had met before. Ji Shun Yu's head was starting to hurt. She rubbed her forehead and said, I'm not as nosy as you are. Besides, he's just someone I met by chance. There's no need for me to tell him. After he finished speaking, Ji Shun Yu felt that the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped. The breeze on a mountain peak was as cold as a small knife. She subconsciously hugged her arms and inadvertently raised her head. She saw Rong Yue Tianlan looking at her with narrowed eyes. Her expression was somewhat unfathomable. She couldn't even tell if she was happy or angry. Ji Shun Yu had always lived in the eyes of others. If she wanted to live a carefree life, she couldn't care less about the eyes of others. She had to treat them as floating clouds. After living in the midst of trouble for so long, some people had become extremely sensitive, while others had trained their nerves to be thicker than steel. She didn't care about those messy eyes at all. Ji Shun Yu obviously belonged to the latter. So she glanced at Rong Yue Tianlan inexplicably, then turned her gaze away. She didn't care at all. Chapter 2702. Therefore, she glanced at Rong Yue Tianlan inexplicably, then looked away. She was too lazy to guess what Rong Yue Tianlan was feeling at the moment. Rong Yue Tianlan looked at her for a moment, then suddenly said, Since there are 4 people drinking, where are the other 2 cups? Ji Shun Yu frowned slightly. Well, I didn't know there would be so many people, so I brought my cup and his with me. She wasn't someone who often invited people to drink. Rong Yue Tianlan's fingers clenched slightly in his sleeve. It seems that your relationship is really good. Rong Yue Tianheng smiled so widely that his teeth could be seen. He put his arm on Ji Shun Yu's shoulder. Of course. We are friends who have gone through life and death together, the kind who will never leave each other. Ji Shun Yu's lips twitched. This brat's words today were really annoying. However, what he said couldn't be considered wrong. They were indeed friends, and had gone through thick and thin together a few times. It wouldn't be appropriate to refute this at this time. So she smiled and didn't say anything. She picked up a cup of wine and said, Come, let's toast to our friendship. She took the opportunity to push his wolf claws down. Rong Yue Tianhuan naturally clinked his cup with hers, then drank it in one gulp. He smacked his lips and turned to show off to Rong Yue Tianlan. 8th cousin, Brother Shun and I are not only close friends, even our interests and hobbies are similar. For example, this wine, I like this Luotian incense. Coincidentally, Brother Shen also likes this. Don't you think this is fate? Ji Yu's hands trembled at his words. This brat spoke as if he was possessed today. What did he mean by fate? Wasn't it used to describe husband and wife or lovers? However, could family and friendship also be used as a metaphor? Ji Yu couldn't make up her mind. Although Rong Yu at Tianhuan had the reputation of being proficient in both literature and martial arts, he wasn't very accomplished in literature. Occasionally, he would use idioms wrongly. So even if he used the wrong example now, it was understandable. Rong Yu at Tianhuan's lips curled up slightly. He didn't say anything. A cup appeared between his fingers, and he poured himself a cup of wine. He took a sip, frowned, and said faintly, "This wine doesn't suit my taste, it's too bland." Rong Yu at Tianhuan was not convinced. "This wine is strong enough. It has a lot of aftershocks. You freeloader, don't be picky. If you have the ability, bring out a better wine." Ji Yu rubbed the space between her eyebrows. Now is not the time to argue. He didn't bring anything with him. Where'd he get good wine? Don't talk about such trivial matters. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly shut his mouth, and his gaze fell on Rong Yu at Tianhuan's fingers. Like a magic trick, Rong Yu Ishinlin conjured a jar of wine from her fingertips. He peeled off the clay seal on the jar, and a strong and sweet wine aroma immediately overflowed. Ji Yu loved wine, so she could tell the quality of the wine just by smelling it. Now that she smelled it, she felt refreshed, and all the pores on her body seemed to open up. Good wine. Two simple words seemed to be unable to describe the quality of this wine. Ji Yu had been drinking wine for so many years, but compared to this wine, all those wines seemed unbearable. Rong Yu at Tianhuan almost reached out to grab the wine jug. Good wine. Eighth cousin brother. Why did you only bring out such good wine now? Come, fill it, fill it. He put the wine cup in his hand, directly under the wine jug. Chapter 2703. Rong Yu at Tianhuan took back the jug and said indifferently, "Don't you like to drink this Luotian Xiang? My wine may not be to your taste, so you shouldn't drink it." Rong Yu at Tianheng was speechless. Should he take back what he just said? Rong Yu at Tianhuan's eyes fell on Ji Yue. "Would you like to try it?" Ji Yue said straightforwardly, "Okay." Rong Yu at Tianhuan smiled. "Don't you only drink one type of wine?" Ji Yue raised her eyebrows. "When did I say I only drink one type of wine? I like all good wines." Rong Yu at Tianhuan smiled and poured for her. "Please taste it." Rong Yu at Tianheng came over with a drooling face. "I'm also a wine taster. Eighth cousin, let me taste this wine too." Rong Yu at Tianhuan didn't give him any face. "You're a wine taster? Then can you smell what this wine is made of? If you can name 3 types, I'll treat you to it." Rong Yu at Tianheng sniffed hard and tried to guess. "There's sorghum." Rong Yu at Tianhuan was speechless. "You can't even guess the main ingredient. How can you call yourself a wine taster?" Rong Yu at Tianheng was not convinced. "You just let me smell it. How can I guess? I have to taste it." He then turned to Ji Yue for help. "Brother Shun, don't you think so?" "This." Ji Yue coughed, a little ashamed of Rong Yu at Tianheng's white eyes. A wine taster could at least smell most of the ingredients. Rong Yu at Tianheng was probably the only one who couldn't smell a single type and still called himself a wine taster. She looked up and saw Rong Yu at Tianhuan looking at her with a smile. "If you can name 3 types, you can also drink this wine on his behalf." Ji Yue's fingertips turned the wine cup. "Really? I'm not lying." Ji Yue smiled. "What if I can name 5 or 6 types?" Rong Yu at Tianhuan paused. "I'll just give you that jug of wine." Even the world's famous wine tasters could only name 5 or 6 types after tasting the wine, and that was under the circumstances of being extremely knowledgeable about wine. But now, she was able to identify 5 or 6 different types just by smelling them. That was impossible. Ji Yu laughed again. "That's a good condition. Then listen carefully. The main ingredient of this wine should be a type of rice that grows in extremely cold places. Only the first half of the embryo is taken." As soon as she said this, Rong Yu at Tianheng shook his head with a smile. "How can a place of extreme cold produce rice? And only the first half? Isn't this just messing around?" Before he could finish his words, he felt his mouth tighten, as if someone had sealed it. Rong Yuishanlin looked at Ji Shunyu, a light flashing in her eyes. Continue. Ji Shunyu did not stand on ceremony and continued. The wine made from this rice is extremely cold, so we need to use something produced in a very hot place to cool it down. If my guess is correct, this wine should have been mixed with the juice of tourmaline grass. The taste of tourmaline grass is bitter, so we also need to use a fruit to press it down. This fruit is called the fruit of mystery, and it needs to be picked in the morning when it has been washed with frost. Ji Shunyu spoke with fervor and assurance. Not only did she name 6 types of raw materials in one breath, she also mentioned the characteristics of these 6 types of raw materials and the necessary conditions to harvest them. As soon as she finished speaking, the peak fell into silence. Rong Yue Tianheng's eyes darted around. He wanted to open his mouth, but could not speak. After a while, Ji Tianyu interrupted. Brother Rong Yue, is he right? Chapter 2704. Rong Yue Tianlan looked at Ji Shunyu with a complicated gaze, and a hint of passion flashed through his eyes. He nodded slowly. Not bad. You're right. I admire you. He was good at brewing wine, and usually had time. So, in order to brew a jar of good wine, he would work hard and run around just to brew the best wine. The wine he brewed was one of the best in the Tianxi continent, and no one could compare to it. Even Di Zun often came up with all kinds of reasons to drink his wine, thinking of ways to get his wine. But Di Zun was a lazy person. He only liked to drink, but was too lazy to taste the wine, and was too lazy to guess the ingredients used in the wine. To him, wine was enough as long as it tasted good. As for the ingredients, in Di Zun's eyes, they were like floating clouds. So Rong Yue Tianlan would occasionally feel that his family's good cabbage had been eaten by a pig, a regret that he couldn't find a soulmate. It was even more so in the Fanning continent. There were even fewer people who knew about wine. He didn't expect Ji Shunyu to be an expert in this field. She could say so much with just a sniff, and so accurately. It was simply impressive. Ji Tianyu was also excited. Brother Rong Yue, I want to drink too. I want to try good wine too. Rong Yue Tianlan didn't refuse and casually conjured another cup, wanting to fill it for her. Ji Shunyu frowned slightly and reached out to stop him. She's still a child. Are you really letting her drink? Rong Yue Tianlan then reacted and raised his hand to rub Ji Tianyu's head. Children can't drink. You should just eat. Ji Tianyu pouted. Can I just try 1 cup? Not even 1 cup. Ji Shunyu said directly. Children were not yet fully developed. Once they drank, it was easy for the alcohol to enter the brain and cause poisoning. If it wasn't done well, the child might become stupid from drinking. Ji Shunyu was used to protecting her sister, so she naturally didn't want her to drink. Rong Yue Tianlan was also good at medicine, so he naturally understood this. Now that he reacted, he naturally wouldn't let Ji Tianyu drink. Ji Tianyu pouted even higher, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't recognize her sister and thought that the person in front of her didn't want her to drink the wine she already had. Ji Shunyu couldn't bear to see her cry. She thought for a moment, then took out a bottle from her storage space. Come, Tianyu, drink this. This one suits you. It was a jar of fruit honey. Ji Tianyu took a sip, and her eyes lit up. She liked to drink this. Thank you, Brother Shun. This suits my taste very well. Ji Shunyu's voice was gentle. If you like it, then drink more. She had originally bought this bottle for her sister. She had just taken it out in advance. Rong Yue Tianlan was someone who kept her word and directly gave the jar of wine to Ji Shunyu. In Ji Shunyu's hands, there would naturally be good wine for everyone to drink. Rong Yue Tianheng could finally drink it. Rong Yue Tianheng drank the wine he liked. Naturally, he didn't blame Rong Yue Tianlan for sealing his mouth. The 4 of them sat on the 4 sides of the big rock, tasting the wine and admiring the moon. Ji Tianyu was also happy. She had been locked up in the palace for a long time, and this was the first time she was gathering with these people of the Jianghu. She felt that they were living very freely, and her big eyes were filled with envy. The only thing that made her a little depressed was that she couldn't get a word in most of what these people were talking about. There were many things that she didn't understand. Sitting at the side, It seemed that she could only drink fruit juice and eat. Chapter 2705. She was unwilling to be left out and suddenly suggested, "Brother Rongya, Brother Shun, can I dance for you?" No one present objected. Rongya Van Lan even took out a flute and said, "I'll accompany you." Ji Tianyue's eyes lit up. She hugged his arm and kissed him on the cheek. "I knew Brother Rongya treats me the best." Ji Xinyue was stunned. She didn't expect her little sister to be so open. It seemed like they had only known each other for a day. Could this be the legendary love at first sight? Falling in love at first sight? But wasn't her little sister a little too open? After all, Rongya Tianlan was still her fiancé. As long as the engagement was not canceled, he was still her real brother-in-law. Was it really good to be so passionate about a brother-in-law whom she had only known for a day? Moreover, she was still an underage child. What was she doing when she was her age? She was suppressed by all kinds of rumors and felt inferior. Every day, she hid in a corner of the palace like a mouse. When she saw people whispering, she thought they were gossiping about her. At that time, she only faintly felt that she had such an unreliable fiancé. She didn't even know what fiancé meant. She only knew that it was this fiancé who pushed her into hell. She hated him so much from then on. She was especially disgusted with the word fiancé. At that time, she didn't know what the relationship between a man and a woman was. Now that her little sister was doing this, did she already know about the relationship between a man and a woman? Or did she treat Rongya Tianlan as a man who could be close to like her father, a child's intimacy? Rongya Tianlan was also slightly stunned. With his martial arts, if he didn't want her to kiss Ji Tianyue, the sneak attack wouldn't have succeeded. If his face could be kissed so easily, then his face would have been covered in layers and layers of lipstick marks by now. When Ji Tianyue pounced over, he seemed to want to block, but suddenly remembered something. His arm froze again. After a short pause, Ji Tianyue succeeded in stealing the kiss. Rongya Tianlan glanced at Ji Xinyue. She was in a daze. He didn't know what she was thinking. She looked at Ji Tianyue and seemed to have some doubts. Rongya Tianyue laughed out loud. "What a fiery little princess. Little Tianyue, do you like this brother Rongya? He's your brother-in-law." Ji Tianyue's face was as red as a tomato. She pursed her lips and said crisply, "Brother Rongyu doesn't like my sister Xinyu. They will break off the engagement, so he is not my brother-in-law." Ji Xunyu's hand that was holding the wine glass paused for a moment. Although what her little sister said was true, but hearing her say it now, she still felt that it was a little jarring. In the imperial palace, she doted on her younger sister the most. But her younger sister actually said such words in front of strangers. She glanced at Rongya Tianlan, then looked at her younger sister with a smile. How did you know that they would break off the engagement? She didn't remember telling her younger sister. As for Rongya Tianlan, he shouldn't be that gossipy, right? Ji Tianyue lowered her head slightly. "I heard it from my sister and father personally. They said that they will go to the marriage pillar to cancel the engagement in a few days, so it can't be fake." Ji Xinyue. So Lil Sis had eavesdropped. After saying those words to Imperial Father, because she was not in a good mood, she took a long stroll outside before returning to her own courtyard. In the end, she saw Rongya Tianlan and her little sister getting along well in her own courtyard. Chapter 2706. If that was the case, then her younger sister had used the butterfly to look for her elder sister, but she had actually gone after Rongya Tianlan. She looked at Ji Tianyue with a complicated gaze. Her little sister was so young, yet she already had such a scheming mind. Rongya Tianheng didn't expect that his joke would lead to Ji Tianyue's confession to his eighth cousin. He slightly choked and subconsciously frowned. "Little Tianyu, is your sister Xinyu good to you?" "Sure," Ji Tianyue answered without hesitation. "But what you're doing now is equivalent to stealing your sister's man. That's not very kind of you." Ji Tianyue blinked her eyes. They're about to break off the engagement. The only thing missing was a ceremony. That doesn't count as stealing big sister's men, right? This. Rongya Yushinheng rubbed his nose. He felt that what Ji Tianyue said made sense, but he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. He paused. Then what do you like about Brother Rongyue? Ji Tianyue thought for a moment and counted with her fingers. Brother Rongyue is handsome and capable. He is a dragon slayer hero. He also knew a lot of skills, and these skills were all top-notch. I fell in love with her the moment I saw her. Rongyue Tianheng had always known that his eighth cousin brother was attracting girls, but he didn't expect that he would even attract underage girls. He looked at Rongyue Tianlan. Rongyue Tianlan seemed to be quite shocked as well. She held the wine cup in her hand for a long time without drinking. He frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. Rongyue Tianheng thought for a moment. Little Tianyu, have you discussed this matter with your sister Xinyu? Ji Tianyue shook her head. There's no need to discuss it. My sister dotes on me a lot and is willing to give me anything. As long as I want it, she will give it to me. Even if she doesn't want to break off the engagement, as long as Rongyue Gij doesn't like her and likes me, she will give him to me without a second word. This theory was truly valiant. Rongyue Tianheng couldn't help but argue with her. What if she doesn't let you? She also really likes you, Brother Rongyue. After all, they're a proper fiancé and fiancée. It's engraved on the marriage pillar. Ji Tianyue's mouth was slightly agape, as if she had never thought of this question. He was stunned for a moment before he added, There's no such thing as if. She has already discussed this with Imperial Father. Even if it's agreed, it might not be true. Didn't they agree on their marriage back then? Wasn't she going to break off the engagement now? I'm only asking you. What will you do if your sister doesn't let you? Are you going to back out? Rongyue Tianheng pressed on. Ji Tianyue was obviously anxious. Her pretty face was flushed red, and she couldn't say anything for a while. Rongyue Tianlan, who was at the side, finally spoke. His voice was cold and emotionless. Her sister may be eager to give up this marriage. Tianheng, don't make things difficult for a child here. Ji Tianyue was originally about to cry, but when she heard Rongyue Tianlan's words, her small face immediately glowed. Even Brother Rongyue said that my sister would give in. Therefore, there's no mistake. Rongyue Ishanlin pondered for a moment and said, Tianyue, you are still a child. It is too early to think about these things. When you are older and more mature, it will not be too late to think about these things. All right, let's go dance. If we don't dance, the moon will be leaning to the west. Brother Rongyue, I'm not young anymore. I'm 520 years old this year. When you and my sister Shun, you were engaged, she was only a little more than a year old. Ji Tianyue didn't give up. Chapter 2707. Rongyue Tianlan's lips twitched, and he said seriously, So I don't want to make the same mistake twice. Do you understand? When his handsome face sank, it was still very imposing, but also a little cold. Ji Tianyue was stunned. She was still afraid of him, so she paused and said, I'm going to dance. After such a conversation, Rongyue Tianlan seemed a little absent-minded. When he was accompanying Ji Tianyue, he played a few wrong notes. Ji Tianyue also seemed a little absent-minded. She sat there and drank cup after cup of wine. Her alcohol tolerance had always been not small. It could be said that she would not get drunk even after 1,000 cups. But this night, perhaps because of her physical condition, after 2 hours, she was a little drunk and her head was a little dizzy. Fortunately, she still knew that she could not get drunk here. She found an excuse and stood up. I can't hold my liquor. The three of you can continue to play here. I'll take my leave first. Rongyue Tianheng looked at her slightly staggered footsteps and quickly stood up. I'll send you down. No need, I can go down by myself. It was just a steep mountain. It was not difficult for her. She strode to the edge of the cliff. Even if she could not fly with her spiritual force, with her qin gong, it was not difficult to fly down. Looking at the protruding stone on the cliff, she rubbed her eyes and calmed herself down. When she looked down again, the stone finally stopped shaking. She smiled in relief and was just about to jump down when she saw the right spot. She was not prepared for a sudden flash in front of her eyes. Her waist was tightened and she was carried by someone. I'll take you down. The faint fragrance of plum blossoms entered her nose. Ji Tianyue subconsciously raised her hand to push him. Hey, no need. Before she could finish her sentence, she was already lifted into the air and flew down the mountain in the blink of an eye. Rong Yue Tianheng, his seemingly gentle but actually unapproachable eighth cousin, actually carried Hero Shun Yu down in a princess carry. This was a little shocking to his eyes. At the same time, a strange feeling arose in his heart, as if something that originally belonged to him was suddenly snatched away. Ji Tianyue also opened her mouth slightly and ran to the edge of the mountain in disbelief. She watched helplessly as her brother Rong Yu carried brother Shun and rode a cloud down the mountain peak, disappearing into the clouds and mist. She bit her lips slightly. Although brother Rong Yu doted on her, he had never hugged her like this. At most, he would stroke her head in the same way as her father did. She thought for a moment and suddenly ran back. She picked up the wine jar and declared, "I want a drink too." Rong Yue Tianhuan jumped in fright and snatched it from her. "Children shouldn't drink." No, I want a drink. If I drink too much, brother Rong Yue will also hug me." Ji Tianyue revealed her purpose. "Give me the wine." Rong Yue Tianhuan was speechless. He simply threw the wine jar into the storage space. "If I say no, then no. Children will become stupid when they drink too much. You don't want to become stupid." He changed the topic, "But if you want him to hug you, you can't just get drunk." Ji Tianyue's eyes immediately brightened. "What other methods are there? For example, if you fall or bump into something and hurt your leg." Rong Yue Tianheng came up with a bad idea and then looked at her with a smile. A little princess raised in the palace must be afraid of pain. She would definitely be reluctant to hurt her leg. Chapter 2708. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Ji Tianyuan nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea." Then she suddenly slammed her head against a rock. Rong Jui Shinhuan didn't expect her to do that and didn't stop her. Then he watched as her legs were dyed red with blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Is this okay?" Ji Tianyue's face was pale from the pain, but she still smiled. Rong Jui Shinhuan was speechless. He had the urge to slap himself. At the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. This little girl was not as innocent as she looked. She was ruthless. If his eighth cousin really liked her and they got married, then it was fine. But if he didn't like her, he didn't know what this little girl would do with her resolute personality. His eighth cousin's love life might not be smooth. Rong Jui Shinhuan lit a candle for his eighth cousin in his heart. Rong Jui Shinhuan thought that his eighth cousin would send someone down and come back in at most 15 minutes. He didn't expect that half an hour had passed, and there was still no trace of him. It was just sending someone away. He didn't have to sing a song of 10 miles down there, right? Why didn't he come back up? Rong Jui Shinhuan was very puzzled. He glanced at Ji Tianyue beside him. The little girl's leg was bleeding a lot, almost forming a blood pool on the ground. Her little face was getting paler and paler. The little girl probably wanted her brother Rong Jui Shin to see her like this and pity her. Not only would he personally bandage her wound, but he would also carry her directly back to the palace. So, she didn't allow Rong Jui Shinhuan to bandage her wound, and she didn't even use his medicine. She just stared at the place where Rong Jui Shin had jumped. Her eyes lit up at the slightest movement, but she was soon disappointed. Rong Jui Shinhuan couldn't bear to see her like this. He took out a bandage from nowhere and handed it over. "Why don't you bandage yourself first? It's not good to keep bleeding." He still wanted to drink, but he didn't have the appetite to see a little girl bleeding like a river. Moreover, this little girl was someone that his eighth cousin cared about. If he just stood there and watched while she bled, his eighth cousin would probably hit him with a fan. Ji Tianyue bit her lips and was about to cry. No, why isn't he back yet? Rong Tianhuan rubbed his forehead. I really don't know. Perhaps he feels like old friends with Brother Shen at first sight and wants to say goodbye. Don't worry, you're still here. He'll come back sooner or later. After another quarter of an hour, Ji Tianyue was bleeding so much that her vision was turning black. However, there was still no sign of Rong Yui Shinlin. Why isn't he back yet? Woo-woo. He might as well let me bleed to death here and make him regret it. The little girl's tears began to fall, and she could not help but say some harsh words. The veins on Rong Yue Tianhuan's temples throbbed. Actually, he hated women who used these tricks of crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening to commit suicide. He felt that it was extraordinarily troublesome. Who would have thought that this little girl, who was as beautiful as a glaze, would be no exception? This surprised him a little, and even made him a little disappointed. He was beautiful, and although his kung fu was not as good as Ji Xinyu's, he was still one of the best in the Sanskrit continent. He also had a noble status, so he was quite popular with women. The number of people who wanted to marry him could line up for miles. He could be considered a playboy. However, he had also grown up in the palace. Chapter 2709. However, he also grew up in the palace and saw with his own eyes how the women in the harem fought over a man, using all kinds of jealousy, all kinds of obstacles, and all kinds of underhanded methods. This made him feel that these women were somewhat disgusting in the eyes of an outsider, making him unable to arouse any interest. To be honest, he somewhat looked down on these women, so when he was with them, he was just putting on a show and taking what he needed. He always felt that a wanderer like him would not stay for any woman, and he did not have the thought of marrying anyone. He originally saw that Ji Tianyu was innocent and direct, and felt that she was different from the rest. He even thought that this little girl might grow up to be a clear stream in the turbid current, but he did not expect that she would also do such things. She was indeed a child who grew up in the palace. After watching so many palace dramas, she unknowingly used such methods. He did not know what kind of personality Ji Xinyu had. Listening to the rumors, she was actually quite outstanding. He just did not know if eighth cousin's head had been kicked by a donkey, only thinking of breaking off the engagement. No, if he really broke off the engagement with Ji Xinyu, then wouldn't his uncle the emperor force him to take the blame again? Rongyue Tianheng shuddered and deeply worried about this. He was still young and dissolute, and wanted to be free for a few more years. He did not want to be implicated by a family so soon. What's more, he did not have a serious love, and he was not willing to walk into the grave of marriage like this. If he wanted to marry, he would marry the girl he liked. Only then would he be worthy of the title of dissolute young master. He thought about all the girls he knew in his mind, and felt that none of them were worthy of him. He was not willing to marry anyone. Although he knew all kinds of girls, he did not like any of them. Suddenly, Shun Yu's figure jumped out from his mind, and a thought flashed through his mind. If he wants to marry, he would marry someone like Shun Yu. When this thought flashed through his mind, it was as if his head was struck by lightning. Shun Yu was a man. God, how could he have this kind of thought? Could it be that he was gay? Rongyue Tianheng's heart was like a fire, and he was a little dazed. The sound transmission talisman on his waist lit up, and it lit up with a light blue luster. He was a little puzzled. He hadn't set any of his friends' voice transmissions to be of this color. He casually picked up the call, and the voice of the eighth cousin brother, who had been waiting for a long time, came out of the voice-transmitting charm. Tianheng, I have something to do and can't come back. Please send Princess Tianyue back. After a few simple words, the voice transmission talisman was extinguished. Rong Yushinheng, naturally Ji Tianyue, who was at the side, also heard it. She finally burst into tears, feeling extremely wronged. Rong Yue Tianheng looked at her sympathetically and felt that she should be wronged. This little girl had injured her leg for nothing and was still bleeding until now. The only problem was how to send the little girl back. He did not want to carry her like a princess. He felt that his princess carry should be reserved for the woman he liked. But this little girl's leg was injured so badly that she probably couldn't walk on her own. Rong Juishin rubbed his forehead with a headache. Did he just shoot himself in the foot? Ji Tianyue probably couldn't bear the disappointment and continued to throw a tantrum. I don't want you to send me off. I want him to come back and pick me up. Sob, I might as well just die here. Chapter 2710. Before she could finish her sentence, Rong Yue Tianhuan's hand chopped over, directly knocking her unconscious. Then he casually summoned a donkey, threw Ji Tianyu onto the donkey, and flew down the mountain with the donkey. Sunlight shone in through the window screen, sprinkling spots of light on the ground. A warm blanket, a soft bed, and a soft and slippery curtain. Ji Xinyu sat at the head of the bed with a human-shaped doll in her arms. She was a little confused. The human-shaped doll was almost as long as a person. It was soft and looked very delicate. It was very comfortable to hold. Ji Xinyu looked at the doll in her arms and then looked around. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand what was going on. She was used to being independent. No matter where she drank, she would control the amount and not let herself get drunk. She didn't want any accidents to happen, and there was no one to save her. Last night, she didn't feel really drunk. At most, she felt a little dizzy. After Rendezvous Audiobook carried her down the mountain, he put her down under her strong protest. She remembered that she had thanked him properly and bade him goodbye. He didn't say anything. Then she walked out of the mountain, and then what was it again? Her dizziness got worse and worse, and her drunkenness got stronger and stronger. Only then did she understand how strong Rendezvous Audiobook's jar of wine was. She had drunk more than half of the jug of wine. When a mountain wind blew, she felt the whole world shaking. She felt that she probably couldn't withstand it, so she wanted to find a cave to sober up first. After resting for a while, she would think of a way to go back after the alcohol had subsided. Then, she found a cave as expected. But that cave had an owner, and it was an extremely irritable owner. It was a huge unicorn. Unicorns were herbivores. Usually, it was better to stay away from it and not provoke it. It didn't like to talk to people. But Jishin, you came to snatch its cave. This pissed it off. Ordinary cultivators didn't dare to provoke this kind of beast because it had thick skin and a lot of blood. It was hard to kill, and it was the kind of master that wouldn't rest until it was dead. Once provoked, it would be even more sticky than a dogskin plaster. If Jishin was fine, this kind of beast was no match for her. She could deal with it in a quarter of an hour. However, she was drunk at that time and couldn't even stand properly. She also couldn't use her spiritual power, so it was dangerous for her to encounter such a big guy. She vaguely remembered that she was half sober from her drunken stupor and fought with the unicorn for almost an hour. She even vomited all over the big fellow, and then Ji Xinyue hugged the doll and stared blankly at the top of the tent for a moment. She realized that she couldn't remember anything. The sound of her waking up alarmed the personal maid that her imperial father had just assigned to her, Xiao Qing. This little girl was quite smart. She did things quickly and was also loyal to Ji Shunyu. When she saw Ji Shunyu open her eyes, she immediately ran and happily to greet her. "Princess, you're awake. His Highness Rongyu is right. You should wake up at this time. Are you hungry? Do you want some porridge?" The little girl spoke like a machine gun, but Ji Shunyu caught the main point from her words. She paused for a moment. How did I come back? That 8th Highness Rong, you has already come to visit me? Xiao Qing giggled and said, "Princess, you were brought back by her Highness Rongyu." The doll in Ji Xinyu's arms fell to the ground. "What?" Xiao Qing hurriedly picked up the doll, patted the dust off it, and put it back in her arms. Chapter 27:11. Xiao Qing quickly picked up the doll and patted the dust off it before putting it back in her arms. "Princess, you drank too much last night. His Highness Rongyu carried you in directly and gave me a fright. After His Highness Rongyu put you down, he told me to take good care of you. He said that you would be hungry if you woke up around this time. So he asked me to prepare some plain porridge and iced nut soup. His Highness Rongyu really cares for you, and I am happy for you. Princess, I will ask someone to bring the porridge and soup up." Xiao Qing left like a gust of wind. Ji Xinyue's mind was in a daze. She looked at herself and saw that she was wearing a soft nightgown. It was not the same as last night. Who changed it for her? Could it be? Did he see through her identity? The veins on Ji Xinyue's forehead throbbed. She raised her hand and rubbed the space between her eyebrows again and again, desperately trying to think of what to do next. But her mind was blank, and she still could not think of anything. While she was in a daze, Xiao Qing ran back like a gust of wind with a food box. She placed 2 bowls of fragrant porridge and soup on the table. Ji Xinyue got up to wash up and asked leisurely, "Where did this doll come from? Who changed my clothes for me?" "I was the one who helped your Highness change your clothes, but your Highness had been hugging the doll all this time. I was afraid that it would press on you, so I wanted to move it to the side, but your Highness kept hugging it tightly and refused to let go. Did Rongyu Tianlong buy this doll for her? Speaking of which, why did he buy this for her? Could it be that she accidentally said that she liked dolls when she was drunk? She seemed to have thought of something. Xiao Qing, where are the old clothes that I changed out of?" She was wearing men's robes when she went out, and she was also wearing the same clothes when she drank with Rongyue Tianlan. If she was wearing the clothes that Rongyue Tianlan carried back, then there was no doubt that her identity had been seen through by him. Here, Xiaoqing took a small package from the side and opened it, revealing a light red dress. Your Highness's clothes are here. I was going to wash them today. Ji Shunyue was stunned. This dress was what she usually wore in the palace. When she went out, she should have put it in her storage space to change into when she returned to the palace. He was so drunk last night. How could he change his clothes? If she didn't change it herself, then Rongyue Tianlan must have helped her change it. This thought caused her heart to skip a beat. Heat spread across her cheeks. Princess, your face is so red. Is the room too hot? Last night, Her Highness Rongyue sent you back and said that drunk people are afraid of the cold and should not catch a cold. She specially ordered this servant to put a brazier in this room. Xiaoqing was good at observing people's expressions. Jishin, you finished the porridge and soup in 2 or 3 mouthfuls and put the bowl on the table. Take your time to clean up. I'm going out for a bit. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Little Qing, where was the princess going in such a hurry? Ji Shunyue rushed straight into Rongyue Tianlan's courtyard. She didn't want to have a bunch of questions in her stomach. She wanted to ask him clearly. However, she missed. Rongyue Tianlan was not there. Only the 2 palace servants who served him were cleaning up the flowers and plants outside the hall. Seeing her rush in, the 2 palace servants raised their eyebrows in surprise. Although Ji Shunyue and Rongyue Tianlan lived next door, Ji Shunyue rarely came to this courtyard. Chapter 27:12. Although Ji Shunyue and Rongyue Tianlan lived next door, Ji Shunyue rarely came to this courtyard. Most of the time, it was Rongyue Tianlan who went to treat her illness. It was the first time she was in such a hurry like today. Ji Shunyue was too lazy to beat around the bush. Where is Her Highness Rongyue? The 2 people finally reacted, one of them stuttering. Her Highness went to the little Princess Crystal Moon Palace early in the morning. She should be back soon. Ji Shunyue didn't know why, but her heart sank slightly, as if a small bubble in the depths of her heart burst with a pop, but she didn't feel it, only frowning slightly. She went to Ji Tianyue's place early in the morning. What did this person mean by that? He was trying to please her and her sister. Should she still ask him the truth? She hesitated and thought about it, but the 2 people misunderstood and thought that she was jealous and unhappy. One of them hurriedly added, I heard that the little princess was injured last night, and Her Highness Rongyue went to treat her. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3rd princess, who had been muttering to herself a moment ago, disappeared. The 2 people looked at each other again. The 3rd princess was so skilled. The Crystal Moon Palace was the most dreamy place in the entire palace. Crystal tiles, tortoiseshell walls, coral walls. The entire palace was built like a crystal palace. In the courtyard, there were fake mountains, strange stones, and 9 winding corridors. The bottom of the corridor was hollow, paved with a kind of jade. When people stepped on it, it would make a tinkling sound like playing a guqin. At this time, there was a chess table in this winding corridor, and the black and white chess pieces on the table were fighting fiercely. 2 people sat opposite each other at the table, one in blue and the other in pink. The one in blue was Rongyue Tianlan, and the one in pink was Ji Tianyue. Among the 4 virtues of a woman, besides needlework and cooking, if one was good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, it was also very glorious. Ji Tianyue was good at chess, but compared to Rongyue Tianlan, she was not even 1 universe away. As soon as the game started, she was defeated by him, and her army was utterly defeated. Rongyue Tianlan's slender fingers stretched out, and a chess piece fell, killing a large number of her chess pieces. Princess Ji Tianyue's small face blushed, and she pouted coquettishly. Brother Rongyue, can't you let me win? Rongyue Tian raised her hand and calmly tidied up the chess pieces on the chessboard. There is no father and son on the chessboard. This cannot be allowed. Your chess skills still need to be honed. Let's do it again next time. No, I want another round. I don't believe that I can't win even 1 stone. Princess Ji Tianyue's stubborn temper also rose. However, Rong Yuishanlin was somewhat dispirited. It's getting late. You should go and have your meal. Or next time, no. Let's go for another round. Let's go for another round, okay? Ji Tianyue looked at him pitifully. Tianyue's legs don't hurt only when I play chess. Rong Yuetian didn't know why she was in a daze and didn't react for a while. Ji Tianyue waved her small hand in front of his eyes. Brother Rongyu? Brother Rongyu? Rong Yuishanlin finally regained his senses. He looked at the chessboard and then looked at Ji Tianyue opposite him. He raised his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. All right, just one game. The black and white chess pieces fell on the chessboard again. Ji Tianyue excitedly opened her mouth. Brother Rongyue, your chess skills are amazing. I want to be as good as you. Can you teach me, please? If you teach me for a few years, maybe my chess skills can be on par with yours. Chapter 27:13. I'm still young after all. I've only learned for 300 years. Rong Yuishanlin glanced at her, shook his head slightly. Chess skills were completely dependent on talent. The master could lead the way, but the cultivation depended on the individual. After learning the basic chess skills, the rest depended entirely on talent and perception. Ji Tianyue did not have such perception at all. Even if she learned chess for a few thousand years, she would still be as bad as she was today. Back then, Ning Xiuma was only in her teens, but she was able to cause a storm and defeat him. Is that okay, Brother Rongyu? Ji Tianyue's big eyes were as clear as crystals. Rong Yuishanlin's gaze swept across her eyes. His fingers paused for a moment before he finally agreed. Okay, to play chess, you need to have qi. Only when you have qi can you practice well. If you hit the head, the tail will follow. He began to explain to her the ways to play chess and pointed out where to place each chess piece in her hand. The autumn wind blew and the autumn flowers bloomed. There was a Bodhi tree in the courtyard. The palm-sized Bodhi leaves were blown down by the wind and swirled down, occasionally landing on the chessboard or their clothes. The Bodhi leaves were golden yellow, contrasting with the pink flowers in the flower bed beside them. It was as beautiful as a painting. When Ji Tianyue rushed to the entrance of the Crystal Moon Palace, she saw this scene. She stood there and watched everything. She saw a leaf fall on Ji Tianyue's hair and was blown up by the wind. Ji Tianyue was focused on the chessboard and did not notice it at all. It was Rong Yuishanlin's fingertips that flicked it away. Ji Tianyue seemed to have just noticed this and smiled sweetly. Thank you, Brother Rongyu. Her smile was like a blooming flower bud, beautiful and tender. Rong Yuishanlin's gaze paused on her face for a moment before he looked away again. His gaze returned to the chessboard, and he continued to point at her. They played chess as if there was no one else around, as if no one else was allowed to step in between them. Perhaps it was because they were too focused, but neither of them noticed Ji Shunyu standing outside the courtyard. Ji Tianyue stood there for a moment, then turned and left without saying a word. Just as he turned the corner, he bumped into the second princess, Ji Shunming. Ji Shunming was leaning over the railing to feed the fishes. When he saw her walk over, he raised his head and smiled. He said leisurely, "You saw that too? What does it feel like to see your fiancé and your sister together?" Ji Shunyu ignored her and walked past her. Yo, you also have times when you feel so bad? This was really rare. However, don't blame me for telling you the truth. You really don't deserve him. It would be better for you to leave as soon as possible. Sister, I heard that yesterday evening, His Highness Rongyu personally went to see our Imperial Father, saying that he is interested in Tianyu and wants Imperial Father to give Tianyu to him. Ji Shiming's tone was sour and gloating. Ji Shunyu finally stopped and turned around to look at her. Ji Shunming felt that his words had a great effect and became even more proud. Third sister, sometimes people have to know their own limits. No matter how good a phoenix is, it's not something a sparrow can match. Don't you think so? Ji Shunyu suddenly smiled. You're right. A sparrow is indeed not worthy of a phoenix. It seems like Sister has been pining for him for thousands of years, and even had the servant girls spread rumors about him being childhood sweethearts. You didn't hesitate to ruin your own reputation just to get involved with him. I don't know what Sister went through, but you suddenly thought it through and realized that a sparrow is not worthy of a phoenix? Chapter 27:14. Ji Shenming's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Ji Xinyue smirked. You know what I'm talking about. She ignored her and turned to leave. You better explain yourself. Ji Shenming was so angry that she trembled as she held onto the railing. Ji Shenming didn't even look back as she went down the bridge. You? How shameless are you? The husband that you've been waiting for 3,000 years was easily snatched away by your sister, and you're still acting like you don't care? So what if you're good at martial arts? You'll still be dumped. If I were you, I'd just jump off this bridge and drown. Ji Shenming didn't even finish her rant before she suddenly screamed. The railing next to her broke, and she fell headfirst into the water. With a loud splash, a huge splash was created. By the time she finally emerged from the lake in a daze, Ji Shenming had already disappeared without a trace. Ji Shenming. Why did the railing suddenly break? It must be that stinky girl's doing. It was really cold to be in the water in this kind of weather. Although Ji Shenming was usually surrounded by servants, he purposely sent all the servants away today to provoke Ji Shenming. Now, she could only tremble as she climbed onto the shore. Just as she put her hand on the bluestone steps, a pair of dragon-embroidered boots appeared in front of her. She was startled and looked up from the boots to see her father in a bright yellow robe. She shuddered. Father Emperor. She decided to complain first. Father Emperor, Shunyu is very rude. She has always disliked me as her older sister. This son was just admiring the fish here and ignored her. I even asked her about it with concern. I never thought that she would be so ignorant. She actually deliberately broke the railing of the bridge and caused your daughter to fall into the water. Father Emperor, you have to help this son get justice. She had always been good at acting. She had done this many times in front of the South Sky Emperor, and she always succeeded in provoking her father's anger, causing him to become more and more dissatisfied with Ji Shenming. In addition, she was already trembling from the cold, so this made her voice tremble even more. Her hair and body were dripping wet, making her look even more pitiful and realistic. The South Heaven Emperor looked at her with an indecipherable expression. After she finished speaking, he slowly said, I saw it from beginning to end. Ji Shenming shuddered and his face turned pale. We doted on you so much in vain. I didn't expect you to become so vicious and maliciously hurt your sister. Ji Shenming had always been gentle and magnanimous in front of the South Heaven Emperor, like a good elder sister, but he didn't expect to reveal his true colors in front of his father today. He was tongue-tied. The South Heaven Arch looked at her again and said coldly, As a woman, you should follow the way of women the most. You actually, pausing here, he took a step back and ordered, Immediately send the second princess back to the Nantian clan. Without my order, she is not to set foot in the Nantian clan again. Ji Shenming. Her face turned pale. Ji Shenming was strolling alone in the garden. After all, it was already late autumn, and most of the spring flowers in the garden had withered without a trace. Only the luoqing flowers next to a small pavilion were blooming beautifully. Ji Shenming stood in front of the flower bed and gently picked up a branch to sniff it. The faint fragrance seemed to extinguish the fire in her heart for no reason. Chapter 27:15. Shenyu, so you're here. Ji Shenming raised her head and saw her father, the South Heaven Emperor, walking towards her. Ji Shenming paused for a moment, then bowed to her father. Today, the South Heaven Emperor and his daughter seemed to have a lot to talk about. He talked a lot with Ji Shenming. Ji Shenming felt that her father didn't come to talk to her today, so she listened patiently. Sure enough, after some small talk, the South Heaven Emperor finally got to the point. He pretended not to care and said, Oh right, Shenyu, yesterday when the lanterns were lit, Tianlan suddenly brought Tianyu to me to ask for something. Ji Shenyu raised her eyebrows and looked at her father. What is it? A marriage proposal? The South Heaven Emperor shook his head slightly. Don't listen to Shenming's nonsense. He still has an engagement with you. Why would he directly ask for my daughter's hand? What he's asking for is something else. Ji Shenming didn't say anything and waited for the South Heaven Emperor to continue. As expected, the South Heaven Emperor continued. He said that because he wanted to break off the engagement with you, He felt very sorry for our Nantian clan. Seeing that your little sister is smart, he wants to keep her by his side and personally teach her some martial arts as compensation to the Nantian clan. Ji Shunyu's lips twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything. Sorry for her, but compensation to her little sister? Rong Yue, Tianlan's compensation, was interesting. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes yesterday, perhaps she would have thought that Rong Yue Tianlan sincerely wanted to compensate the Nantian clan by teaching his strange martial arts to Ji Tianyu. But now, Rong Yue Tianlan's intentions were obviously not pure. Last night should have been the first time her little sister met him, right? It was lightning that stirred up the earth fire 10,000 years in a flash. Ji Shun, you had never believed in love at first sight. How could a man and a woman fall head over heels in love with each other just by looking at their faces for the first time? One must know that one's appearance was the easiest to deceive. What if a man's appearance was good, but his character was trash? Or what if a woman's appearance was beautiful enough to cause the downfall of a country, but her character or living habits were flawed? In her opinion, this so-called love at first sight only appeared in those stories to fool those young girls. Those inexperienced little girls might fall in love at first sight. But for someone like her who had grown up in a nest of rumors, she had long been immune to such talk. But now that a real-life version of love at first sight was playing out in front of her, she knew that it was real. Ji Tianyue was still underage, so it was not strange for her to fall in love at first sight. However, for a playboy like Rong Yue Tianlan to also fall in love at first sight, this was beyond Ji Shinyue's expectations and also opened her eyes. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. The South Heaven Emperor beside her was still rambling. When the South Heaven Emperor saw her a few days ago, he always told her to think of ways to hook Rong Yue Tianlan into her hands so that this marriage could not be canceled. This time, he asked her when she would leave with Rong Yue Tianlan to go to the Pillar of Marriage to cancel the engagement. He even said earnestly, "Imperial Father has also thought about it. The two of you don't have any feelings for each other. A melon twisted by force won't be sweet. It's better to break off this marriage as soon as possible. This way, the man and woman will have nothing to do with each other." Although Ji Shinyu also wanted to break off the engagement with Rong Yue Tianlan, now that she heard her father's words, her heart sank. She knew that he saw that Rong Yue Tianlan and her little sister were interested in each other, and she was standing between them like a tiger blocking the road. Therefore, her biological father wanted to get rid of her, this tiger blocking the road, to pave the way for his little daughter's pursuit of her husband. Chapter 27:16. Although she had already been disappointed, now that she thought it through, she still felt a chill in her heart. It was as if someone had thrown her into ice water and soaked her in it. Perhaps because she was unhappy today, she was a little sensitive and accidentally asked the truth. What she asked was exactly what she was thinking. In the end, she couldn't help but ask, "Father, I am also your daughter. Why must you treat me like this? Am I not your biological daughter?" The South Sky Emperor probably didn't expect his daughter to speak so sharply to him today and was stunned for a moment. He also deeply felt sorry for his third daughter, but, "Shinyu, you misunderstood Father. Father has always been worried about you, but you said yourself that you and Tianlan have no feelings for each other, so why must it be tied together? It's rare for him to take a fancy to your sister. This is also a good thing. After all, one should not let one's own fertile water flow into one's own fields." That's right, Shinyu, this time at the banquet, those people finally don't misunderstand you so much anymore. Many immortal monarchs are interested in you, and there are already several groups of people who have come to propose marriage. Those people are not weak. Although they can't compare to Rong Yue Tianlan, they are still nobles. Father wants to wait until you cancel this marriage and arrange for you to meet them, so that we can properly choose for you. The South Sky Emperor finally said the real purpose of this trip. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and was stunned for a moment. Ji Shunyu stood there, twirling a flower in her hand. She lowered her head and sniffed it, her voice indifferent. "It's rare for Father to be so biased. Father, don't worry. My marriage with Rong Yue Tianlan will definitely be canceled. As for who he likes, it has nothing to do with me. I'm not giving up my position to anyone. I'm just following my heart. As for my marriage in the future, I beg Father not to interfere. I won't give you a chance to interfere." When she said the last sentence, her voice was cold. It made the South Sky Emperor's heart suddenly turn cold, as if something important was leaving him. He was a little flustered. "Shunyu, you misunderstood Father." He paused here because he saw Jishin take out a doll from her storage space. The doll was the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child. The cloth and other things on it were old, but it looked very clean. It could be seen that the person who owned the doll cared for it very much. "Father, do you recognize this doll?" The South Sky Emperor was a little confused, slightly frowning. "This is—" The doll looked like an ordinary doll. He couldn't see what was special about it. Ji Xinyu's eyes, her eyes fell on the doll. She laughed self-deprecatingly. "Father really doesn't remember. This was a gift from Imperial Father for Shunyu's 500th birthday." At that time, everyone in the palace had forgotten Shunyu's birthday, causing Shunyu to be very disappointed. Shunyu used a doll. Shunyu. At that time, Shunyu really happy. To Shunyu, this doll was something that her royal father had casually given to her. However, to Shunyu, this doll was a symbol of how much her royal father doted on her, and she had always treated it as a treasure. When she was in the Purple Cloud sect, Shunyu would hug it to sleep at night. Chapter 27:17. Every time I held it, I would bathe and change my clothes, afraid that it would be a bit broken or dirty. Every time, I would tell it that Father still loves me and doesn't want me. This doll is proof. South Sky King's face was a bit pale, and his heart seemed to be squeezed by something. Ji Xinyu smiled again. Xinyu always tells herself that Father actually loves Xinyu, but because of these things, Father is a bit angry at Xinyu. But Father will understand in the future and know that he doesn't blame Xinyu, and will even treat Xinyu well. When Xinyu comes back, Father will see that Xinyu has learned so well and will definitely be proud of Xinyu. He won't care about those rumors and will be good to Xinyu. He will even arrest the people who spread the rumors. After all, Xinyu was once Father's daughter. But what did Father do at that time? South Sky King opened his mouth slightly, but couldn't say anything. At that time, he seemed to be worried about the marriage of the first and second princesses. Xinyu came back and wanted to show off the martial arts she learned, but was impatiently kicked out by him. "Royal Father, Xinyu has actually always hoped that you would treat me like how you treat my 2 older sisters. But Royal Father has always treated me differently. You allowed my 2 older sisters to humiliate me, allowed those subjects to ruin my reputation, and even vented their anger on my mother. Now, for the sake of your youngest daughter, you're forcing me to do this. Royal Father, my heart is also made of flesh. When I'm hurt, it will also hurt, and it will also be disappointed and even despair." South Sky King's face became even paler. "Shunyu, Father has indeed mistreated you. Father will compensate you in the future. No need." Ji Shunyu softly said 3 words. Xinyu doesn't need it anymore. "Father, Xinyu will return this doll to you today." The doll flew out of her hand and landed in South Sky King's hand. With a turn, it disappeared. South Sky King was completely stunned. He looked at the old doll in his arms. It was hard to imagine that an ordinary doll could be preserved so well for so many years. Nearly 3,000 years. This old doll still had a faint body temperature, which gradually cooled down in the autumn wind. South Sky King's heart was in a panic, as if he had lost an important thing in his life forever. "Shunyu." A moment later, he finally reacted and staggered towards Ji Xinyu's courtyard. He wanted to have a good chat with her and tell her that he had never given up on her. In his heart, she had always been his daughter. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. If he told his daughter all this without any basis, she probably wouldn't listen. Since she liked dolls so much, he would buy her a few more. He wanted to bring a bunch of dolls over and tell her that he had just ignored her and vented his anger on her. Now that he knew he was wrong, he bought her so many dolls. He immediately summoned the head chief steward and ordered him to quickly handle this matter. The chief steward was dumbfounded. He didn't know why the South Heaven Emperor suddenly had such a childish heart. However, since it was His Majesty's order, He naturally did not dare to disobey and immediately arranged for people to go. When South Heaven Emperor brought a bunch of dolls into Ji Shan Yu's meditation garden, he found nothing. There were only a few maids in Jingxin Park, but Ji Shan Yu was nowhere to be seen. The maids trembled as they reported to him. After the princess came back, she stayed in the room for a while before leaving. However, she left a letter on the table. Chapter 27:18. The South Sky Emperor's heart sank. His daughter had left home again. He was afraid that she would never come back this time. Where's the letter? The South Sky Emperor strode into the room. He finally saw the letter. However, the words on the envelope read, to Rongyue Tianlan. This letter was for Rongyue Tianlan, not for him. The letter was light, and there was only one page inside. Obviously, there wasn't much written. The South Sky Emperor was hesitant. He wondered if he should open it to take a look. He then looked around the room and saw a rather exquisite doll lying on Ji Shan Yu's bed. It was lying there alone, as if it had been abandoned. The South Sky Emperor asked, "Where did this doll come from?" The maids looked at each other. Xiao Qing answered in a low voice, It's the princess who brought it back yesterday." The South Sky Emperor felt even more uneasy. She was hurt so badly, she didn't even want the doll that she bought herself. He wanted to open the letter even more. He wanted to see what she had left for Rongyue Tianlan. After thinking about it, he decided not to do such a tasteless thing. He immediately sent someone to invite Rongyue Tianlan. Before the person who was sent out walked out of the courtyard, a person in plain clothes walked in. "Is she awake? It's time to heal again." The word awake was swallowed back when he saw the people in the courtyard and the doll piled up in half. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. This person was naturally Rongyue Tianlan. He stood there in a blue brocade robe, like an orchid tree. The whole courtyard seemed to light up with him. "Tianlan, come in and talk." The South Sky Emperor's voice sounded from inside the room. His tone was different from his usual calm and steady tone. Rongyue Tianlan didn't know why, but his heart sank. He strode in. Before he could see the layout of the room clearly, a letter was stuffed into his hand. The South Sky Emperor's voice was even more hurried. "Open it and see." There was only one letter. There was only a short line on it. "Meet in front of the marriage pillar 12 days later. Annul the engagement." Although Ji Shan Yu's words were not as beautiful as the current girls, the strokes were very powerful. It had a free and easy style. Because the majority of the people on this continent were cultivators, voice transmission talismans were more common. Usually, voice transmission talismans were enough to communicate, so there were very few people who wrote ordinary letters. Rongyue Tian had known her for quite some time, but this was the first time she had seen her writing. Her words were elegant, and the words she left behind were concise and powerful, just like her style. It was rumored that Ji Shan Yu was ignorant and incompetent and couldn't even recognize a basket of words. Looking at the words she left behind, it was clear that this rumor was based on groundless accusations. Not only was Ji Shan Yu good at martial arts, her handwriting was also very good. Rongyue Tian looked at the letter for a moment. Then her gaze turned and landed on the doll on the bed. Her gaze paused for a moment. Then she turned to ask the South Heaven Emperor, who had just finished reading the letter, what happened. The South Heaven Emperor paused. She has some misunderstandings towards me. She quarreled with me just now and left in a fit of pique. Rongyue Shanlin looked at him for a moment. Because of me? The South Heaven Emperor didn't expect him to be so sharp. He sighed and didn't deny it. Yes. His bright eyes fell on Rongyue Tian again. She was probably looking for you just now and saw you with Tian Yue. Then she was ridiculed by her second sister in the Imperial Garden. Chapter 27:19. His bright eyes fell on Rongyue Tianlan again. She was probably looking for you just now and saw you with Tian Yue. Then she was ridiculed by her second sister in the Imperial Garden, and the two sisters had a small conflict. After that, I talked to her for a while and advised her to let go since you two are not fated. Rongyue Tianlan turned and left. The South Heaven Emperor quickly chased after her. Where are you going? To find her. Her injuries haven't healed yet. It's dangerous for her to go to the pillar of marriage alone. Rongyue Tianlan said and disappeared. Only then did the South Heaven Emperor remember that there were indeed all kinds of monsters and spirits at the location of the Pillar of Marriage. It was an extremely dangerous place. If Ji Shunyu was not injured, she should be fine going there with Rongyue Tianlan. But if she went there alone, the South Heaven Emperor panicked and hurriedly picked up the sound transmitting talisman to contact Ji Shunyu. As he expected, there was no response. She must have turned off the sound transmitting talisman again. Helplessly, he could only contact the Purple Cloud sect leader. Unexpectedly, he couldn't reach the Purple Cloud sect leader either. He then contacted the Purple Cloud sect leader's eldest disciple, Feng Buji. Feng Buji told him that his master would be in seclusion for a month and couldn't be disturbed now. The South Heaven Emperor was even more anxious. He could only ask Feng Buji to contact Ji Shunyu and not let her go to the Pillar of Marriage alone. Feng Buji was silent for a moment, and his voice became cold. What did you do to her? Why did she do that? The South Heaven Emperor was speechless. Feng Buji's cold voice came again. Your Majesty, you have probably never treated her as your own daughter. That's why no matter how ridiculous the rumors are, you have never used your power to clear her name. Yet, she has always treated you as her own father. Initially, she had some minor injuries on her body, but when she heard about the Flood Dragon disaster, she rushed back immediately. I think she wanted to share your burden and fight the Flood Dragon. The South Heaven Emperor's head buzzed. He suddenly remembered that Rongyue Tianlan had said several times that the Flood Dragon was killed by another person. He didn't believe it at all. He even thought that Rongyue Tianlan didn't want to take the credit. Now, it seemed that it was true. Could it be that the real Dragon Slayer was his daughter? Thinking of his daughter's skills later, the South Heaven Emperor thought more and more about this possibility. The regret in his heart was overwhelming. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but the other side had already hung up the voice transmission talisman. While the South Heaven Emperor was in a daze, there seemed to be some movement outside. He faintly heard the guards at the gate call out something about Her Highness the Princess. He was overjoyed, thinking that Ji Shunyu had returned. He strode out of the hall. Shunyu, the one who fluttered into the courtyard, was not Ji Shunyu, but the little princess, Ji Tianyue. When she saw her imperial father, she was stunned for a moment. Then, when she saw the plush dolls in the courtyard, she was stunned for a second time. Imperial father, you also came to see my third elder sister? Wow, so many beautiful dolls. Father, did you buy this for Tianyu? Ji Tianyue pounced on the maids who were standing in a row in the courtyard with dolls in their hands. She began to comment, this one has big eyes, that one looks delicate, this one has even proportions. In just a moment, she had already picked out 4. She held them in her arms and smiled sweetly at the South Heaven Emperor. Father, these are enough for me. The South Sky Emperor was annoyed. Tianyu, this is for your sister. Put down first. Third sister? Third sister also likes this? That's impossible, right? She's already so old. Chapter 2720. Ji Tianyue was surprised, but then she said carelessly, it's okay. Third sister has always loved me. She will give me anything I like without hesitation. These dolls are the same. She will definitely give me the best. She walked inside. Brother Rongyue is helping third sister heal, right? I'll go in and take a look. The South Sky Emperor was furious. His little daughter took it for granted to steal other people's things, especially her sister's. While he was in a daze, Ji Tianyue ran out of the room like a whirlwind. Father, I heard the maid say that third sister left, and Brother Rongyue went after her. Is it true? Her tone could be called a reproach. The South Sky Emperor frowned. So what? It's dangerous for your sister to go out alone. Before he finished, Ji Tianyue interrupted him. How can they do that? They have been together for a long time. What if Brother Rongyue likes her again? Her little face was red, and her little fists were clenched tightly. She was obviously angry. The South Sky Emperor's face darkened. They were originally engaged. If he likes your sister again, it's understandable. Ji Tianyue's little face was even redder. But they wanted to break off the engagement? How can they like her again? Father, you must stop them. You promised Tianyue last night that you would help her. Shut up. Ji Tianyue was interrupted by the South Sky Emperor. The South Sky Emperor's face was as cold as ice. Little girl, What nonsense are you talking about? Come, take the little princess back to the Crystal Moon Palace to reflect. Without my permission, she is not allowed to leave the palace." Little Princess Ji Tianyue, who always wanted the stars in the sky and not the moon, was stunned. The Pillar of Marriage of the Fanine continent was located on the highest peak of the Misty Mountain in the central area. The South Sky clan was about 5,000 miles away from the Misty Mountain. If one used flying techniques, it would take 3 days. If one used lightness techniques, it would take 10 days. The Misty Mountain was a very strange mountain. It didn't allow any techniques to go up the mountain. Otherwise, a barrier would pop up on the mountain and directly eject people. So if one wanted to go up the mountain, whether they flew or ran, it was the same. They all had to climb. Some people said that the Misty Mountain was a sacred mountain because it had the most magical and solemn object in the Fanine continent, the Pillar of Marriage. The most amazing function of the Marriage Fate Pillar was that every man and woman who got engaged in the Fanine continent would have their names appear on the Marriage Fate Pillar in pairs. It would appear automatically, and no couple would miss out on it. There were tens of millions of people on the Sanskrit Sound continent. The names of tens of millions of people rotated on the pillar, but they were never confused. What was even stranger was that only when both parties were present and placed their hands on the marriage pillars would their names appear clearly. Once the engagement was successfully annulled, the name on it would automatically disappear. It was very magical. There were also some who said that the Misty Mountain was a demonic mountain because there were all kinds of demonic beasts and monsters on the mountain. There were often demonic mists rising from the mountain, and within the mists were all kinds of man-eating insects. Once surrounded by this demonic mist, a person would be gnawed into a pile of white bones in the blink of an eye, without even a trace of flesh and blood left. In order to break the engagement in front of the Pillar of Marriage, one had to pass the test of the Pillar of Marriage itself. The test of the Pillar of Marriage was targeted at people. Chapter 27-21. In order to break the engagement in front of the Pillar of Marriage, one had to pass the test of the Pillar of Marriage itself. The test of the Pillar of Marriage was targeted at people. It was said that there were many different kinds of tests. Some were very easy, and some were very abnormal. Therefore, there was no previous experience to speak of. It all depended on one's luck. If it was easy, everything would be fine. If it was abnormal, one might lose one's life. Because of this, once the people of the Fanine continent got engaged, they would not break the engagement easily. If a man was not satisfied with his fiancée, he could take in a bunch of concubines. Concubines would not be on the Pillar of Marriage. If they were not satisfied, they could divorce them at any time. Therefore, even if the men were not satisfied with their fiancée, they would just put up with it. They did not want to come to the Misty Mountain to look for trouble. As for the women who were not satisfied with their fiancés, their martial arts were all fancy and impractical. They could not fight their way up the Misty Mountain alone. Therefore, if the man did not want to come, the marriage could not be broken. They could only follow the original agreement and marry when they were of age. Therefore, although the Pillar of Marriage had been standing in the Misty Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years, there were very few men and women who successfully came to it to break the engagement. There was not even one pair in hundreds of years. In a deep valley, maple trees covered the valley. The autumn wind blew the maple leaves red. The red color of the valley was like the morning sun being pulled down and spread into the valley. The whole valley was dyed in layers of red. In the depths of the maple forest in the valley, there was a unique small wooden house. The house was surrounded by maple trees. In spring and summer, the maple leaves were green, and so was the small wooden house. In autumn, the maple leaves were red, and the small wooden house was hidden in red clouds like fire. Snow fell in the valley from the east, and the small wooden house was also covered in snow. In general, the small wooden house looked simple, but it was very good at hiding. Even if someone walked into the deep valley, they might not be able to find the small wooden house. Moreover, there was a formation boundary around the small wooden house, so no one could easily break in. There was a stream in front of the small wooden house. At this moment, the two sides of the stream were covered with a thick layer of red maple leaves. They were as soft as a crimson cushion. At night, the moonlight was like wine. At this moment, Ji Shunyue was lying on the cushion formed by nature. There was a wine gourd on her left, and a few plates of peanuts and edamame on her right. She took a sip of wine and ate a few peanuts and edamame, looking extremely lazy and content. Every time she returned to this little nest that only she knew about, she felt exceptionally relaxed. This was her home, a home where she could rest her soul and forget all the troubles outside. Looking at the clouds in the morning, listening to the pines in the evening. He completely relaxed himself. He rolled around in the meadow, took a bath in the stream, caught a fish barefoot in the water, hunted some game in the forest. He was as carefree as a living immortal. Although Ji Shunyu usually liked to wander around the Fanning continent as Shunyu, he would still return here once every 3 to 5 years, either to meditate or to live freely like an ordinary person. Of course, she wouldn't stay here for too long, at most a month. After all, it was too quiet here. Not a single person could be seen. If one stayed here for a long time, the bone-piercing loneliness would invade one's body, making it hard for one to sit or lie down. Thus, one could only leave. Even so, she was still very relaxed every time she came back. This time, he was especially relaxed, because she only planned to rest here for 3 days. Chapter 27-22. The injuries on her body had not healed, but after using 2 spells in succession last night, it did not affect her injuries much. At most, the fading scars and fish scales showed signs of worsening. However, the veins in her body were not affected much. Ji Shinyu did not care much about her body and appearance. Anyway, she was not prepared to marry again. Whether it was ugly or beautiful, it was something she could see. As long as she did not care, why should she care so much? Therefore, she was prepared to rest here for 3 days. After recuperating, she would use the flying spell and lightness skill alternately to go to Misty Mountain. According to her estimation, she could reach the foot of the mountain in 5 days. She would use another 2 days to climb the mountain and kill monsters. That would be enough time. Since she had already made a plan, she simply emptied her mind and drank freely. The wine was the red leaf wine that she had buried under the maple tree 3 years ago. It tasted as spicy as burning knives, but it was a little cooler than burning knives. After drinking it, it felt warm and comfortable. She was cautious in everything outside and almost never got drunk. Last night was an exception. That was because she did not know that the wine that Rongyue Tanlan brought would have such a strong after effect. If she had known, she would not have drunk so much. Of course, she did not have so many scruples when drinking here. Getting drunk was a common thing. Anyway, no matter how drunk she was, no one would disturb her, and no one would sneak up on her. Of course, no one knew what she was like when she was drunk. She did not know herself either, because every time she was drunk, her mind was blank. When she woke up the next day, she did not know what she would do when she was drunk. She realized that she was not honest when she was drunk. Sometimes she clearly felt that she was lying on the bed in the small wooden house, but when she woke up, she was on a tree, a stone, or even in a stream, and she was holding something in her arms, either a big stone or a wooden stick. The most frightening thing was that she was holding a long snake. Fortunately, when she was drunk, her sleeping position was a little strange when she woke up and nothing major happened. What happened after she was drunk last night? Where did Rongyue Tanlan find her and carry her back to Nantian Palace? Originally, she had rushed to Rongyue Tianlan's place this morning to ask for an explanation. But after seeing that scene and after everything that had happened, she felt that those questions were no longer important. It didn't matter if she asked or not. She drank the wine one mouthful at a time. Her watery eyes gradually became misty, and her cheeks turned red from the alcohol. The familiar feeling of dizziness grew stronger and stronger. The stars and moon in the sky were spinning, and the maple trees around her were spinning. Even her little wooden house seemed to be spinning. He was about to get drunk. She smiled, and a final thought flashed through her muddled mind. Rongyue Tianlan should be the first to see her drunk state. What did she look like when she was drunk? Should I ask him when I see him in the future? She was actually quite curious. After this thought flashed through her mind, she was completely drunk and did not know anything. The same sky, the same land. However, the location was different. Rong Yuetianlan was sitting on the moon viewing Peak from last night. The cold wind on the moon gazing Peak whistled, causing his clothes to flutter. He was also drinking wine, and the wine he was drinking was the same kind that had made Ji-shun you drunk last night. Chapter 27-23. This kind of wine tasted soft, but it was extremely strong. Even with his alcohol tolerance, he would be knocked out if he drank an entire jar. But last night, Ji-shun you drank half a jar, and it was under the condition that she was already drunk. By the time he realized it, the jar of wine had already been emptied. So he knew that she couldn't hold on for more than a quarter of an hour and would definitely be knocked out after that. So after he brought her down the mountain, she had a strong personality and probably didn't want anyone to find out her secret. So she simply said goodbye to him, turned around, and walked away quickly, avoiding him like he was the plague. After all, he was still worried about her, so he followed her from afar. Firstly, he wanted to see if she would fall, and secondly, there were many fierce beasts in the mountain. If she fell on the road, she might be eaten by some wolf, worm, tiger, or leopard. He expected her to be drunk, but he didn't expect her to be so drunk. And even more so, he didn't expect her to be so charmingly naive after being drunk. His original plan was to send her out of the mountain, and if she didn't fall, he would let her be. If she fell, he would send her back to the palace quickly, and it wouldn't take much time. But Ji-shun you didn't play by the rules. Even when she was drunk, she could still be drunk in a unique way. At first, she walked in a straight line, her clothes fluttering, but after a while, she began to walk in a swaying Z-step, her body twisting like a willow in the wind. She even giggled. Her laughter was as innocent as a silver bell. After that, she even began to hum a little tune, singing rhythmically and rhythmically. She was so drunk that she didn't even remember the lyrics of the song. He listened to her singing all the way, and he finally knew that she actually had a good voice. When she sang to her heart's content, she even danced under the moonlight. Because she was drunk, she also staggered while dancing, but her waist was softer than a willow, and her limbs were like the wings of a swan. When she danced, she was like a swan under the moonlight, full of a unique charm. Rong Yuetianlan was a famous musician and had a deep understanding of singing and dancing. He never thought that a person could dance like this, attracting the attention of a picky person like him. In this aspect, she was actually a genius. The dance she danced while drunk was original. Her movements didn't follow any rules, but it was strangely harmonious and strangely beautiful. At that moment, Rong Yuetianlan even wanted to take out her flute and play a song for her. However, he suppressed this thought. In front of him, Ji-shun Yue had always been calm and collected, with the confidence of a man. After getting drunk, she finally revealed the naivety and innocence of a little girl, which amused him. His heart inexplicably softened. As if some kind of ripple was slowly spreading later, he found that she was not going down the mountain. She was running in a crooked direction toward a remote cave. Rong Yuetianlan naturally sensed that the cave was the lair of a unicorn. She was undoubtedly seeking her own death by bumping into it like this. On one hand, he secretly rejoiced that he had followed the right person. On the other hand, he took 2 steps closer to her. The Dharma seal in his sleeves was activated. He was prepared to save the person as soon as he realized that something was wrong. He thought that with Ji-shun you drunk like this, she would rush in without thinking. However, he didn't expect that when she was about to reach the entrance of the cave, she would pull out her majestic machete. Her machete didn't look very special. Although it was made of meteoric iron, it wasn't considered a divine weapon. At most, it was a sharp weapon. Chapter 27-24. However, it was this saber that was ranked second in the weapon manual written by the martial artists of the Fanning continent. In the weapon manual, this saber was called a Jura saber. Many famous experts had fallen under this saber. It was rumored that when this saber appeared, wind and thunder would erupt, and the sun and moon would lose their light. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Every time it appeared, it would inevitably cut off someone's life. The martial arts world passed down this saber as if it was a god, but only Rong Yuetianlan understood. What made this saber so awe-inspiring was not the saber itself, but the person holding the saber. It was because the person holding the saber was extremely powerful that this ordinary saber was able to squeeze into the weapon manual. Xinyu's name was much more famous than her own. He was the solitary deity ranked second in the martial arts world. Who would have thought that this famous deity was Princess Ji Xinyu, who had been demoted to be useless? Rongyue Tianlan knew that once her second identity was announced, it would probably cause a huge uproar in the entire Fanning continent. On this continent, this kind of expert was a talent that every clan fought over. It was said that the emperors of the four clans tried every possible way to extend all kinds of olive branches to this deity. Rongyue Tianlan's information was not ordinary. He also knew that the South Heaven Emperor had sent people to contact this deity, Shun Yu, many times, promising all kinds of generous conditions that could kill people to poach him under his command. Ji Shun Yu was probably afraid of exposing her identity in her own clan, so she had always ignored the olive branch that the South Heaven Emperor extended. This made the South Heaven Emperor feel that this person was cold and aloof and wanted to rope him in more. It was said that in order to rope in this expert, he had worried so much that his hair turned white. If he knew that this Shun Yu was the incarnation of the daughter he looked down on the most, what kind of expression would he have? He was actually looking forward to that day. But since Ji Shun Yu did not want to make it public, she must have her own reasons. Naturally, he would not expose her. He saw Ji Shun Yu break into the cave with the saber, and Rongyue Tianlan naturally followed. He saw that Ji Shun Yu's vision was not good because she was drunk, so she walked in the cave and directly kicked the sleeping unicorn, successfully provoking this big guy to go crazy. Even if Ji Shun Yu was drunk, her reaction was not slow, and she was not sent flying by the unicorn's claw. However, she had drunk too much and was half a beat slower during the fight. If Rongyue Tianlan had not secretly made a move to slow down the unicorn's movements by 3 beats, Ji Shun Yu would probably have been torn apart alive. Such intense movements shook the alcohol in Ji Shun Yu's body. She vomited in the middle of the battle, directly spraying the unicorn's face. This caused the unicorn, who loved cleanliness, to immediately break down. It actually ignored Ji Shun Yu's large blade and directly used its claws to wipe its face. Not only did it wipe once, it even wiped a second time. Thus, the filth on its face was wiped clean, but its throat was also slit by the large saber, and it lost its little life. After the unicorn crashed to the ground, the drunk Ji Shun Yu also sat on the ground. In the dark night, her pair of hazy eyes were abnormally bright. She was in a daze on the ground for a moment. Then, she actually staggered to the side of the unicorn's corpse and did something that Yu Tianlan would never have thought of. She pried open the unicorn's hooves and then dove into the unicorn's chest. Yu Tianlan was dumbfounded. The unicorn loved cleanliness and had a body full of long fur, so its fur had always been as soft and clean as satin. Lying on such fur should not be uncomfortable, but this scene was still very shocking to the eyes. Chapter 27-25. A petite girl was lying in the arms of a long-haired beast. It was a classic Beauty and the Beast. Actually, because Ji Shun Yu was very drunk, she showed her female appearance not long after she went down the mountain. Other than the clothes that were for men, every inch of her body was that of a woman. Her figure was very good. The places that should be protruding were protruding, and the places that should be perky were perky. Even if she was wearing a man's robe, the towering peaks in front of her chest could be seen. In her drunken state, she was probably afraid of the cold, so her body desperately squeezed into the unicorn's arms. Her little mouth was still mumbling, but it could be heard clearly. "Father, don't you love Xinyu anymore? Hug Xinyu." Rongyue Tianlan almost fell over. He never thought that she would actually treat the unicorn as her father. Her little face was filled with innocence and grievance, like a child who had yet to reach adulthood, longing for her parents' love. If she was sober, she would definitely not do this, and would not show such an expression that was similar to that of a little girl. But now that she was drunk, she spoke the truth after drinking, and she spoke the truth after drinking. She even took out a doll as if it was a treasure. "Father, look, I still have this doll." Father must love me very much in your heart, so you know that I like this. Father, can you buy another doll for Shinyu? Her voice was delicate and tender, as if she was still that child who desperately wanted to be doted on by her parents. This scene was obviously very comical, but Rongyue Tianlan felt inexplicably sad. His heart that had always been hard seemed to have been cut open by someone, revealing the painful softness inside. She was drunk, so it was not a good idea to let her sleep in the arms of a dead unicorn. Rongyue Tianlan simply pulled her out of the unicorn's arms, then carried her in his arms and walked out directly. She was restless in his arms, and in a daze, she began to hug his waist again, calling him father and mumbling for him to hug her again. Rongyue Tianlan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time in his life that he was called father. Although he was more than 1,000 years older than her, if he had married early, he might have been able to give birth to a daughter of this age. He really wanted to tell her that he was not her father, but her fiancé. However, arguing with a drunk person was undoubtedly asking for trouble. Seeing how much she craved fatherly love, he might as well pretend to be her father and gently comfort her and coax her. After they entered the city, he even bought her a big doll to hold. She was indeed very happy. She even leaned up and kissed him on the cheek. She hugged his neck, and the smile on her face was as bright as the moonlight in the sky. Her soft lips touched his face, causing ripples in his heart. He had the urge to fiercely kiss her back. Fortunately, he suppressed this thought in time and brought her directly into an inn. She was still wearing a man's robe, so it was inappropriate to send her back like this, so he had to think of a way to change her clothes. Rongyue Tianlan was still a gentleman in this aspect. If he didn't have the intention to marry the other party, he wouldn't look at the other party's body. Even though he had been treating Ji Shanyu's injuries for the past few days, using a secret technique on her abdomen every day, it was still through her clothes. After he entered the inn, he used a spell to conceal her appearance. Then, he took out a long dress from her storage space and asked the owner of the inn to put it on for her. Then, he brought her back to the palace and sent her back to her Jinx Sinuan. Chapter 27-26. She had been hugging the doll, as obedient as the doll, making people reluctant to put it down. Rongyue Tianlan was actually quite conflicted. The moment he saw Ji Tianyue, the woman's figure that had been hazy in his mind suddenly became clear, and her appearance was highly similar to Ji Tianyue's. Especially that pair of crystal-clear eyes, they were exactly the same. He felt as if lightning had struck his heart. He didn't expect that the woman he wanted to find his heart was actually his fiancée's sister. Ever since he returned to this continent, fragments of that woman flashed through his mind from time to time, such as that pair of clear eyes, that breathtaking dance, that innocent and unaffected personality. They were all shockingly similar to Ji Tianyue's. This made a series of lightning strikes flash through his heart. He originally came back with two goals. One was to break off the engagement with his fiancée, and the other was to find the girl in his heart. He thought that there was still a long way to go to find that girl. After all, in the vast sea of people, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to find a person whose face was blurred. He didn't expect to find her so quickly. At that moment, he didn't know how happy he was, and it was also the first time he was so agitated, directly leading people to find the South Sky Emperor. Fortunately, he still had some rationality. He felt that Ji Tianyue was still young, and he had an engagement, so it was not appropriate for him to tell the truth. So he planned to take it slow, first saying that he wanted to guide her in martial arts, and then come up with other plans. Of course, since he had identified Ji Tianyue as the girl in his life, he naturally didn't want to take her as a disciple. In this world, a relationship between master and disciple was not allowed. He didn't want to find a stumbling block for himself. The joy of finding the girl in his heart made him forget about Ji Tianyue for a moment. After all, the two of them had already agreed to break off the engagement after Ji Tianyue's injuries were healed. He should not owe her anything as long as he did his best to heal her. But after all, he had delayed Ji Tianyue's youth. He even planned to find a suitable opportunity to introduce a few of his outstanding young friends in this world to her after successfully breaking off the engagement with Ji Tianyue. No one would dislike such an outstanding girl. She would definitely be able to find her destined other half. He had always comforted himself like this, and had always done so. He felt that this was the most rational and appropriate way. He even gave himself a thumbs up in his heart for thinking this way. However, when he watched Ji Tianyue dance in the palace, he couldn't help but notice Ji Tianyue's expression. She had been hiding her emotions very well, so he couldn't see anything. But when she turned around and left quietly, his heart inexplicably sank. It was as if a small weight had fallen on him. At that time, he even had the urge to chase after her. Later on, he brought Ji Tianyue out. Firstly, it was to celebrate the festival with her. Secondly, deep in his heart, he wanted to find Ji Shanyue, who had never returned. Her injuries had not healed yet. If she used her martial arts outside, she was afraid that it would worsen her injuries. He felt that he was acting out of humanitarian concern and did not see anything wrong with it. As expected, he bumped into her at the foot of Moon-Gazing Peak. Her relationship with Rongyue Tianhuan was clearly not bad. The interaction between the two of them gave him a strange feeling. He had never thought that this cousin of his was an eyesore, but after everything that had happened on Moon-Gazing Peak, he had the urge to make this cousin disappear. The interaction between Ji Shunyu, Rongyu, and Tianhuan seemed particularly disharmonious in his eyes. This emotion was a little strange, and he couldn't figure out what it was. Chapter 27:27. He just felt that his cousin was a playboy and was not worthy of being with Ji Xinyu. This made him, a perfectionist, have the urge to break them apart violently. After he sent Ji Xinyu back to the palace, he checked her injuries again and saw that the wounds had indeed worsened, but they were not much of a hindrance. At most, he would extend the treatment period for her for a few more days, but that was not worth much. In the depths of his heart, he faintly felt that the longer the treatment period, the better. He was shocked by his own thoughts and felt that his emotions were a little off. When he returned to his courtyard, he was in a daze. He did not sleep the entire night, and when he was about to fall asleep in the morning, someone reported that the little princess was injured. She cried for half the night and was now clamoring to see him. Only then did he remember Ji Tianyu, who he had flirted with. When he heard that she was injured, he hurried over. Ji Tianyu's injuries were actually not serious, and with his medical skills, she was naturally cured. He felt guilty towards Ji Tianyu, so he stayed by her side, suppressing his yawns as he played chess with her and talked to her. He told himself that Ji Tianyu was the girl he had been searching for, and that he could not let her suffer any pain. He had to slowly grow up with her, and then marry her. Only then could he be considered complete. But when he was by Ji Tianyu's side, he faintly felt dull and bored. He was very fond of playing chess, and could concentrate fully every time he played, but when he played chess with Ji Tianyu, he could not raise his spirits. Her chess skills were too weak, like soft tofu that could not be played. The first time he was distracted while playing chess, he was thinking about Ji Shunyu's injuries, so when it was time to treat Ji Shunyu's injuries, he immediately bid farewell and returned to his courtyard. When the servants in the courtyard told him that Ji Shunyu had come to find him, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Then he went to Ji Shunyu's courtyard, but he did not expect that she had already decisively left. When he saw the letter and heard South Heaven Emperor's self-defense, his heart felt like it was being fiercely clenched by someone, and some indescribable pain and anger surged up. From Ji Shunyu's drunken reaction, he clearly knew how much this strong girl yearned for kinship. This girl had worked hard enough, but she had always been treated unfairly. And the reason why she had been treated unfairly was mostly because he had run away from the marriage back then. Under such injustice, she actually didn't grow crooked, didn't become cynical, and didn't become a devil. Instead, she became a hero of a generation. It was really admirable. Such a girl should be treated with sincerity and deserve the best. He knew that she would definitely rush to the marriage pillar in the next few days, but he was afraid that she would use the flight spell regardless. The flight technique was a relatively advanced technique, and her injuries were already worsening. If she used the flight technique again, she was afraid that it would cause irreversible damage to her body. It might not have much effect on her martial arts, But the scars on her body and those strange scales would never disappear. Although he had already told her about the importance of this relationship, this girl obviously didn't care much about it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have broken her vow time and time again. In this world, if Yu Tianlan claimed to be second in terms of her ability to find people, no one would dare to claim to be first. Once he opened his heavenly eye, he could search every nook and cranny of the entire Fannian continent. Back then, he had even used this method to help Shun Julie find Ning Xiuma. Chapter 27-28. If not for the fact that Ning Xiuma had been forced by Shui Yilan to disguise herself, he would have been able to find her. However, opening the heavenly eye consumed a lot of willpower. Opening it once consumed more than half of his willpower, and he would need to cultivate for a year to recover it. Therefore, he did not use this method often. He had only used it twice since he learned it. This time, in order to find Ji Shunyu, he opened it again. The result was disappointing. He did not find anything. There were only two reasons for this situation. First, she had changed her appearance and her aura. Second, she was hiding in some ancient enchantment, and this enchantment had the ability to block everything. Among the people Rong Yuishinlin knew, only Shun Julie knew such an abnormal enchantment. Shun Julie was probably fishing with Ning Xiuma on a Xiaoyao island, so he probably did not have the time to come to this world to join the fun. Therefore, the second possibility was eliminated, and only the first was left. It seemed like this girl was very familiar with Che Qingjia's transformation. Furthermore, this transformation of her aura was a relatively advanced spell. She really didn't care about her body at all. Rong Yuishinlin was angry, but he had no other choice. Opening the heavenly eye consumed more than half of his willpower, and he could not even summon the strength to ride the cloud. He could only rest for the time being and recover his willpower first. The best and fastest way to recover his willpower was to find a secluded place to clear all distracting thoughts and meditate. He was not willing to go to Nantian Palace now, because there were still a lot of troublesome things waiting for him there, and he might not be able to calm down. After thinking about it, he thought of Moon Admiring Peak. This place was not ordinary secluded, and no one would come to disturb him. The spiritual qi was abundant, and it was a good place to meditate. Of course, to be safe, he still called someone over. That person had not arrived yet, so he temporarily drank a little wine here. The moon in the sky was as big as a disk, and the moon was bright while the stars were dim. The moonlight of the 16th century was picturesque. Rong Yu Tianlan drank a mouthful of wine while facing the moon. Ji Shunyu's figure flashed across her mind, and the memories of her drinking and chatting with her last night flashed across her mind. Her heart shook slightly. Other than Shun Julie, this was the first time he had met such a bosom friend. If it wasn't for this marriage contract, he and she might have become best friends, right? He didn't know why, but when he thought about his best friend, he thought about Yunqi. Yunqi was his only confidant on the Tianxi continent. Of course, in his heart, he automatically ignored the gender of this confidant. His feelings for Yunqi were slightly weaker than his feelings for Shun Julie, but he still treated her as a good friend. However, they were only good friends. He never had any other thoughts about Yunqi. However, he vaguely felt that Ji Xinyue's position in his heart was different from Yunqi's, but he couldn't tell what the difference was. Perhaps it was because she used to be his fiancée in name, so there was a strange feeling in her heart. Just as he was pondering, there was a slight breeze in the distance, and a person floated down. Eighth cousin brother. It was Rong Yu Tianwan. Rong Yu Tianlan raised his cup at him. Come and sit. Rong Yu Tianwan did not stand on ceremony and sat across from him. Chapter 27-29. Rong Juishin Huan didn't stand on ceremony and sat opposite him. Looking at the wine gourd in his hand, his eyes lit up. Eighth cousin, what good wine is this? I want to drink too. Rong Juishin Lan said, bring your cup over. Rong Juishin Huan scratched his head. Eighth cousin, I've never liked to bring those odds and ends. Alas, it's a pity that Shunyu isn't here. Otherwise, he would have prepared a cup for me. He stared at the wine gourd again. Aren't you also drinking from the bottle? Bring it over and let me drink a few mouthfuls. His handsome face showed a rare melancholy. I feel that there's some fire in my heart. I need to use wine to quench it. Rendezvous Shenlong looked up at him and showed a rare concern. What's the fire in your heart? Rendezvous Shenhuan looked at him like a searchlight. You sent Shinyu off last night. Why didn't you come up? You too. What happened? Rendezvous Shenlong frowned slightly and asked calmly, what can happen between him and me? He looked righteous and obviously didn't do anything bad. Rendezvous Shenhuan scratched his head again and felt that he was thinking too much. He muttered this. Then why didn't you come back? The little princess you brought is really noisy. She kept crying and even hurt her own leg just to let you hug her. In the end, you didn't come back. The little girl was so wrong that she cried. Rendezvous Shenlong raised his eyebrows. She hurt her own leg. Of course. Did you think I was the one who kowtowed to her? I'm not interested in this kind of little flower. Right? Eighth cousin, I think the little girl should have fallen in love with you. You're also very good to her. Are you guys? Hee. Rendezvous Shenhuan's last hee sounded a little wretched. Rendezvous Shenlong glanced at him and didn't comment on his question. He only said one sentence. She's still an underage little girl. Well, it was too early to talk about this. Rendezvous Shenhuan put this matter aside for the time being. He looked up at the moon in the sky and suddenly sighed. Eighth cousin, I found that I've fallen in love. Rendezvous Shenlong knew that this cousin had always been dissolute. It wasn't strange for him to say this. Which girl did you fancy this time? Rong Yuetian Huan shook his head and said with a sad face, it's not a girl this time. Rong Yuetian raised her eyebrows and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. In the end, he said an earth-shattering sentence. I'm probably a homosexual. I like a man and can't forget him for a moment. Rong Yuetian's heart skipped a beat. She could vaguely guess who he liked. Who is that man? Shinyu. Rong Yuetian Huan spat out these two words. The wine gourd in Rong Yuishenlin's hand fell to the ground. Rong Yuetian Huan was quick to react. He caught the wine gourd and said dejectedly, You're also surprised, right? Sigh. Even I am surprised by this. But this is the truth. Every time I see him, my heart beats wildly, and I want to treat him well. Sometimes I even want to hug him. Seeing him is not the normal kind of nervousness, but every time I see him, I long to see him again. I didn't have this kind of feeling towards the beauties I admired before. Do you think I have fallen in love? At that time, I wasn't sure myself. Because of this, I specially went to find those beautiful women and wanted to take them with me to admire the moon. However, those women who had moved my heart before, I no longer had the same feelings with them as before. Chapter 27:30. Ronya Tianhuan cried miserably. Eighth cousin, look, I'm gay, right? If my father knew about this, he would beat me to death. He raised his hand and drank a big mouthful of wine. What should I do? Ronya Tianhuan looked at him for a moment, then got up and said lightly, You're not gay. You just lack women. Go back and find another woman. Don't think about that Shunyu. He's not suitable for you. If you reveal your thoughts, I don't know if your father will beat you to death, but Shinyu will definitely beat you to death. Your friendship will end here as well. Rong-Yuet Tianhuan shivered. Really? Rong-Yuet Tianlan said seriously. Of course, it can't be more real. Tianheng, repent and be saved. You're the only child in your family. If you're gay, your father will probably go crazy. Rong-Yuet Tianhuan shivered again. This was really possible. After all, his father was a famous hot-tempered prince. He had a fiery temper and would explode at the slightest touch. He cried miserably and looked at his eighth cousin for help. Then what should I do? Rong-Yuet Tianlan gave him a few words. Salad, repent, and be saved. Rong-Yuet Tianhuan lowered his head like a frosted eggplant. If I listen to my father, I'll probably marry that Princess Ji Shinyu that you don't want. Rong-Yuet Tianlan froze. The scene of Rong-Yuet Tianhuan and Ji Shinyu bowing to heaven and earth flashed in his mind. He glanced at him coldly and said, You don't match her. You don't have to think about this. Ji Shinyu is so outstanding. She must find an absolutely outstanding man to match her. Rong-Yuet Tianlan went through all the candidates in his heart these 2 days, but he couldn't find a suitable candidate. He selfishly felt that no one could match such an outstanding girl. And Rong-Yuet Tianhuan, this dandy, was even worse. Such a beautiful flower couldn't be stuck on cow dung. Rong Yuetanlan, who had always pursued perfection, felt unbearable when he thought of that scene. Rong Yue Tianhuan wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Rong Yuetanlan. Tianheng, I'll give you this gourd of wine, but you have to guard me for an entire day. Rong Yue Tianhuan finally saw that Rong Yue Tianlan's complexion wasn't too good. After drinking so much wine, his handsome face was still somewhat pale. What's wrong with you? Rong Yue Tian patted his shoulder. Don't let anything disturb me while I'm meditating. I'll leave my safety in your hands. Can you do it? Rong Yue Tianheng was still very loyal and immediately puffed out his chest. Yes. Don't worry, with me as your protector, even if a dragon flies over, I can beat it away. Rong Yue Tian sat in meditation. His posture when meditating was exceptionally free and easy, different from any other way of meditating in this world. A faint light flashed from his body. He sat in the light like a phoenix young master undergoing nirvana. Rong Yushinheng squatted at the side and watched for a while. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. He still hadn't asked whether that Princess Ji Xinyue was beautiful or not. Also, his cousin said that he was not compatible with the princess. Did he think that his cousin was outstanding and the princess was not compatible with him? I didn't think that I had such an important position in my cousin's heart. In that instant, Rong Yu's Qianhuan reached perfection. Ji Xinyue didn't expect that her engagement with Rong Yu Tianlan would be so popular during the engagement, adding countless gossip topics to the continent and entertaining the public for 3,000 years. The cancellation of the engagement could also shock the people and make the whole world know about it.